You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Right now, in the offices of many representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, lights are still burning. For until a moment ago, Equitable men have been making phone calls, contacting men and women who look as if they are apt to be far more successful than the average person. Make a point to listen to the middle commercial on This Is Your FBI Tonight. Equitable Men urge. It tells about the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. In about 14 minutes, you'll hear full details on this special plan, for every man who believes in himself believes he will succeed. Tonight's FBI file, The Fiery Fugitives.
Recently, a tornado tore through some of our southern states, tore through villages and cities that lay in its path, and caused the death of approximately 50 people. Newspapers in every section of the country featured stories about the tornado on their front pages, and almost every headline gave the latest count on the number whose lives had been snuffed out. The Federal Bureau of Investigation does not take issue with the fact that the news made headlines, for it is well aware that the loss of those 50 people has greatly affected several communities. However, few headlines emblazon the fact that almost that many lives are lost in the United States every day of every week at the hands of American criminals. According to the latest figures, there were almost 1,000 murders committed in this country every month during the past year. Nor have these last 12 months been a period when killers went wild. For each year, the number of deaths resulting from criminal action seems to hold at a rather steady level, at a disgracefully high level. Your FBI brings this to your attention because there is something you, the decent citizen, can do about the situation. Put more uniformed policemen on the streets of your city. Pay them a living wage, and the number of crimes will be materially fewer. Fail to do that, and they may increase. And if that happens, you can be sure of only one thing. No one can tell how far the crime wave will go, or where it will stop. Tonight's file opens aboard a freight train that's slowly climbing a mountain grade. A shabbily dressed man stands at the door of one of the boxcars of this train. He calls out to an attendant.
Hey, Brownie. Yeah? Come here. What do you want? Come on, we're getting off. What for? Nothing here. Look down the bank. See them fires? Yeah. That's the jungle. That means food. Come on. You okay, kid? Yeah. All right, let's head down the bank. Wish we could heist the car. Nah, that's no good. I don't like riding freight. That's the best way to travel when you're hot, kid. Cops will peg you in cars. There's a path. Let's take it. I'm real hungry. We'll grub them fires. Okay, you two. Come on down here. Yeah. Come on. Get down here. I got two more up here, Charlie. Bring them down. Okay, right up on there. All right, you two get moving. Get down that line. Hey, look, what's this all about? You'll find out. Just do what you're told. We need two more here for a bus home. Right with you. Okay, get on down the hill into the bus.
Meanwhile, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor has just entered the office of Agent in Charge Young.
Yes, Taylor. Have a seat. I just got a call from police headquarters. 2 hoodlums we've been looking for in town. Humphrey's had the file, but he's out sick, so you'd better take over. Now, to save time, I'll give you the background. 2 months ago, an I.O. came in on 2 men named Joe Medford and Pete Brown, alias Brown. What do they want? Impersonation. Went into retail food stores back east, said they were federal scale inspectors, wanted to pay off certain scales were off balance. Well, they didn't get much in any store, maybe $15 or $20 at the most. The shopkeepers who didn't pay were beaten up. All store owners here were alerted to ask for credentials if any federal inspector presented himself. Well, this morning, Medford and Brown went into a grocery store over on the west side. The woman remembered our warning. When she asked to see their identification, they slugged her. They emptied the cash register. How much do we have on this person? Oh, enough. Descriptions, pictures, prints. Medford's a 3-time loser with a record going back to 1930. Brown has 2 arrests and 1 conviction. Shall I go over and interview this woman from the grocery store? Why, the police did that at the hospital. They also investigated and learned that 2 men answering to their description hopped the northbound freight pulled out of here at noon. Oh? I'll wire ahead and have them taken off. Yeah, do that, and notify me when you get it.
All right, you'll find seats in the back of the bus. Get moving. Okay. You can roll now. All right. There's seats, Joe. Yeah. We sure got crummy-looking company.
Yeah. Find out what this is all about.
Hey, Pop.
Yeah? What is it, boy?
Look, what is this deal? Why'd the cops load us on this bus? Where we going?
Oh. Up to Mount Rennick.
What's Mount Rennick?
Yes, very noble and majestic mountain. That could be threatened with destruction by fire.
Well, that's fine. What's it got to do with us?
Well, we're going to help to put the fire out.
You mean this ain't a pinch?
Oh, not at all.
Well, then let's get off this.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't think they'd be in favor of that, boy. See, they got a right to pick up anybody in emergency. They've been loading up all day. Jungles, clubhouses, Skid Row. They had a fire last year. They used a couple of 1,000 men.
Yeah. You done this before?
Oh, every year. Getting so I look forward to it.
How are those guys so happy?
Why shouldn't they be? They're getting a chance to earn enough to buy a lot more wine.
You mean you get paid for this?
Yes, sir. Then you check out Uncle Sam is waiting for the long lead. Yeah? Oh, that's good, Charlie. See you fellas later.
Ronnie, this is pretty bad. You kidding? Nah. Instead of us running from the government, they're giving us a hideout and they pay us for it.
Young, got a report on Medford and Brown. Yes, what is it? Well, the railroad didn't find a single deadhead on that freight. But I learned that the train made one stop at a place called Williams. Oh, I've been there. I just spoke to the chief of police. He told me about getting a request for help from the ranger station out of the spot. What kind of help? Well, there's a fire that's out of control up on Mount Running. Oh, I see. But all the vagrants in that area were rounded up. Well, then there's a good chance that Medford and Brown were in that roundup. That's what I think. Let me try to get the Park Service on the phone. We get an okay for you to go in, you can fly up there tonight.
All right, man, line up here.
That means us, boys.
Again, get on the bus your line or get off your line.
You'll get used to it. After a couple of weeks, you'll line up to sleep.
No, he's playing soldier.
Come on, boys, come on. Let's get in line. Come on.
What's this for, Pop?
Oh, everything.
Well, spell it out.
Well, throw equipment, get your assignment, that kind of stuff.
Where are we supposed to sleep?
We're right over there. That oak space there.
Is this close to the fire?
We're still a couple of miles away.
Close it up there. Any way to get a soft job?
Why, sure, boy. Tell them you'd like to drop the butter into the mashed potatoes. Hey, you better split down your hair.
For what?
Well, you want your picture to come out good, don't you? That's fair. You take it at the head of the line.
What for?
Uncle Sam. He's got to know who he's paying. They take your fingerprints, too.
Close it up, man. Don't supply. What do we do, Joe?
Let him mug him first.
Somebody must check him.
Yeah, but by that time, it won't be.
Pardon. I'm looking for District Ranger Stan Jones.
That's him over by the window.
Oh, thanks very much. You Stan Jones?
That's right.
I'm Jim Taylor, FBI.
Howdy. Nice to know you.
Same here, sir.
I understand you're looking for a couple of men named Bill Medford and Pete Brown.
Yeah, that's right. Are they here?
No way of knowing. I've gone through my files, and if they were brought in, they were registered under different names.
But do you think we might take a look around?
We've got a couple of thousand men spread over a 10-mile front.
I see.
You got a better chance if you stay right here.
Oh, how come?
Well, we take everybody's picture for the payroll records.
Yeah.
You can look them over as soon as they're developed.
Well, when'll that be?
Oh, first ones ought to be along in, say, maybe 10 minutes.
Fine. I'll wait.
Come on, yeah.
No, okay. Smoke's getting thick.
Yeah, I know.
We moving out now?
In a minute. Supposed to be like the old man. Come on.
Are you going with us?
No. Pop.
Yeah.
Come on, wake up.
Yeah, all right. Time for work already?
No, Pop. We're going over there.
Huh?
We're getting out of here.
Oh. Well, have a nice trip there.
No, wait a minute.
Huh?
We need some help. We gotta know where to head.
Richard.
Look, you ain't kidding. You told us this afternoon that you knew this country, all the trails.
That's right.
And suppose you tell us what trail to take to get out. You want to get a railroad.
Boy, that could get me in trouble, boys.
Pop, trouble with us would be tough. Aged Apprentice.
Well,
Come on, start working. Come on, better man.
Let's see here now. Let's say this piece of paper here is the whole park.
Yeah.
No, we're down here. And this here, that hill there. You go straight ahead and come to the trail. Can't miss it.
You got some more maps?
Yeah. Go on.
No, well, about a half mile, right about here. You come to a fork in the trail. So you take the one to the left. It winds up this way up here, up to the top of the mountain.
How long will it take?
What time is it now?
Oh, about midnight.
Oh, should hit the summit for dawn. Say, it's beautiful up there. Never saw such a view.
Yeah, but we ain't interested. What happens to me?
Well, you look down here. You look for a lake down on the other side. And spot it, you head right toward it. And just before you get there, you'll find some railroad tracks there. Streets will be going through there in the morning. Yeah. Well, here you are. Now, suppose you have to get some sleep.
Yeah, sure. Get lucky. Come on, man.
We will return in just a moment to this exciting file which shows how your FBI helps protect the security of America. Now let's turn from present security to future hopes. What's in store for America in the 1950s? What do economists say?
On the whole, it looks as if we are destined to enjoy the greatest peacetime prosperity in our country's history. By 1960, our annual national income will probably rise to $275 billion, $65 billion higher than it is today. Before they come to an end, the 1950s may well be known as the fortunate 50s.
For times like that, times when alert-minded men and women find and make opportunities to forge ahead in their business or professional careers, the Equitable Life Assurance Society has created a special long-range life insurance plan. It is known as the Equitable Plan for men and women on the way up. Consider its 3 important advantages.
First, as your salary goes up, your insurance can keep pace with it.
When you get that better job or that big promotion comes your way, you can adjust your insurance to measure up to your increased income.
Secondly, while you're waiting, your wife and children have the life insurance protection they need.
This means that you have the peace of mind, the freedom from worry about your family that's essential to a man who wants to concentrate on getting ahead.
Third advantage, the Equitable Plan is flexible at all times.
It can expand or contract as you see fit and offers you many desirable options, which your Equitable Society representative will be glad to explain to you. So why not get in touch with him right away? Phone him and ask for full details on the Equitable Plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Fiery Fugitives.
Tonight's case illustrates a point which is applicable to many criminals. Once they have finished using someone, their impulse is to destroy that other person. Gratitude is a word in the dictionary so far as the hardened lawbreaker is concerned. A word which to him is like decency, honesty, courage, or friendship. In his peculiar, deformed mind, those words have no meaning. The only word the confirmed criminal knows that suggests a respectable emotion is mercy. And to the criminal, mercy is a one-way street. He expects that when he is apprehended, a soft-hearted judge or jury will apply it to him. If some of you feel that such a description is unnecessarily harsh, it is ample proof that your acquaintance with our criminal population in this country has been slight, has been, in fact, non-existent. The mind of the criminal is something apart. It does not resemble that of the law-abiding citizen, nor does it function in the same way. Of the millions of criminals now at large in the United States, it is safe to say that no two are exactly alike. However, it is even safer to say that all of them have one thing in common, one unwritten motto under which each of them operates. A motto which asks a simple question, a 6-word question reading, can I get away with it? Tonight's FBI file continues at the District Ranger's office.
You look for those pictures yet, Jim?
Oh, no, Stan.
Well, here's another batch.
Oh, sweet. Oh, let's see. Oh, this one?
Oh, he's an old wino. He's been up here on fires a couple of times.
Hey, wait. Here, Stan, this is Joe Medford.
Let's see the back of that picture.
Here you go.
Mm-hmm. He did register under a fake name.
Pete Brown's picture ought to be in the same point somewhere.
According to these numbers, Medford's over on the west slope.
Yeah. Here's Brown's picture, Stan.
Yeah, let's see that one. Uh-huh. Yep, they're both from the same crew.
Oh? Have you any trouble finding them?
Let's see, it's 4:15 now. Nope, their shift doesn't go on for 2 hours. They're probably not awake yet.
Oh, where do they sleep?
Near Lookout Tower 7. Pardon me, Jim. District Ranger Jones speaking. Yes, Bill?
I just found an old man feeding from a bad head wound.
Well, better get him over to first aid.
Okay. Said 2 men named Joe and Brown assaulted him.
Joe Medford and Pete Brown?
He didn't know the last names.
Well, where are they now?
Over the hill. They took off right after the old man got a map for them. They're headed for Crescent Pass.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Now notify all towers.
Water, Joe.
Yeah, we will.
Getting pretty light.
Yeah.
Wonder if we're near the top. The old guy said we'd hit it at dawn.
Dawn or no dawn, we may have trouble seeing that lake. smoke is pretty heavy. Hey, what? This stuff we're walking on, this moss, feels wet. It is wet. Must be water under it, Joe. Let's dig this stuff away. There's nothing under it. Nothing but dirt. Come on, kid. Let's keep climbing.
Easy, boy. Sam?
Yeah, Jim?
Am I imagining this, or is this smoke getting thicker?
It's thicker.
I hope it's not too tough on the horses.
They can stand it better than us. Something worries me more than smoke.
Oh, what's that?
The wind. This could be shifting. If it does, we're in for trouble.
Oh, how?
Fire might jump the valley right onto this hill.
Oh? Maybe you'd rather turn around.
Hold it.
What is it?
Those blue jays.
What about them?
They're being disturbed by something.
Huh? Hey, maybe Medford and Brown?
Could be.
Let's see, that's southeast on my compass.
Yeah, mine too. Come on, Jim, let's take a look. Hold it, Brownie.
What?
I get a feeling we're off the trail.
But it's still clear, Joe. No bushes and stuff.
Yeah, I know. Wish we could see something through this smoke.
So what about the map?
That does us no good.
Think we should turn back?
What, and get nabbed?
We could make out we got lost. Try it again tomorrow, maybe.
Ah, you're forgetting, kid. We tapped that old guy out.
We'll get some water.
We need a lake. One by the railroad tracks. Come on. Here's the trail again, Jim. Let's get off and look around.
All right.
Follow, boy. Whoa. Follow. That wind shifted, all right.
Stan, you want to turn back?
Yeah, we might have to soon. Come on, let's head up the trail.
All right. Stan, where are the other groups by now?
Well, we're working a gridiron pattern.
Yeah?
We're to the south side of it. All of us are working toward the center. Hold it, Jim.
Oh, what do you got?
Look at that moss there. Yeah, it's been all clawed up. Someone thought there was water underneath.
Think it was our two boys?
Yep, I do. No animal would be that stupid.
Hey, Stan, we have the binoculars, will you?
Yeah, sure. Here. What do you see?
Something moved up there on that opposite slope. Yeah. Yeah, there they are. Here. Take a look, Stan.
Yeah, here. What can I line up with?
Straight up past that big rock, the one with the white face there.
Yeah, I see them. Jim, they're headed right up into the fire.
Yeah, can we cut them off?
I don't know, but let's try.
Joe.
What?
I don't know if I can handle much more of this.
Come on, stay with it.
If we don't hit water soon,
Wait. Look up ahead.
Fire there, too.
Yeah.
Joe, it's all around.
I know.
What'll we do? We're stuck here, Joe.
Hey, somebody called. Huh?
Come on down here.
Look, some guys there.
Yeah.
One of them's a ranger.
Come on down here. We'll get you out. You hear that, Joe?
Yeah, come on.
Over that rock there. Over your left.
Yeah. You make it, kid?
Yeah. Hey, Johnny. All right, Joe, come on. Now, follow us down the hill. But there's fire there. There's a burned-out patch through those flames. Now, come on.
This is going to be awful close, Jim.
Yeah.
Look at that tree. The one on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's coming down. Look out! Take it easy, Stan.
Oh. Howdy, Jim.
How about a little water?
Here. Where am I?
You're back at camp.
Well, there's been a big blank someplace.
Oh?
What happened?
Your head made contact with a rock.
Oh? This was after we got past that falling tree.
That's right. Then when we hit that burned-out patch, why, you tripped.
What about your two prisoners?
They're in the local jail right now.
And your job is over.
That's right, Stan. I just stopped by here to thank you for all you've done. And I want you to know that I'm making a special request that my next assignment be a simple big city stick-up.
Joe Medford and Pete Brown were tried in federal court and convicted of violating the statute which forbids impersonation of federal officers. Each was sentenced to a term of 15 years. The forest fire in tonight's case ultimately was extinguished, but only at a tremendous cost. The Park Service does a remarkable job fighting these fires, and the bravery exhibited in this evening's dramatization by District Ranger Jones was no exception to their general conduct. For courage is a vital ingredient in putting out this type of fire. Each year, similar blazes take many lives and destroy thousands upon thousands of acres of property. Those losses are tragic, truly tragic because they can so easily be avoided. Almost every big fire is started through the abject carelessness of a well-meaning but unthinking person. Many of you now listening to this program are planning spring or summer vacation trips. Journeys which may find you traveling through one of this nation's great forests. If you are making any such plans, please remember a few simple rules. The most important are, first, please put out your cigarettes before throwing them away. And second, please extinguish campfires after they have served their purpose. Remember, too, that one moment's carelessness on your part might easily start a fire that would cost 100 lives. And of that 100, one might be your own.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting FBI file. Now, one last word on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. It's a plan for the man who knows that the day will come when his friends will say to him,
Hey, Jim, I just heard about your new job. Great going, boy. Congratulations.
if you're that kind of man, then the sooner you get in touch with an Equitable Society representative, the better. Ask him for full information on the Equitable Society's life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A dramatic expose of the activities of two expert swindlers. Its subject, the marriage racket. Its title, The Honeymoon Homicide.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Walter Burke, Sam Edwards, Ed Gargan, Bill Johnstone, Stan Jones, and Roland Withers. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Honeymoon Homicides on This Is Your FBI. The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, fun for the whole family, follows immediately over most of these ABC stations. Stay tuned.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. is your FBI, the official broadcast adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Of more than 4.25 million members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, many thousands are those who have seen the advantages of the Independent 60s plan.
Independent 60s? Just what does that mean?
It's an Equitable Society plan for self-reliant people who wish to enjoy financial independence on reaching the age of 60. Does that describe you? Then you'll want to listen carefully in about 14 minutes when I give full details on the Independent 60s plan, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, the Honeymoon Homicide.
Almost 100 years ago, in a speech at Springfield, Illinois, a tall, gaunt figure of a man who was soon to become the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, said, "I believe this government cannot endure permanently, half slave and half free." In a few short years, a war was being fought to decide that question. A war in which almost 500,000 Americans became casualties. Now, not quite a century later, a very similar question plagues the minds of some people. Of people whose chosen profession is law enforcement. As of this date, there are in the files at FBI headquarters in Washington the fingerprints of more than 8 million people with arrest records. In 1938, those same files contained entries on only half that many people. Thus, in a dozen years, the increase has been an even 100%. The question plaguing the minds of serious law enforcement officers throughout the nation today again concerns slavery and freedom. For to them, it is a question whether this nation can long endure if the criminal population continues to rise at that rate. This is not to say that our freedom is currently endangered and teetering in the balance, for that is not the case. However, it is imperative that something be done before crime does become that greater menace, before the current crime wave engulfs us all. Tonight's file opens in the chapel of a funeral home located in a large Midwestern city. A short, middle-aged woman, dressed in black, her head bowed in grief, stands at the door receiving the sympathies of the departing mourners. She leans on a man who is comforting her.
Easy, Clara.
Oh, help. Poor Albert. Poor Albert.
Mrs. Turner?
Yes.
I'm mighty sorry about your troubles.
Thank you.
It's a terrible shame. And on your honeymoon, too.
Come on, Clara. Pull yourself together.
Now, is there anything I can do?
No, thank you.
I don't think we met.
I'm Mrs. Turner's brother.
Oh, how do you do?
All the arrangements have been made.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll leave you with your sorrows. I'm so sorry.
Only one more person left, Clara.
Yes, George.
He's coming up the aisle.
He was Albert's best friend.
Try to hold it in.
I can't.
My heart goes out to you, Mrs. Turner.
Thank you, Fred.
I won't keep you, but if you need me, please call.
I will.
A fine man he was.
You mustn't, Clara. Don't do this to yourself. Albert wouldn't have wanted you to. Well, they've all left, Clara.
Have they?
We better go, too. If we miss the 9 o'clock train, you'll never make that appointment tomorrow with your next husband.
The next day at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Dave Brewster.
Morning, Dave.
Hi, Jim.
We were assigned to work together on something that came in this morning. We got to locate a woman whose name we don't know and whose identity we're not too sure of.
Sounds like a new quiz game.
Well, the last name this woman used that we know about was Clara Jackson.
What's the crime?
Well, while this Clara Jackson and her husband were on their honeymoon, he suspected that he was getting small doses of poison in his coffee.
It's a novel wedding present.
Yeah. Well, Jackson went to a hospital, had himself examined, and he was right. Doctors just barely saved his life.
I see.
That was about a month and a half ago. Then when he recovered, he gave the police all the details.
And the woman had gone by that time.
Yeah, naturally.
Well, how come we're in on the case?
The police in Jackson's hometown discovered that she was headed here with the money and valuables that she had stolen.
Uh-huh.
Their lead was confirmed last night when Jackson's gold watch was found here in a 6th Avenue pawn shop.
And you say we don't have a good description on this woman?
Not yet, but we may soon. The wedding pictures that she took with Jackson are on their way, and as soon as they're here, we'll start doing some legwork.
Hi. Greetings, Clara.
Oh, George.
Why, what's the matter?
You're tracking mud all over the floor. I just washed it.
Oh, that's a nice touch, Clara. Keep it in. Listen, Mr. Dillon is on his way.
Who?
The man I've been writing to for you. You know, your next husband.
Oh? Oh, yes. Have you seen him?
No, but I talked to him on the phone and told him where the cottage was.
Well, gracious, I'd better get these flowers arranged and go in and take off this apron.
No, leave it on.
With company coming?
Clara, you're perfect just the way you are. Dear.
Why, I look terrible.
Clara, if I had invented you, I couldn't have done a better job.
Oh, sure.
Rosy cheeks, your hair tied in a bun, a flowered house dress, and an apron that's been used.
Yes.
You're everything a man in the Lonely Hearts Club dreams about. You look like fried chicken and hot biscuits.
Oh, do I have to be something fattening?
Your weight, darling, is part of your charm, your personality. Oh, that must be Dillon. Well, I'm going out the back door. Go ahead, let him in.
Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Dillon?
Yes.
Well, come right in.
Thank you.
There we are. I'm Mrs. Franklin.
Pleased to meet you.
Likewise. Oh, you'll have to excuse the appearance, Mr. Dillon. Brother and I only moved in yesterday, and there's so much to do.
Of course.
Is it right here?
Thank you. Well, you write nice letters.
Oh.
You belong to the club very long?
Oh, about 6 months. You're my first pen friend.
Mrs. Franklin.
Yes?
Do you... well, I mean, I hope you don't mind me asking on such short acquaintance, but...
Asking what?
Do you like bingo?
Oh, heavens, yes.
My lodge has a bingo party every month.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I must tell you what happened last time I played.
What?
Well, you know those little pieces of corn you put on the numbers?
Uh-huh.
Well, we were all playing, 4 of us girls at a little table.
Uh-huh.
And we all had a lot of numbers covered. And all of a sudden...
What happened?
Well, I sneezed and blew all the corn on the floor.
Will you go with me tomorrow night?
Oh, I'd love to.
Dave, I've got something on that Jackson file. Do you remember those wedding pictures that I was expecting? Well, they came, and I had copies printed up. The police distributed them to all the neighborhood stores, and then this morning we got a call from a supermarket over on 3rd Avenue. This woman was one of the customers, called herself Mrs. Turner.
Get any address?
Not yet. The SAC sent Ira Williams down to City Hall to check all marriages in the last 6 weeks.
Well, I've got something, too, Jim.
Oh?
Jackson's belongings turned up in several pawn shops here, and in every case, the pawning had been done by a man.
Oh?
I'm having a composite picture made of him.
Oh, I'll get it, Dave. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yeah, Ira. You have? Who? Yeah, I see. Any address? Yeah. Yeah, thanks very much. Williams down at City Hall.
You find the marriage license?
Yes, the victim this time was named Albert Turner. Ira tried to contact Turner to warn him, but it was too late. Turner's dead, Dave. Woman's already moved out.
Well,
let's call the coroner and have that body exhumed. We may have a murder case on our hands.
I can dance another step.
Me either.
Oh.
Let's go sit down.
All right. Gracious, wasn't Mr. Whipple mad at me?
Was he? Why?
Well, I let go of his hand too soon, and he swung into the fiddle player.
Well, here's a good place to rest.
Oh, yes. Oh, my. Nice to sit down again. I must say, Arthur, you keep a body going.
Oh, Clara.
Well, I mean it. I haven't caught my breath all week. First that bingo game, and then the boat ride and the picnic.
Yes, it has been a wonderful week. You know, Clara, you've made me feel young again.
Me? Why, Arthur Dillon, you're the youngest person I know.
If I am, I have you to thank. Till you came along, I never realized how lonely I've been.
Oh, Arthur.
I mean it. Clara, I know how fond you are of your brother.
What about George?
Well, I kind of wish... I'm not very good at this kind of thing. Clara, when George goes on the road again, would you... could you... Clara, will you marry me?
Well, bless your big old heart. Of course I will.
Dave, a report just came in from the lab.
On the Turner killing?
Yes. Cause of death was poisoning.
Nice business. Oh, according to the pawnbrokers, that composite picture we had done on the man was a good likeness.
No? Did you check it at police headquarters?
Yeah, her picture, too. Couldn't get anything.
Oh.
Did you send pictures to Washington?
Yeah. I then should have got them this morning. I also spread copies around town.
Where?
Well, I went to the rail, plane, and bus terminals. None of the ticket sellers recognized them, but I had them post the pictures in all the employees' locker rooms.
Jim, I wonder what made them start using poison.
Now, tell me.
Those previous marriages, all she did was to take off with her husband's money.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, that's right. You have? When? He's quite sure? Yes, that's fine. Yes, thank you very much. Hey, the locker room pictures just paid off.
Oh.
A Pullman porter recognized both of them.
Did he know where they went?
Yeah, they were on the Blue Diamond Flyer about 10 days ago, and they got off at Capital City. Clean up your desk, Dave. We'll get an okay and fly to Capital City tonight.
Gracious. It was a wonderful wedding, Arthur.
Yes, it was. You think it's all right for us to sneak out this way?
Oh, heavens, yes. Arthur, help me get this right out of my hair.
You two didn't think you were going to sneak away without saying goodbye to Brother George, did you?
Oh, mercy, no.
Rick, what do you think of it?
Oh, you made a beautiful couple.
Thank you.
Say, George, if you'll help your sister get this rice out of her hair, I'll see if the car is ready.
All right, old boy.
Don't let her run away.
Oh, Arthur, what a thing to say. You know, George, I've become very fond of him.
Well, that's nice. I think a wife should always be fond of her husband.
You're making fun of me.
Now, look, Clara. You know you get this way every time you marry somebody.
But this isn't like the others. I want to stay married to Arthur. Please, George.
Look, I got a new bottle of the treatment. It takes a couple of weeks to do its work. Have fun with him for that long.
But I
We're
do...
ready to leave, Clara.
She'll be right there, Arthur.
All right.
Now, here's the bottle, dear. Start giving it to him tomorrow.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now a quick interview with Mr. Joseph Clark, a 63-year-old member of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. When he was 39, Mr. Clark started an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Today, his plan is all paid up. He's retired from business to enjoy the three freedoms that go with an Equitable Independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries, financial independence.
I've got 4 married children, Mr. Keating, but I'll never be a drain on them. Every month, right on the dot, there's a check from the Equitable Society in my mailbox.
Second, with an Independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you choose.
The wife and I bought us a little place in North Carolina. Nice climate, nice neighbors.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
Just for the fun of it, we started our own little tourist camp. We've got 3 cabins and room for 6 trailers. The place has paid for itself already.
Mr. Clark, whenever I hear a man talk like that, I ask myself, why doesn't everybody in America have an Equitable Independent 60s plan?
Guess they make the same mistake I did years ago. They think you have to have a lot of money to afford one.
How did you learn the truth?
From my Equitable Society representative.
It's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards Independent 60s because of Social Security and life insurance already owned. Often only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not take a leaf from Mr. Clark's book? Why not phone your Equitable Society representative without delay? Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Honeymoon Homicide.
Possibly a good many of you now listening to this case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation are wondering how it happens that 2 criminals like the ones you are meeting tonight can remain free for any length of time. There are numerous answers to that question. As you have heard, many previous victims of this pair of swindlers were not murdered, but merely cheated. The pride of those victims who survived is the most basic reason for the freedom of these criminals, just as it is the reason behind the liberty of almost every swindler. The average victim of any racket, afraid to be known as a person whose judgment has been found wanting, usually licks his own wounds and keeps the knowledge of his loss to himself. By doing that, he comforts his vanity, but he also does something else. He ensures the fact that what was stolen will never be returned. In addition, the selfish silence allows the criminal to continue on his way to swindle still other people. If that were all, it would be bad enough. But by remaining quiet, the victim does something even worse. It is a truism in law enforcement circles that one crime, should it remain unpunished, inevitably leads to another. And as they continue, the seriousness increases until finally it reaches the only possible climax, murder. Tonight's file continues in a small anteroom at police headquarters in Capital City.
Dave, I just spoke to Washington about the pictures we sent them. The man's name is George Mercer. The woman is his sister.
They had records on them.
Yeah. They were arrested together some years ago on a transatlantic liner.
What for?
The old Badger game. And his sister used the name of Clara then.
That's the name she used when she married Jackson and Turner, too.
Yeah, I think we can assume that she'll stay with it. Well, Dave, let's lay out a plan of action.
Okay.
Now, the previous pattern has been to pawn the belongings of each husband. So I think our first visit should be to all pawn shops.
Right.
Oh, I had another thought coming over here, one that we haven't touched yet. Lonely Hearts Club.
Yeah, that'd be a good source for it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dave. Why don't you see if you can get a list of Lonely Hearts Clubs here in Capital City and start checking them. I'll cover the pawn shops and we'll meet back here.
Isn't it?
What's the name of it,
Arthur, I don't know. Who can that be?
I'll find out.
Hello, Arthur.
Well, bless my soul.
Who is it?
Come in and surprise her.
Hello, Clara.
George. Goodness.
I hope you don't mind me dropping by this way.
Mind,
how
let me take the bag.
Thank you.
My, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Isn't he? How long are you in town for?
Oh, just for a few days.
Well, I'll run back and ready the spare room.
No, let me do that.
Nonsense, Clara. He's your brother. You sit here and chat with him. I'll do the fixing.
Oh, that's mighty nice of you, Arthur. Thanks.
No bother at all. I like having you with us.
Thank you. He looks awfully healthy, Clara.
Doesn't he? Poor man, he has trouble putting on any weight, but I've been making
Nobody would take him for a man whose coffee's being spiked. Are you giving it to him?
George, you haven't been in the house a minute and you're talking business.
Clara, dear, I asked you a question. Just tell me, are you spiking his coffee? Yes or no?
Well, no.
Why not?
I just can't. I wouldn't feel right poisoning Arthur.
Oh, look, dear. This isn't a question of how you feel. It's something that has to be done if we're going to get to Quincy.
Quincy? What are we going there for?
Why, to meet your next husband, of course. I've just been up there picking him out. Now, I bought some new stuff that works real quick. You put it in his coffee tonight, and by morning, you'll be back again in the widow business.
Dave, I almost made connections with Mercer.
Where?
One of the pawn shops. He just pawned some of the late Mr. Turner's belongings, including his valise, which could give us a lead.
The valise?
Yeah, there was a baggage stub on the handle, some numerals on it, so I called the railroad. They said it could be a car number, and they're checking on it now.
Jim, if you remember, he pawned one husband's stuff the day before the next husband was poisoned.
Yeah.
Now, if he follows a pattern, that could mean they're just about ready to leave here.
And just about to poison another victim. Oh, did you get anything at the Lonely Hearts Clubs?
Well, I contacted all of them. They're checking their membership now.
Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, Mr. Anderson? You have? There was, huh? Yes, right away, and thank you very much. That was the railroad, Dave. Pullman car number 1847 came in yesterday as part of the Golden Nugget.
Those numbers that were on the baggage stuff?
Yes, the Golden Nugget's an extra fare train, and they list the passengers' names. Dave, I'm going to go over there and find out who occupied that car. I've got that list, Dave. Mercer's name isn't on it.
Let's see.
There you are, 20 names, and not one of them close to Mercer.
None of them even start with the letter M.
No. One thing we can do now, check every hotel, see whether any of these 20 names registered yesterday. If they did, we'll go up with a picture and find out if it's Mercer.
Jim, is Mercer staying at this hotel?
He was. The clerk identified him as a guest named Black.
That was one of the names on the railroad list.
That's right. Unfortunately, he checked out an hour ago.
Has his room been cleaned yet?
No, they're holding it for us, Dave. Let's go in and take a look.
Nothing in this bureau, Jim.
I may have something.
What?
A letter, Dave. A Lonely Hearts letter.
Who's it addressed to?
Mrs. Franklin. Dave, if this is Clara, we've still got a chance.
My.
Oh.
That was a dinner.
Oh, boy. Arthur, I think Clara's become even a better cook since she married you.
You hear that, Clara?
Huh?
George thinks your cooking's even better since our marriage.
Oh.
George, you being here with us calls for some kind of celebration. And I know just what it'll be.
Yes?
I got some cigars a couple of weeks ago. I'm saving them for a time like this. Be back in a jiffy.
Clara, is the stuff in the coffee?
Yes. But I'm not going to give it to him.
Oh, don't be foolish.
You can't make me, George.
Oh, yes, I can.
How?
Would you like Arthur to find out about the boats we used to work?
Oh.
Or about the men you've been married to?
Oh, George.
Mr. Jackson and Mr. Turner, maybe?
Oh, heavens, no.
Then you'd better do it, or I'll tell him everything.
You try one of these cigars, George.
Oh, thanks. Well, how about a little coffee, Clara?
Oh. All right. Here, George.
Oh, none for me, thanks. No, give it to Arthur.
Oh. Here, Arthur.
Thanks.
A little sugar and cream, maybe?
No, I'll drink it plain.
Oh. I'll get it.
Hello, Clara.
Huh?
There's Mercer, Jim.
Yeah, I see.
Clara, who is it?
Pardon me, sir. Are you this woman's husband?
Yes.
Then maybe we got here in time. We're special agents of the FBI. We're taking these two down to headquarters.
George Mercer and his sister Clara were turned over to local authorities and tried in a state court on a charge of murder. Both were convicted and sentenced to be executed. When Special Agent Taylor found the Lonely Hearts letter in the hotel room George Mercer had rented, he realized it was then possible to trace the wanted woman, possible even without the help of any of the clubs. A painstaking search of records at the Marriage Bureau revealed that a Mrs. Clara Franklin, the name in the salutation of the letter Taylor found, had obtained a license to wed one Arthur Dillon. His address was also listed on the application, a fact which, as you have seen, was responsible for saving his life. Analysis of the coffee in the cup before Dillon revealed enough poison to kill a dozen men, and to kill them quickly. Thus, the arrest directly saved one life and indirectly probably saved many more. The experience of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in cases like this, among others, is proof that one cannot be too cautious in meeting strangers. It does not follow as an automatic thing, but it is possible that remembering this file may one day save your life. In that event, the men of your FBI will once again have done their job and done it well. Their job of protecting the lives and property of you, the American people.
Now let's quickly review the 3 freedoms you can assure for yourself with an equitable, independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries after your 60th birthday. Real financial independence.
Second, freedom to live where you choose.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
That's the good life you can look forward to with an independent 60s plan.
Don't say you can't afford it until you've talked to your Equitable Society representative.
All right, care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A story of the FBI's relentless efforts to prove a man's innocence. Its subject, extortion. Its title, The Campus Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were B. Benaderet, Herb Butterfield, Walter Catlett, Herb Rawlinson, Gil Stratton, and Paul Theodore. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Campus Shakedown on This Is Your FBI. The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, fun for the whole family, follow immediately over most of these ABC stations. Stay tuned.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. For their future security, 4.25 million Americans are united in the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Among these members, a large number look forward to the special security provided by an Equitable Independent 60s plan.
Independent 60s? What sort of a plan is that?
It's an Equitable Society plan for self-reliant people who wish to enjoy financial independence on reaching the age of 60. Does that describe you? Then you'll want to listen carefully in about 14 minutes when I give full details on the Independent 60s plan, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Campus Shakedown.
Psychiatrically speaking, most crimes, like murder, arson, and hijacking, feed on the ego of the criminal. That ego tells the ordinary lawbreaker that while the overwhelming percentage of criminals is caught, he is shrewd enough to escape such fate. However, one crime feeds on the ego of the victim and on that victim's sense of pride. That crime is extortion. Fear of exposure and the consequences of such public knowledge are enough to force many people now paying extortion money to remain quiet. For one thing, they are more comfortable, since the knowledge that forms the basis for the extortion is not widespread. For another thing, the victim usually fails to press any charges after having made his payment, which allows the criminal to remain in charge of the situation, and also for him to remain in business. It is manifestly impossible, because of those and other reasons, for the Federal Bureau of Investigation to report any official total of the monies collected in the past year by those who practice this ancient crime. However, it would be safe to assume that the American people pay extortioners millions of dollars annually. Those millions of dollars are only a small part, of our bill for crime. The bill which, in this past year, exceeded the total sum spent throughout the nation on education. Tonight's file opens on a baseball diamond located in a large Midwestern city. The State University squad is practicing, and in one corner of the field, a young pitcher waits for someone to catch his warm-up throws. As he joggles the ball in his glove, a man approaches.
Hello?
Hey, Chuck, you gonna catch me? Be right there, Tony. Okay.
For a college boy, you're not very polite.
What? Oh, you talking to me?
Hey, you're Tommy Fenton, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm kind of surprised you can catch a ball today.
Huh?
I didn't think you'd be able to stand the noise when it hits the glove.
What are you talking about?
Well, you should have a world's champion hangover.
How do you know?
I got a look at you last night. Brother, that car of yours was really weaving up Oak Lane Drive. I saw you just before it happened.
Just before what happened?
Are you kidding? You mean you don't remember hitting that old lady and driving off without stopping?
What?
Well, your license plate is 86W349, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, didn't you notice your headlight was broken this morning? You see the dent in the front fender? Here. Hey, take a look at the front page of the afternoon paper. See? Look. Police searching for hit-and-run driver. That's you.
Okay, Tommy, let's get warmed up.
Well, go ahead, kid. Play ball.
But if the police...
Nah, nobody knows you did it except me. Go ahead. Start warming up. I'll see you around.
And there is one point on which my worthy opponents can find no rebuttal, for there is none. The atomic bomb, which was dropped on Hiroshima...
Who are you talking to, eh?
Myself.
Huh?
I'm practicing for the debate.
Oh. Tell me, what happened last night?
I'd say mainly we got drunk.
I drew a big blank. Can you fill me in on what we did?
I'll try.
I know we started here. We finished your bottle of rye.
That's right.
And we went out to eat.
Yeah, but we never got around to that.
How come?
Well, the drive-in was closing when we got there. We picked up a car hop. Her name was Betty. And she got a friend for me.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember going to Joe's Roadhouse to dance?
No.
When we got there, you wouldn't get up from the table. You just kept asking the waiter to bring 3 drinks at a time.
Oh.
Then all of a sudden, you told me you were taking Betty home.
I walked out on you?
Uh-huh. I asked you not to drive, but you said you were all right. Now, you fill me in.
On what?
On what happened after that. I saw your car today.
Well, what about it?
You tried to climb a tree with it?
I'll see you later, Eric.
Where are you going?
Out to the drive-in, see that girl?
Take it easy. Oh, it's you.
Hello, Betty.
You got your nerve.
What?
Coming around after last night.
Well, what did I do?
I'm too busy to play games.
Well, I don't remember, honest.
I've waited on bums with better manners than you had.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you came to make another date, the answer is no.
No, I just want to ask you about last night. Where did we go when we left Joe's Roadhouse?
You took me home.
Straight home?
Sure.
Well, where do you live?
On 2nd Avenue. Don't you even remember that?
No.
You said you wanted to go for a ride alone out on Oak Lane Drive.
I did?
Yeah. At first you wanted me to go with you. I wouldn't, so you said you were going anyway. Then you dropped me at my house and didn't even say goodnight. Right with you. I got another customer. I'll be seeing you.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk when policeman Larry Norwood approaches.
Hiya, Jim.
Oh, hello, Larry. Hey, I hear you made inspector.
That's right, last week.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
That envelope for me?
Uh-huh. I was in to see your agent in charge, and he said to give it to you.
No, what's in it?
A couple of pieces of glass and a few specks of paint.
Where from?
Well, the paint is from the clothes of a hit-and-run victim. We found the glass at the scene of the accident.
I see.
The old lady who was hit is still alive, but she's in shock, and a doctor won't allow any questioning yet.
Uh-huh.
Jim, if you could send those to the lab and get us a quick report.
I'll get it off today, Larry.
Oh, thanks.
I should have a report tomorrow afternoon. I'll call you as soon as it comes in.
Okay.
Gardner has trouble going to his right, but get away from his glove hand.
Yes, sir.
And when you finish, go in for your shower.
All right, sir.
Hello, Fenton.
Huh? Oh, it's you.
I stuck around yesterday and watched you warm up. You got pretty good control for a left-hander.
What do you want?
Got some bad news for you.
About what?
That accident we talked about. I called the hospital, but old lady's in rough shape.
I know that.
Well, how?
I called this morning.
You didn't give me a name, did you?
No.
You know, it'll be tough with a kid like you. Especially if she dies. You know, drunk driving and killing somebody. Well, I gotta give you 10 years anyway.
You come out here to tell me that?
No. Just want to remind you of something.
What's that?
I'm the only one who knows who did it.
Well, you won't be.
What do you mean?
Made up my mind. I'm going to the police tonight.
Oh? You want to pitch for the school or for a prison team?
I don't care.
Well, how about your old man?
Huh?
I did a little checking. They tell me he's running for judge up where you live.
What about it?
Well, just maybe a lot of people ain't going to vote for somebody whose kid goes around drunk, running over old ladies. Oh, look, kid, nobody else saw you do it. You keep your mouth shut, there's no way in the world for the cops to find out unless I tell them. And I wouldn't do that. Especially if you want to keep me quiet.
Any reports from your lab, Jim?
Yeah, Larry, it just came in. I was about to call your office and read it to you. That car you're looking for is a 1947 Buick convertible. It's painted blue, but that's a repaint job.
I see.
The original color of the car was black.
Thanks, but I'm afraid I've still got quite a job on my hands.
Oh? No other leads?
No, not a thing. I had the papers play up the accident, hoping some witness might call in. You see, there's not much traffic on Oak Lane Drive.
Pardon me, Larry.
Sure, Jim.
Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, he is. Just a minute. Larry, for you.
Thanks, Jim. Hello? Yes, Ralph. Oh, good. Good. Huh? She does? Uh-huh. Yeah, that'll help. Yeah. Thanks, Ralph. Bye. That was one of the men on my squad, Jim. He just questioned the old lady who was hit by the car.
Sounded like he got some information.
He did. She saw a sticker from State University on the back window of the car.
Oh?
And the last 3 digits of the license number were 383.
That fits the description of the car that was used in that bank robbery last week. It might add up, Larry. Let's get to work.
Sorry, mister. We're all closed for the... Oh. Hi, Eddie.
Get the uniform off, Betty. We're going out tonight.
Where'd you get the car?
I rented it.
You got a new suit.
Like it?
What happened? You got lucky with the horses?
No. With the kid.
What kid?
The college boy.
What'd you do? Roll him?
Mm-mm. Better than that. I nosed around, found out who his old man is. He's got nothing but money.
So?
So I told the kid I wanted $2,000 to keep quiet about the accident.
And he came up with it?
Oh, not the whole thing. He had $70 left in this month's allowance. I took that as a down payment.
When'd you get the rest?
Tomorrow. Gonna sell his car and hock his jewelry.
Don't I get anything out of it?
Sure, baby, sure. I took your watch in to be fixed, but the guy said it was a goner, so I bought you a new one. Here.
Thanks, but
And I'll give you half of whatever we get.
$1,000?
More than that, baby.
But you just said you asked him for 2. Half of 2 is 1.
I asked him for $2,000 tomorrow. But that's nothing, honey. That's only the first installment.
Hey.
Now you willing to admit I was right?
About what?
About it being the luckiest thing that ever happened. You running over that old lady.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now I'd like to introduce an Equitable Society member who just passed his 60th milestone. Back in 1929, Mr. Charles Wagner started an Equitable Independent 60s plan. This year, he turned over his little business to his 2 sons and settled down to enjoy the 3 freedoms that go with an Equitable Independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries, financial independence.
Mr. Keating, it's a big kick for me when I get that check every month from the Equitable Society, and they'll keep coming as long as I live.
Second, with an Independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you choose.
We've bought us a little ranch in West Texas, and we're really living.
Third, Independent 60s means that you're free to do the things you've always wanted to do.
Never had much chance for hunting and fishing during my working years, but I'm sure catching up now.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Wagner. Why is it more people don't start Equitable Independent 60s plans?
Well, I figure a lot of folks are like I used to be. They think you have to be a rich man to afford a plan like that.
Well, how did you learn the truth?
From my Equitable Society representative.
It's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards independent 60s because of Social Security and life insurance already owned. Often only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not profit by Mr. Wagner's example? Phone your Equitable Society representative without delay, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Campus Shakedown.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation does not choose the cases from its files, which are dramatized for you each week in any haphazard fashion. Each is chosen to serve a purpose, to help you in your fight against the army of American criminals. For while the men who comprise your local police and other law enforcement agencies stand as your first line of defense, this, in the last analysis, is your fight. The lessons to be learned from this evening's program are twofold, and both are equally important. The first is that this vicious crime, which finds a young college boy as the victim, need not necessarily have struck where it did. Had circumstances been different, the victim would have been someone else, for this can happen to anyone, even you. No one, whatever his location, his profession, or his temperament, is ever far removed from crime. The second point of instruction for you, the decent citizen, is equally simple. If you are currently paying an extortioner, stop immediately. If you are contemplating such payments, don't make them. Should you have any friends or relatives in either of those positions, tell them those things. For, as you have just heard, extortion is not erased by one payment, nor by any set number. It goes on so long as the victim can stand further financial bleeding. For example, one victim was known to have made regular payments to an extortioner over a period of 23 years. Before you or anyone you know becomes involved in any such position, do one thing and do it now. Go to your phone and call your local police. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office the following day.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Larry.
That's all right, Jim.
I've just been over to the university again.
Find anything that looked like the car?
No, but the dean's office is getting up a list of all students owning 1947 Buicks.
Well, I've had our precinct captains alert all garages and repair stations to be on the lookout in case he tries to get the car fixed.
Good.
We've also requested all used car dealers to notify us if any student comes in to sell a car like that.
You know, of course, there's the possibility that it may not have been a student's car at all.
Oh, but the old lady was sure she saw the sticker.
Well, I sell quite a few of those during the football season to people here in town who root for the team.
That's true.
Say, can we interview the victim yet?
I told a doctor one of us would come by this afternoon.
And?
He said he didn't want to question more than once a day until...
Oh, excuse me. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, he's here. What? Sure, go ahead. They did when? Where is he now? Yeah. Right away. Headquarters, Larry. They said to give you a message.
Oh?
A young man named Fenton tried to sell a blue 1947 Buick convertible a little while ago at a used car lot over on the west side.
Did they get our warning in time?
Yeah, they detained him until the police arrived and arrested him.
Good. Where is he?
The city jail. Oh, a man who was with young Fenton ran as he saw the police approaching. Larry, will you cover the hospital? I'll go down and get his story. He might tie into that bank robbery.
Who's there?
Me, Eddie.
Oh, wait a minute.
Where's Clara?
She got a job working days.
She out?
Yeah.
Good, I gotta talk to you.
You got the money?
No.
Why not?
There's trouble. Kid's been arrested.
Huh?
We went to sell his car. They were waiting for us. I ran.
Do you think he'll talk?
He might.
Oh, Eddie.
He can't prove anything on me.
Well, how about me?
You're in the clear.
But I...
Just sit tight, baby. There ain't nobody gonna find out that you were driving that car.
Tom Fenton?
That's right.
Special Agent Taylor, FBI. Here are my credentials.
I'll tell you everything I know, Mr. Taylor.
Good. Well, the first thing is, are you guilty?
Yes, sir.
Fenton, I can understand your having the accident, but what made you keep going?
I can't explain it. I was very drunk.
Well, this happened a couple of nights ago. Why didn't you report the accident after you sobered up?
Well, I thought it might hurt my father. He's running for judge back home, and this kind of publicity...
Won't get him many votes. Is that what you mean?
Well, it's not just the election. He was kind of proud of me.
You think that's reason enough?
No, sir.
Were you alone when the accident happened?
Well, I don't know. I understand I was.
Oh, from whom?
A girl named Betty who works at the drive-in on Route 91. I was out with her that night. She said I took her home and left her to go for a ride alone on Oak Lane Drive. Maybe I did.
But you don't remember?
No, sir. I don't remember anything about it.
Well, I'm afraid that won't be much help to you in court.
I know.
Fenton, I came here to question you about another crime as well.
Another crime?
Yeah, bank robbery.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I've confessed to the only crime I've committed.
Oh, I'm aware of that now. Fortunately, you don't fit the suspect's description.
Oh.
Fenton, I don't like to moralize, but I guess you can see now what a chain of trouble you brought on yourself.
I was in even deeper than you know, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, what do you mean?
A man saw the accident, looked me up the next day, and he wrote me a letter, threatened me, asked me for $2,000.
No, who was this man?
I don't know his name.
Did you give him the money?
No, sir. That's why I was trying to sell the car so I could pay him.
Oh, then he's the man who ran away from the used car lot when the police arrived.
Yes, sir.
Would you know him if you saw him again?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, then I'll arrange for you to visit the police gallery. See if you can pick out his picture. I'd like to talk to him, too. Larry, where's young Fenton's car?
Back in the garage, Jim. Come on.
Right.
What did you get from Fenton?
Well, he confessed to the hit and run, but the bank robbery angle fell through. Oh, he told me about a witness to the accident.
Oh, I didn't think there was any.
According to Fenton, this man tried to shake him down for $2,000.
Did he tell you who it was?
He didn't know the name, but he identified a picture in your files.
Uh-huh. Which one?
Eddie Minden.
Don't think I've run into him.
Well, he's strict...
Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, thanks. Minden's strictly petty larceny, stealing from parked cars, things like that.
You think Fenton is making this up?
Well, he says Minden wrote him a letter saying if he didn't pay, there wouldn't be enough left of him for the cops to find. Sending that letter through the mails gives us jurisdiction.
Did you see the note?
Young Fenton says he misplaced it, but he thinks he can find it.
Oh, here's the card, Jim.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Broken headlight, and I guess this dent in the fender's from the accident.
Yeah, probably. It looks fresh.
I think I'll get in and examine that front seat.
Okay.
Oh, Fenton told me he was out with a girl named Betty the night of the accident.
Didn't the first report say he was alone?
Yeah. But the girl told him that he dropped her at her home, then went for a ride by himself.
Have you spoken to her?
No, but I did learn of an interesting coincidence.
Yeah? What's that?
She works at a drive-in out on Route 91. Her boyfriend is Eddie Minden.
That is interesting. What do you got there, Jim?
A couple of pieces of glass I found embedded in the upholstery on this front door. Look like they could be parts of a watch crystal.
Probably broke when he hit the old lady.
Oh, I'm not so sure. Come on, Larry. Let's go back upstairs and talk to young Fenton.
Oh, hi, Eddie.
Hi, baby.
You hear anything about the kid?
Uh-huh. Confessed to everything.
Oh, swell. I'll tell you one thing. This washes me up with them college kids. I had enough the
Wait a
first
minute.
time. Huh?
Look what just drove in.
Where?
Right next to it.
Oh.
Hello, Betty.
Oh. Hello, Tommy.
Well, I see you two know each other.
I just come in for sandwiches, taking my order. How come you're out?
Yeah, I heard you confess.
I did. But they didn't believe me. They don't think I did it.
Huh?
Seems they found out who was really driving my car when the old lady was hit.
You did?
Who was it?
Betty,
They're crazy.
you want these back?
What?
These pieces of broken glass? They're from the watch crystals you broke when you hit the old lady.
Eddie.
A man from the FBI checked at jewelry stores and learned that your friend here brought your watch in to be fixed.
Eddie, how'd he find out?
Shut up, you dope.
Hold it, David. Hold it or I'll fire. Now get out of there.
This is the FBI man I told you about.
Now, you and the girl get in Tommy's car. We're going to headquarters.
Eddie Minden and Betty Gilbert were convicted of violating the Federal Extortion Act and sentenced to 10 and 5-year terms, respectively. Several things caused Special Agent Taylor to doubt that Tommy Fenton had been driving the car at the time of the accident. The first was the fact that Fenton was left-handed, and in common with a great many left-handed people, he wore his watch on his right wrist. Since the broken pieces of crystal were embedded in the door to the left of the driver, they had to have come from someone else's watch. A visit to various watch repair shops produced a jeweler who recognized Eddie Minden's picture. He also remembered that Minden had brought in a lady's watch which had been smashed at exactly 2 o'clock, the time of the accident. However, Agent Taylor realized that the evidence against Minden and the girl at that point was purely circumstantial, was the type on which some juries failed to convict, for it was not until later that Minden's threatening letter was found. He therefore decided to have Tommy Fenton confront the pair with that evidence, a plan which, as you have seen, resulted in the girl's blurted confession, in the arrest and conviction of 2 more criminals, and, what is even more important, which also maintained the freedom of an innocent person.
Now let's quickly review the 3 freedoms you can assure for yourself with an Equitable Independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries after your 60th birthday. Real financial independence.
Second, freedom to live where you choose.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
That's the good life you can look forward to with an Independent 60s plan.
Don't say you can't afford it until you've talked to your Equitable Society representative.
All right, care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A dramatic account of an agent who brought a dead man back to life. It's titled, The Mercy Manhunt.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Tom Brown, Georgia Ellis, Terry Kilburn, and Theodore Von Eltz. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Mercy Manhunt on This Is Your FBI. The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, fun for the whole family, follow immediately over most of these ABC stations. Stay tuned. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is the 5th anniversary of This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. 5 years ago, during the first broadcast of this program, it was our privilege to present 2 distinguished Americans, Mr. Thomas I. Parkinson, President of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, and the Honorable J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Tonight, 5 years later, we are again privileged to bring you these same two gentlemen. Mr. Hoover will speak to you in person later in the program. Now, we are pleased to present Mr. Thomas I. Parkinson. Mr. Parkinson.
5 years ago, we of the Equitable Life Assurance Society undertook the sponsorship of This Is Your FBI. We did so because we saw in this program a unique opportunity to render a public service, an opportunity to bring to the American public a deeper understanding and a better appreciation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and its important role in safeguarding the lives and property of American citizens from crime, violence, and conspiracy. It is particularly fitting for the Equitable Society to sponsor such a program because the protection of American homes and American families is our business too. For 91 years we have been promoting security, preserving homes for widows and children, educating youth, providing comfort for elderly men and women, and peace of mind for the millions of people who have joined the Equitable Society. At the same time, life insurance dollars represent another force for good in the economic life of our country. Our investment funds, while earning interest for the members of the society, build railroads and factories, finance homes, participate in a score of industries, help maintain millions of people on payrolls, contributing materially to the highest living standards known to mankind.
Tonight's FBI file, The Mercy Manhunt.
This is Holy Week, and in many different parts of the world, pious people of all religions have one common dream, one common hope for the future. Their prayers go forth and ask that in some way, man may discover a piece of knowledge that has eluded him for all his thousands of years on Earth. For knowledge which no civilization in all history has ever possessed. The wisdom to be able to preserve peace on Earth, goodwill toward man. The case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation chosen for dramatization tonight does not concern a kidnapping, a predatory scheme of extortion, or even the story of a whimsical swindle, though each of those is available for the telling, since Holy Week to the criminals of the nation is merely another 7-day period in which to pillage and plunder. Instead, we have selected what in the parlance of the newspaper business is called a human interest story. A story involving, in the words of the title, a Mercy Manhunt. Tonight's file opens at a railroad station in a small western town. FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor stands talking to the station master as a freight train slowly approaches.
This is your train, Taylor.
You know where my car will be?
Toward the back.
Huh? Might as well walk down there, huh?
Okay. What's this all about?
Well, there's been a series of thefts in the last couple of weeks at the freight yard in the city. 2 nights ago, the thieves broke open the seal on a car carrying an interstate shipment. That's what got us into the case.
You got any idea who's been doing it?
No. We raised a couple of single fingerprints in the last boxcar, but they won't help us till we get us a suspect.
Uh-huh.
This car that I'm picking up here will be left on a spur at the open end of the freight yard. Some other agents are moving in, and they'll be in different parts of the yard. We'll keep in contact by our walkie-talkies.
Well, this is your car, Taylor, and there's the engineer's lantern. You'd better hop aboard.
Okay.
Want a lift?
No, thanks. There we are. Just in time. Bye, Fred.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Carroll to Taylor.
Yeah, Bill?
Anything stirring at your end?
No.
Quiet over here, too.
Bill.
You see something?
Yeah.
What?
2 men.
Where?
You can't see them from where you are. They just climbed out from under the car next to me.
What did they look like?
I won't have time to describe them, Bill. They're coming toward this car.
I'll call the others, Jim. We'll get there as soon as we can.
Looks empty, Leo. Let's take a look. Give me a hand. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Get the flashlight?
You won't need one, huh? You're both under arrest.
The following morning, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Taylor knocks on the door of Agent in Charge Milburn's office.
Oh, hello, Taylor.
Mr. Milburn?
I see that Trojan horse out there wound.
Yes, sir.
Have you interviewed the prisoners yet?
Last night, sir, but I did all the talking. The only thing they'd admit was that their names are John Davenport and Leo Braddock.
Are they the ones we've been looking for?
Yes, sir. Those single prints we got turned out to be the thumb and forefinger of Braddock.
Hmm. Have you sent complete sets of prints of both men to Washington?
As soon as we took them, sir. I've also got plenty of other evidence.
What kind?
Well, I found a key in Braddock's pocket that had a number stamped into it. I called the lock manufacturers and traced the thing to a garage on Madison Street.
Oh.
The place contained 5 crates of cameras, 3 crates of portable typewriters, and other assorted loot.
Taylor, it might be a good idea to check and see if either of those men has a local record.
Oh, all right, sir.
And we could clean up more than just the freight yard robberies with this.
Are you Mr. Taylor?
That's right, ma'am.
I'm Mrs. Davenport. John Davenport's mother.
Davenport? Oh, one of the men we arrested last night.
Yes. I went over to the jail. They showed me the prisoner who calls himself John Davenport. But he's not my son.
No. Well, possibly it's someone with the same name.
But it said in this morning's paper that you arrested John L. Davenport, Jr. of 92 Ross Street. That's my address.
What does your son look like?
I have his picture in my purse. Just a minute. Here you are.
Thank you. Yes, you're quite right. This isn't the man I arrested last night.
Where did you get that address?
From identification in his pocket. Why?
Well, you see, I've been led to believe John was dead.
Oh.
Then I saw the story in this morning's paper. I knew it couldn't be him, but, well, I had to make sure.
What happened to your son?
He was in a train wreck last month at Westfield.
Oh.
The car he was in turned over and burned. I was called to come and look at some bodies. I went out there. A man showed me some they couldn't identify. He asked me if one of them was John, and I couldn't tell, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, of course.
They did find his watch and a ring I gave him for his 23rd birthday.
Oh? Where were they?
In the wreckage.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've got to go over to the jail in a few minutes. I'll tell you what, Mrs. Davenport. I'll try to find out how that prisoner got hold of your son's identification papers.
Came to ask questions, Copper. You're wasting your time.
No, we've got all the evidence we can use. We found that garage where you and Braddock stored your loot.
What'd you come down here for?
Well, just before I left the office, I got a report back from Washington on your fingerprints.
What about him?
Your name isn't John L. Davenport, Jr. It's George Ludlow.
So?
So where did you get those identification papers that you showed us last night?
I want him in a crap game.
Look, those papers belong to the son of a woman who came to my office today. He was in a train wreck. She doesn't know whether he's dead or alive, and I'd like to help her find out. Do you want to tell me where you got them or not?
What's in it for me?
Nothing at all. I'm just giving you a chance to do something decent. Now, come on, what can you tell me?
Well, I was riding the rods last month. We got close to a town named Westfield, and the train I'm on hits another one coming the other way.
Yeah, go on.
I'm lucky I get thrown clear without a scratch. And I see a guy's laying next to me. He was a regular passenger.
Mm-hmm.
I reached into his kick, take out his wallet, and put mine in his pocket.
Was he alive?
I ain't no doctor. All I know is he was laying there.
Was he burned?
No.
Cut up?
No.
And all you took was his wallet?
That's all I wound up with.
What?
I took his watch off him and the ring he was wearing, but I dropped him and blew.
Oh, why?
I heard somebody coming.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
No, nothing right now. If I need anything, I'll know where to find you.
Just a minute. Yes?
Good morning, Mrs. Davenport.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Taylor. Please come in.
Thank you. I've got some information about your son.
Yes, what is it?
Well, I took a trip to Westfield yesterday. I went to the hospital where the injured passengers were treated.
Oh, I saw the list of people they took to the hospital. It didn't have his name on it.
Oh, yes, I know. But I found a card of admittance in their records under the name of George Ludlow.
Who?
George Ludlow. That's the correct name of that prisoner that you saw.
Oh?
You see, this Ludlow was on the same train with John, and after the accident, he changed wallets with him.
He changed what?
Yes. Now, here's my theory. If a survivor identified as George Ludlow is brought into the hospital, then I believe there's a very good chance that your son is still alive.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now I'd like to introduce one of the youngest-looking men of 60 I've ever seen.
Well, that's a mighty nice compliment, Mr. Keating.
Mr. Thomas, I understand that about 20 years ago you started an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Today that plan is paid up, and you've quit work to enjoy the 3 freedoms that go with such a plan.
That's correct.
First, freedom from money worries and job worries. Financial independence.
Every month, sure as shooting, there's a check from the Equitable Society in my mailbox. You can bet your boots I'll never have to ask anybody to help support me.
Second, with the Equitable Independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you choose.
Well, my wife inherited a little place in the grand old state of Missouri. That's where we're settled down.
Third, you have freedom to do all the things you've always wanted to do.
I'm one of those golf maniacs, Mr. Keating. Right now, I'm making up for all the golf I missed when I was chained to my disc. So, all in all, I counted a lucky day when I discovered that I could afford an Equitable Independent 60s plan.
It's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards Independent 60s because of Social Security and life insurance already owned. Often only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not take a leaf from Bill Thomas's book? Why not phone your Equitable Society representative without delay? Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Mercy Manhunt.
Tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation makes an obvious point, but one which is often either forgotten or overlooked. The profession of law enforcement has many facets. It entails more than tracking down a wanted criminal or laying traps such as the one you witnessed earlier this evening. They are all part and parcel of the job of being a law enforcement officer. But the other side of the profession, the side the general public rarely sees or hears about, is what keeps so many men at their jobs, while by and large they are being underpaid and overworked. What keeps those men on their jobs, despite outside offers of greater salary, is perhaps best exemplified by the assignment Special Agent Taylor has taken upon himself. An assignment to find a woman's missing son on his own time and at his own expense. If this were the only such case in the Bureau's files, it would not have been chosen for dramatization tonight. The fact is that the files not only of your FBI, but of local police in almost every city are replete with similar instances. Instances where these men have proven they are not only conscientious defenders of the public welfare, but instinctively and basically they are something it is even more important to be. They are decent human beings who know that each man on earth is irrevocably his brother's keeper. Tonight's file continues later that day at the local FBI field office. Special Agent Taylor approaches the desk of Agent in Charge Milburn.
Can you spare a few minutes, Mr. Milburn?
Certainly. What's on your mind, Taylor?
Do you remember my telling you about a Mrs. Davenport?
The woman whose son was in the train wreck?
That's right, sir. I did some work yesterday trying to locate him.
Yes, I just read the report of your interview with Ludlow.
Oh, then you know about the wallets being switched.
Yes.
Well, I found a record of a George Ludlow having been admitted to the Westfield Hospital on the day of the train wreck, but nothing on him leaving the place.
Well, you know, of course, that we have no jurisdiction in the case.
Oh, I realize that, sir. But I'd like to see if I can make some more progress.
It'll take time.
Well, I have 3 days leave coming, sir, and I thought, well, if you could spare me.
You want to go back to Westfield?
Yes, sir. I'm sure the patient who was entered under the name of George Ludlow was really John Davenport.
I see.
I tried to locate the nurse who took care of him, but no duty records were kept on the night of the accident.
How many nurses were there?
Oh, quite a few of them, sir, and mostly volunteer help. It would mean interviewing all of them, but, well, I'd like to try.
All right. Tell Henderson you're taking 3 days leave with my permission.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, young man.
Are you Mrs. Cortland?
That's right.
My name is Taylor. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Well.
Mrs. Cortland, I'm looking for a man who was in the train wreck last month.
Oh.
I understand that you helped out at the hospital that week?
Yes, everybody did.
Yes, I'm finding that out. Tell me, Mrs. Cortland, do you remember any of the patients?
Not very well. There were so many.
Well, I have a picture here. Maybe this will help.
Yes. Yes, I do remember this man.
Are you sure?
Oh, positive. You see, a few hours after the accident, he got out of bed and asked for permission to leave.
Oh?
Well, he had no visible wounds, and we needed his bed so badly, so I said it was all right.
Well, then he had recovered.
Oh, now I don't know.
Well, Mrs. Cortland, can you give me any idea at all where he went after leaving the hospital?
Oh, no, I haven't the faintest notion.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I do wish I could be of more help.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Cortland. I gave myself 3 days to find this man, and I've still got 2 of them left.
Milburn speaking.
Jim Taylor, Mr. Milburn. I thought you might be interested in a progress report.
Have you located Davenport?
No, not yet, sir, but I am making some headway. I found the nurse who helped take care of him after the accident.
Good.
She said Davenport left the hospital under his own power.
Well, where'd you go from there?
Well, the nurse didn't know, so I asked the Westfield newspaper to run his picture on the front page this morning.
Oh, did you get any results?
Yeah, a bus driver called in. Said he picked up Davenport in front of the hospital. He remembered him because his clothes were all torn. He looked like a survivor of the wreck.
Oh, I see. Well, where'd he ride to?
End of the line. The driver said Davenport wouldn't have gotten off there if he hadn't gone through and cleared out the bus.
Did he mention where he was headed?
No, sir, he didn't. Mr. Milburn, from the little I know about it, my guess is Davenport has got amnesia.
It sure sounds like it.
There's nothing at the end of the bus line but farmhouses, but I'm going to go down there and see if I can pick up his trail. Mrs. Pittman?
That's right.
Do you ever remember seeing this man?
Well, yes, that's a good picture of him.
Could you tell me where he is now?
Is he in trouble?
No, ma'am. He's missing, and we'd like to find him.
Well, he stopped at the farm about a month ago, and we gave him a meal.
Do you know where he went from here?
My husband sent him someplace to get word.
Oh, where's that?
Over to Colfax to join the berry pickers.
Yes, sir. I'm foreman of this gang.
I'd like to find out if you've got this man working for you. You recognize him?
Mm-hmm.
Is he here?
Nope, he left off picking 2 weeks ago.
Oh, do you know where he went?
Mm-hmm. To Centerville to pick apples.
Oh, thanks very much.
Yes, he was here. Calls himself Jones.
You know where he is now, Mr. Green?
No, he quit here because of bad headaches.
Oh?
There was a man in town recruiting labor to help build the new highway up the ridge. But Jones didn't go with him.
Are you sure?
Stands to reason. If he was too sick to pick apples.
Well, thanks, Mr. Green. I'll go up there and take a look anyway. Said I could find the foreman up here.
You're talking to him.
Oh? Can you spare me a minute?
Not much more.
Well, I'm from the FBI. Here are my credentials.
What can I do for you?
Will you take a look at this picture, please?
I suppose annoying?
Don't you?
No.
Have you hired anybody in the last couple of days?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. One yesterday and two the day before.
Uh-huh. And none of them look like the picture.
Well, two of them don't. One wears a beard. I don't know what he'd look like without it.
Oh? Where is he?
See the guy cutting open the bags of cement?
Near the mixer?
Yep.
Thanks. I think I'll go over and talk to him.
All right, go ahead.
Hello?
Hello?
You're John Davenport, aren't you?
No. I'm Charlie Jones.
Oh, I think you're mistaken.
What?
Come on, John. We can talk about it on the way home.
I got here as soon as I could, Mr. Midland.
You're in time, Miss Davenport.
When do you expect me?
Very soon.
Did Mr. Taylor say how John is?
Well, I didn't want to tell you on the phone. Seems he's suffering from amnesia.
Oh?
I don't know whether you're familiar with amnesia or not, but...
I know a little about it.
Well, then you're aware that he'll undoubtedly require medical attention.
Oh, yes.
Oh, hello, Mr. Davenport. Hello, sir.
Taylor?
John's here?
Yes, ma'am. But before you see him, there's something you should know.
What?
All the way down here on the train, I tried to get through to him. Nothing helped, ma'am. He doesn't remember anything or anybody.
I'm just grateful that you brought him here. Where is he, Mr. Taylor?
He's in that room. Good luck, Mrs. Davenport.
Thank you. John. Do you know me?
Know you?
It's Mother.
Mother? Mother? Oh, Mother.
Leo Braddock and George Ludlow were tried and convicted in federal court on a charge of violating the theft from interstate shipment statute, and each sentenced to a 5-year term. And now, speaking to you from FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., we bring you the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Mr. J. Edgar Hoover. Mr. Hoover.
Tonight's program on This Is Your FBI marks the beginning of its 6th year on the air. We were a nation at war when this program was born. The stress and strain of combat caused gigantic dislocations in our society. It was disheartening to note the steady rise in crime and to see thousands of our boys and girls engulfed in a criminal horde. We were a busy nation at that time, and adult America showed little or no concern about crime. We in law enforcement, however, recognized the gravity of the situation. We hoped that the crime condition would be temporary, but we were eager to take positive action to attempt to awaken Americans to this situation, to crush indifference in the adult mind, and to sound the call to action. That is why the FBI has been proud to cooperate with the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States under the able leadership of Mr. Thomas I. Parkinson, which undertook the sponsorship of this program as a real public service, and with Jerry Devine, its producer. The presentation, This Is Your FBI, has played a tremendous role in this vital educational effort. It has from week to week illustrated the responsibility and duty of law enforcement in protecting society. It has pointed out how citizens can best cooperate with law enforcement. It has shown the need for crime prevention methods, and it has highlighted the problem of juvenile delinquency. This program has done much to portray lawlessness in its proper light. It has effectively taught how citizens can protect themselves from criminal elements. The job, however, is by no means finished. During the year 1949, a major crime was committed every 18 seconds. More persons aged 21 years were arrested last year than in any other age group. This is not a time for wishful thinking. It is a time for vigilance, for action. The battle against crime will be won or lost through the interests and actions of the mothers, fathers, and the adults of the nation. Crime challenges the parents to prepare their children to be the heirs apparent of the future. It calls upon education to instill a deep respect for American institutions. It cries out to our churches to prevent corruption and decay by emphasizing fundamental principles of morality and decency. It challenges every community in the nation to take positive action to eradicate focal points of lawlessness. The ability of the community in which you live to meet the problems of crime depends upon you. Your homes, your churches, your schools, your civic organizations, and your law enforcement agencies can only be as good as you make them. You alone can help win or lose the battle against crime. Take inventory now and make the crime problem your fight.
Next week, we will bring you another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, a factual recount of the workings of an elusive criminal. Its subject, jewel theft. Its title, The Perilous Secret.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Eleanor Audley, Ed East, Herb Ellis, Tony Hughes, Bill Johnstone, Ted Reed, and Peggy Weber. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Perilous Secret on This Is Your FBI. The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, fun for the whole family, follows immediately over most of these ABC stations. Stay tuned.
Whenever there's a question of safety, remember, always play it safe. Don't take chances with America's #1 accident killer, home accidents. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Today, the Equitable Life Assurance Society numbers 4.25 million members. Of these, many thousands are men and women who have seen the wisdom of an equitable Independent 60s plan.
What do you mean by Independent 60s?
Independent 60s means financial independence after your 60th birthday. Freedom from money worries, freedom from job worries. Does that appeal to you? then you'll want to listen carefully in about 14 minutes when I give full details on the Independent 60s plan, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Perilous Secret.
Unless you, someone in your family, or one of your close friends is engaged in the profession of law enforcement, it is very doubtful that you're entirely aware of the daily, constant presence of crime. The Federal Bureau of Investigation makes that statement with the full knowledge that this official broadcast from its files is heard in many remote hamlets as well as in larger cities. Wherever you may find yourself at the moment, crime is somewhere near. You need no more proof than the fact that 1 out of every 19 people in this country have fingerprint arrest records. Do you know more than 19 people? If you do, it is possible that at least one of them has such a record at FBI headquarters in Washington. That figure holds true not alone for the slum sections of large metropolitan centers, but for every part of the nation. People are arrested in hovels and in mansions, in bleak corners of the desert, and outside the general stores in small towns. They are, in short, arrested everywhere, because crime is everywhere. Criminals have infested the land until they are as much a part of the current scene as the horizon. Take tomorrow morning's edition of your newspaper. Note every story that refers in any way to crime or to criminal operations, and you will discover, possibly with something of a shock, how active America's criminals are, and how they affect everyone. Everyone, including you. Tonight's file opens in a cheap furnished room located in the downtown district of a large Midwestern city. It is early Sunday morning, but the shade is drawn and no sunlight filters through the single grimy window. A lean, sallow-complexioned man tosses restlessly in bed as someone knocks on the door.
Oh, go away.
Open up, Charlie.
Come back later.
Ben Evans.
Oh, just a minute. Oh. What's with coming here in the middle of the night?
It's 10 in the morning, Charlie.
Oh, well, I didn't get any sleep. Them pickpockets in the next room at a party last night. Was broke up.
You working?
About an hour ago. I say.
You working?
Yeah. I can't get lucky, Ben. Last night I made a drunk, tailed him, rolled him, and wind up with 23 clams.
Like to do a job for me?
How much?
$500.
Oh, what's the deal?
Ever heard of Al Craig?
Yeah, what about it?
He called me last week from out of town. Wanted to sell me $30,000 worth of diamonds.
Yeah?
Yesterday, he was on his way to my apartment to deliver them. He came in the building, thought he was being followed. So instead of using the elevator, he took the stairs.
A cop tailing him?
Yes, right behind him. He got nervous and dropped the jewelry into the incinerator chute.
The whole thing?
Mm-hmm. In a velvet bag. Then he kept going, and the cop caught him on the roof.
Tough break. But what has got to do with your giving me $500, huh?
Diamonds don't melt, Charlie. They're still in the incinerator, and it isn't used over the weekend. I can't go into the incinerator, but you can. Now, what do you say?
For $500, I'll deliver the whole building, brick by brick.
All I want is that bag. Put on some clothes and go over and get it for me.
When?
Right now.
Mr. Mitchell!
Right here, Dickie. Right
You promised to tell us a story, didn't he, Peggy?
Yes, she did. The one about the tiger.
What about the Oh, I did, yeah.
Can you tell it to us now?
I don't see why not. Sit down.
Okay. All right.
Now, just imagine that this basement is in the middle of darkest Africa.
Uh-huh.
Over there, where the dumb waiter is a forest. Big trees.
What kind?
Oh, all kinds. Over here, by the furnace, there's a river with crocodiles in it.
Big ones?
Oh, terrible big ones. In back of us, by the pipes, is a cave. Big and dark and mysterious.
Gee.
Around the corner where the incinerator is the desert.
Well, where's the tiger?
He's coming, Peggy. He's coming. Now then, in the dead of night, I was walking toward the forest when I heard a strange noise. I wheeled around, and out of the mouth of the cave comes a saber-toothed tiger.
A ferocious one?
Oh, yes. I lower my rifle and start to shoot. But it's no use. The bullets bounce off. Closer and closer he comes.
Were you scared?
Well, I haven't got time. Pretty soon I'm out of ammunition. I drop my rifle, and the tiger jumps. We roll over and over, and when we stop, he's on top of me.
Oh.
His giant mouth is open, and he's about to bite me.
Gee, Mr. Mitchell, what happened?
Well, now, it suddenly comes to my mind that saber-toothed tigers are very ticklish.
They are?
Sure, just like you children. So I reach up and brush my finger over his ribs, see? Like this. And like this. And that's how I escaped.
Oh, I'm glad you did. Oh, somebody's coming down here.
Maybe it's that nurse of yours.
We're not supposed to be here.
Listen, you better hide. Over there behind the pipes.
Okay. Come on, Peggy. Okay.
You're the superintendent? No, the fireman. Where's the incinerator? On the other side of the building. Can you take me over there? Oh, sure thing. Come on.
Are they gone, Dickie? Yeah. Well, let's go upstairs.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Police Detective Hank Walden approaches the desk of Special Agent Jim Taylor.
Hello, Hank.
Hi, Jim.
What brings you up here on a Sunday?
Business. I was in to see your agent in charge, and you're nominated to work with me.
Oh, on what?
One of the men on my squad recognized a jewel thief named Al Craig last night.
Oh, here in town?
Yes, over on River Drive.
Mm-hmm.
He followed him. Craig went into that big apartment house on the corner of River Drive and Madison Street.
Must be more jewelry in that building than there is in Tiffany's.
Well, as much anyway. Craig got inside the building and started to walk up instead of riding the elevator. My man followed, staying a floor below him all the way.
Craig tried to pull a job?
No, he just kept going. He was collared on the roof.
Mm-hmm. Anything incriminating on him?
No.
It doesn't look like you have much of a case.
I didn't think so either till we booked Craig on suspicious conduct and went over to search his hotel room.
Oh, did you find anything?
No jewels, but quite a few settings. They looked kind of familiar, but I couldn't make them. Then this morning I remembered seeing descriptions of every one of them.
Where?
In a notice your office sent out. They were stolen last month back east.
Oh, did you talk to Craig since then?
No, I came right up here.
Thanks, Hank. I'll go over and see him now. With this kind of proof, maybe he'll talk.
But I got something to tell you. What? It's about Mr. Mitchell. He got hurt. Huh? It happened a little while ago. How do you know? Well, I was playing in front of the house, and all of a sudden there were a lot of men, policemen and everything. And an ambulance came and took Mr. Mitchell away. Well, how was he hurt? Somebody hit him. Gee. I know who it was. Who? That man. What man? The man we saw when we were hiding behind the pipes. I heard a policeman say they found Mr. Mitchell by the incinerator. Remember, the man asked Mr. Mitchell to take him over there.
Uh-huh.
And all the policemen in front of the house were going around asking people if they knew who did it.
Well, did they ask you?
No.
Well, if they do, don't tell them.
Why not?
Because then Mom will know we're in the basement again. She won't give us any allowance.
Oh.
So if you want to go to the movies on Saturday, we'd better keep quiet.
Hank, I just finished interviewing Al Craig.
Get anything, Jim?
Mostly insults. Craig says we planted evidence in his room to frame him.
I got something a few minutes ago that might tie in.
No, what is it?
I got a call from the precinct captain in the River Drive district.
Yeah?
A man named Mitchell, who works in the building Craig entered last night, was found unconscious on the floor in the basement near the incinerator.
Well, how does that tie in with Craig?
Mitchell said he was attacked by a man who came to get a bag of jewelry out of the incinerator.
Oh? He described the man?
No, he passed out before he could.
Where is this Mitchell now?
City Hospital. He's still unconscious, though. The doctor said he'd call as soon as he can be questioned.
Hello?
Ben?
Mm-hmm.
Charlie.
You idiot.
Well, what's the matter?
Who told you to slug the old man?
Well, I had to. When he saw what was in that bag, he said you have to turn it over to the superintendent.
Have you got it?
It might kick.
Anybody besides the old man see you?
No.
Wait about an hour and call me back.
What for?
If the cops are gone by then, you can drive over here and meet me in front of the building.
Wonder why I get paid off.
After I examine the stuff.
Now, look,
It's not
man,
that I
I've
don't
got
trust you, Charlie, but I'd hate to pay $500 for a box of candy.
Peggy! What? You know what I just saw? A saber-toothed tiger?
No. You know Mr. Evans?
Oh, the nice man who gives us candy?
Uh-huh. Well, he was talking to another man in a car. It was the man we saw in the basement.
Oh. Did he hit Mr. Evans?
No, they were just talking.
Are you sure it was him?
Yeah. I think we ought to tell Mr. Evans to be careful. Come on.
Okay. Mr. Evans! Mr. Evans!
Oh, hello there.
Well, tell him, Dickie.
All right. You know that man you were just talking to?
Which one?
He was in a car that was here a couple of minutes ago.
What about him?
Well,
go ahead, Dickie.
He's the one who hit Mr. Mitchell.
Now, whatever makes you think that?
We saw him in the basement today.
You did?
Yes. He asked Mr. Mitchell to show him where the incinerator was.
You must be mistaken. It couldn't be the same man.
Well, it is. I know it.
You're sure?
Yes.
Come on, children. We'd better talk this thing over.
Where are we going, Mr. Evans?
For a little ride in my car.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now a quick interview with a man who can honestly say...
For me, life began at 60.
About 20 years ago, Mr. George Snyder started an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Today, his plan's all paid up. He's resigned from his job to enjoy the 3 freedoms that go with an Equitable Independent 60s plan. First, freedom from job worries and money worries. Financial independence.
As long as I live, the postman's going to bring me a check from the Equitable Society every single month. I'll never have to ask anybody for help.
Second, Independent 60s means that you're free to live anywhere you choose.
Mr. Keating, I've moved back to the little country town I grew up in. It's been the most wonderful thing that ever happened to me.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
We go in for gardening in a big way. My wife has flowers, and I've got 1/4 acre in vegetables. And just think, I'm a man who once thought he couldn't afford an Independent 60s plan.
Who opened your eyes?
My Equitable Society representative.
It's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards independent 60s because of Social Security and life insurance already owned. Often, only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not profit by Mr. Snyder's example? Why not phone your Equitable Society representative without delay? Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Perilous Secret.
Cartoonists through the years have enjoyed the plaudits of the people, and in most cases rightly so, for by their efforts they have caused laughter to ripple across the nation and indeed around the world. Most people are familiar with their work, with the stout, cruel, well-dressed figure that denotes a business tycoon, with the criminal almost invariably shown to be leering, trigger-happy, and hard-faced. Fortunately, the majority of readers have come to know that business tycoons are not of necessity ogres, and have grown to realize that most of the stock characters in cartoons are figments of an artist's imagination. However, unfortunately, people have not realized that in regards to criminals. They have not yet accepted the fact as truth that a man can break every law ever written into the books and still appear as innocent as a statue of justice. Witness the man we have called Evans in tonight's case from the files of your FBI. He is urbane and charming with children and grown-ups alike. True, his charm is counterfeit, but the world does not know that, and neither would you if you met him at a club or a friend's house or anywhere else. The variety of physical appearance among the criminals of America is as great as it is among decent law-abiding citizens. That is the point your FBI would like you to take away from this evening's program. Phrased differently, don't suspect every stranger of being a criminal, but also don't be too sure he's not. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
I think I've got something, Hank.
What?
I went over to that apartment building where old man Mitchell was slugged. I talked to the superintendent. He took a copy of a list of the tenants. One of them is a man named Ben Evans. He's a jeweler, at least he claims to be. Actually, he's a fence for stolen jewelry.
Yes, I've heard of him.
Oh? Well, Hank, I figure that Craig had some loot on him when he entered that apartment house last night. He knew he was being followed. He dropped the bag down the incinerator.
Could be.
Well, if I'm right, he was probably making a delivery to Evans.
It's going to be tough to make that stick.
Yeah, I know. Oh, pardon me, Hank, will you?
Sure.
Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Dr. Corday at City Hospital, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, yes, Dr. Corday.
Mr. Mitchell has regained consciousness. I understand you wanted to question him.
That's right, Doctor, we do. Thank you for calling, sir. I'll be right down.
Children,
Yes, Mr. Evans?
how would you like me to tell you a little story?
Oh, I like stories.
Good. Well, let's see if I can think of one. This is a good one. One time, there were two children. They were just about your ages. The boy was 11 and the girl was 8.
I'm 9.
Oh, well, anyway, they found out that a certain man had done something bad. They told on him, and do you know what happened?
No.
He was sent to prison for 20 years, but he didn't stay there that long. In a little while, he escaped.
I saw a man escape from jail in a movie.
No. Well, he knew that the little children had told on him, and he was very mad at them. Well, after he escaped, he waited until it got real dark. And then, after the little boy and his sister were asleep, he climbed in their window. And then he took out a long knife, a great big long one, and he killed them both.
Oh, I don't like that story.
I'm not finished yet. After he killed them, he went in with another knife, even bigger and longer than the first one, and he killed their mommy and daddy.
Oh, no more, Mr. Evans. Don't tell me any more.
Me either.
You wouldn't want that to happen to you,
would you?
Oh, no.
Then the best thing you can do is forget you ever saw that man in the basement.
Detective Walden speaking.
Jim Taylor, Hank.
Yes, Jim. Where are you?
Still at the hospital.
Get anything from old man Mitchell?
Well, I'm not sure.
What about an ident on the man who attacked him?
Not a very good one, Hank.
But the location of his injury shows he was struck from in front. He must have seen the man.
I've got a tentative suspect, Hank, but only tentative.
How'd you come up with him?
Well, from the vague description that Mitchell gave me, I had some pictures taken out of our files and sent down here. He picked one out, but he's not sure it's the right man.
Who is it?
Somebody named Charlie Larimer.
Oh, yes, I know him. Petty larceny hoodlum. Been arrested a couple of times for rolling drunks.
Yeah. Well, the old man said there was a chance I might be able to find out whether or not it really was Larimer.
How?
2 of the children who live in the building were in the basement at the time. They were hiding behind some pipes, but Mitchell thinks they got a look at his visitor. So I'm going to go up and see the children right now.
Okay.
As soon as I finish talking to them, Hank, I'll call you back.
Hello. Well, you're Dick and Peggy Sterling, aren't you?
How do you know?
Well, the doorman just told me. Can I talk to you for a couple of minutes?
What for?
I'm from the FBI.
A G-man?
Yes,
A real one?
that's right. I've just been to the hospital to see Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, how is he?
He's getting better.
Oh, I'm glad.
He told me that you were in the basement this morning when a man came down there.
He did?
Mm-hmm. Did you see the man? Did you? You both like Mr. Mitchell, don't you?
Well, sure.
And you don't think it's right for anybody to hurt him, do you?
No.
Well, I'd like to find the man who hit Mr. Mitchell. Now, if you saw him, you can help him.
How?
Well, I've got a picture that Mr. Mitchell asked me to show you. He thinks it's the man who hit him. Here, see if you do. You recognize him? Is that the man you saw in the basement?
Go away.
I wish you'd answer my question.
You leave us alone. We don't want our mommy and daddy to be killed.
Where did you get that idea?
Don't say anything more to him, Peggy. Let's go to the house. Come on.
Just a minute.
Hello, Mr. Evans.
Hello, children.
Can we talk to you, please?
Surely, come on in.
Mr. Evans,
What?
we have something to tell you.
A secret?
A G-man came to see us.
Huh?
A real G-man, Mr. Evans.
When?
Just now.
What did he want?
He showed us a picture of that man.
Which man?
The one you were talking to. He wanted to know if we saw him in the basement today with Mr. Mitchell.
Did you tell him?
No, we did what you said. We didn't say anything to him.
You're both smart children. Wait right here. Hello?
Charlie, Ben. You seen the stuff yet?
Yes, but we're in a jam.
Why?
2 kids spotted you in the basement this morning. They saw me talking to you.
Oh?
I've got them scared enough not to talk, but the old man at the hospital must have put the finger on you. Cop was around a little while ago and showed the kids your picture.
You want me to come up and get them?
No, I'll take care of them.
How?
I can lock them in a closet up here if anything should happen to them. Like maybe not having enough air to breathe. I can say it was an accident.
And then do I get my 500?
Sure. See me at the store in the morning. Children, will you come in here a minute?
Mind if I come in with them?
Why?
This is a G-man, Mr. Evans.
I figured somebody was scaring these kids to keep them quiet.
Now, just a minute.
Come on, Evans. We've got a lot to talk about.
Ben Evans and Al Craig were convicted in federal court for violating the Interstate Transportation of Stolen Property statute. Charlie Larimer was turned over to local authorities and received a 5-year sentence in state penitentiary. Before taking Evans to headquarters, Special Agent Taylor put a search warrant he was carrying to good use and located not only the package of jewels, but also a large cache of other stolen gems. Charlie Larimer was picked up at his furnished room a short while later. In tonight's case, you met one of the real enemies of every law enforcement officer, and also of you, the people, the fence. This receiver of stolen property usually maintains a respectable front for his illegal operations, a disguise which makes it unusually difficult to secure evidence against him. However, no fence ever gets away with it for very long. Sooner or later, either the local police or special agents of your FBI, or both working together, find the chink in his armor. The files on some of those men have remained open for a long time, and some remain open today. When they will be closed, no one can foretell. Criminals are apprehended every hour around the clock, for the field offices of the Federal Bureau of Investigation never close. Regarding those currently unsolved cases, you can be sure of one thing. Every special agent will continue to work on each of the files until they, too, end as this evening's did, with the arrest and conviction of the wanted criminals.
Now let's quickly review the 3 freedoms you can assure for yourself with an Equitable Independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries after your 60th birthday. Real financial independence.
Second, freedom to live where you choose.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
That's the good life you can look forward to with an Independent 60s plan.
Don't say you can't afford it until you've talked to your Equitable Society representative.
Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A story revealing the intricate machinations of a criminal syndicate. Its subject, Shakedown. Its title, The Muscle Factory.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Edmund McDonald, Henry Morgan, Norma Jean Nilsson, Ted Osborne, Victor Rodman, and Jeff Silver. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Muscle Factory on This Is Your FBI. The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, fun for the whole family, follows immediately over most of these ABC stations. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. In the Equitable Life Assurance Society, more than 4.25 million members are banded together for mutual security. Of this membership, many thousands of men and women have what is known as an Equitable Independent 60s plan.
Independent 60s? What's that?
It's an Equitable Society plan for self-reliant people who want to be self-supporting after they reach the age of 60. Does that describe you? Then you'll want to listen carefully in about 14 minutes when I give full details on the Independent 60s plan, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Muscle Factory.
In recent months, there has been a full-fledged period of debate in the British House of Parliament on the current crime wave now confronting the people of England. At approximately the same time, the Rules Committee of the United States Senate voted a large appropriation to pay for an investigation into the crime picture in this country. In Australia, the newspapers of Sydney and Melbourne have run editorials demanding that something be done before, as they put it, the nation falls into the hands of people who, in appearance and conduct, seem to have been inspired by a Hollywood gangster film. Everywhere, the world over, crime is becoming more and more of a problem, is threatening to make decency an outmoded word. It is probably safe to say that the earth has never been without crime, but it is likewise true that never in the history of man has there been so great a disregard for law. In the past year, for example, more than 3 major crimes were committed somewhere in this nation every minute of every hour around the clock. Some of them were committed by the mentally ill, some by the hungry, and some by hapless victims of circumstance. Their misdeeds can be misunderstood, but they are not the scourge of law enforcement officers today, for given a sufficiency of manpower, they can be curbed. However, a great number of crimes are committed by those who control the illegal activities that take place in various localities. And these men are more difficult to get to. They operate in the realm of big business, behind a facade of respectability. And until they are wiped out, crime will remain a menace to every decent person in every state. Tonight's file opens in a lavishly furnished private suite located on one of the upper floors of a fashionable office building in an eastern city. A well-dressed man who appears to be in his middle 50s stands behind an ornate desk as another man enters.
Come in, Al. Come in.
Okay.
I've got a meeting to attend uptown in half an hour, so let's get right to business.
Right.
Al, I spoke to you 6 months ago about conditions in your district. They haven't improved.
I'm doing the best I can.
Obviously, that's not enough. I've got the records here. Now, look at that top sheet. 7 players on the hook to Edwards, and not one of them signed up.
Give me a better district. When I was collecting for the bookmakers uptown, I never had any trouble.
Al, rich or poor, if people make bets and lose, they've got to pay up. That's our business. If you let them make excuses, business is bad. And I don't intend to let it get that way. My secretary is typing up notes for every person on each of those lists. Pick them up on the way out.
Okay.
Take any kind of security they want to put up. There's only one thing I don't want you to take from any of them, and that's no for an answer.
Yeah, honey?
Number 5 machine is stuck.
Well, I'll get to it just as soon as I fix this one.
How long will that take?
Oh, about 15 minutes.
Uh-oh. That means trouble.
Why?
Well, 3 customers are waiting now. Oh, you know what they'll say, Roy. Why should I bring my wash to a self-service laundry? You always have to wait. I can do it quicker at home in the tub.
Oh, Edith, you can handle that. Tell them about us. Show them your engagement ring.
And drive them out of the place?
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Well, I'll think of something clever. I hope.
Okay. Mike. Yeah. You talking to me?
Yeah, does Roy Whitley work here?
Yeah, I'm Roy Whitley.
I want to talk to you.
Oh, look, if it's about the washing machines, we've had a lot of
come
trouble.
about that money you owe Mr. Cook.
Who?
Cookie, your bookmaker.
Oh. Well, I told him yesterday I'd pay him as soon as I could.
You still own that 1940 Buick?
Yeah.
Okay, you can put that up as security and we'll make you a loan.
A loan? Who are you?
I represent a loan company. Your bookmaker don't like to wait, so we arranged to pay him for you.
Huh?
Just sign these notes, then you give us $20 a month for a year, and you're all square.
Hey, wait a minute. I only owe Cookie $200. $20 a month comes to $240.
We're entitled to a little interest.
Yeah, I guess so, but... Well, just suppose some month I can't pay the $20.
We sell your car, take out the balance you owe us, and give you the rest. You see, this is a legitimate loan company I work for. Everything's on the up and up.
I don't want to sign them.
Okay. I'll leave them with you. Here, take this envelope, too.
What for?
So you can have the notes in the mail.
By tomorrow.
The following day, at police headquarters, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor is walking down the corridor when he meets an old friend, Detective Jay Kane.
Hey, Jay.
Jim Taylor. Hi. How are you?
Been back to the academy since you graduated?
3 times.
Good.
What are you doing in town?
I was transferred to the field office here yesterday.
Well, welcome to the city.
Thanks, Jay.
Can I show you around headquarters?
No, I'm going up to the gallery and get some pictures from your files for our office.
Oh.
Hey, I understand you're getting a new police commissioner.
Uh-huh. Tomorrow.
Oh, you heard anything about him?
Not yet. I just hope he's not hamstrung.
I guess everybody hopes so.
This new assignment I'm on is tough enough if I get the best of it. Hi, Jack. Oh, hi, Charlie.
What are you working on?
John Gibson.
Gibson, who's he?
He's the head of the bookmakers here.
Untouchable?
Very.
Why?
2 big reasons. Political influence and a legal front.
How can bookmaking have a legal front?
Gibson owns a loan company. He buys overdue accounts from every bookmaker in town for 50%.
Yeah?
Then one of his men goes to see the horse player and gets him to sign a set of notes, putting up either his car, his house, his furniture, or anything he owns as security.
And he lends the money on it?
No, they don't get any money. They just sign the notes. Gibson gives the bookmaker his 50%.
Oh, I see. That makes it a legal debt and not a gambling debt.
Right. So if the horse player doesn't pay, Gibson can foreclose, and does.
Hey, that is a tough one. You think there's any angle where our office could give you any help?
No, not that I know of, Jim.
Well, if there is, Jay, give me a ring.
Hey, Buck.
Yeah?
Come here, will you?
What do you want, Al?
Give me a rub down. Work on his shoulder, will you? I'm all tightened up.
Okay, stretch out.
Yeah. Any of the boys been around?
No, not yet. Had a customer, though.
Yeah, who?
Some guy who just walked in off the street. He seen the sign and thought this is really a health club.
What did you do?
I give him one of my special rub-downs. Don't think he'll come back. Oh, what's that?
Me.
All right, Chief.
Where are the boys?
Here's Al.
Oh.
Hello, John.
I've been looking for you.
Am I in trouble?
No, your district is coming in fine. All but 4 came through.
I'll go see him this afternoon. You got a list?
Uh-huh. Here you are.
How tough should I get?
Well, they got a new police commissioner. I haven't been able to make any arrangements with him yet.
Will you be able to?
Yeah, I think it can be handled.
Well, if you can, Chief, get him down here and I'll give him one of my special rub-downs.
I don't think that'll be necessary. Buck, I want you to go out with Al this afternoon.
You want to use muscle?
Not necessarily, but there's no harm in showing these people we've got some in case we need it.
Hey, that's nice shooting, Jim.
Oh, thanks, Jay.
You finished?
Yeah, we'll be as soon as I tear down my target. How's the new commissioner?
Jim, you wouldn't know the department.
Huh?
He's only been on the job 3 days, but he's really interested in fighting the hoodlums around here.
No matter whose toes he steps on?
That's right. He sent word around that he wants every man on the force to know from now on there's no connection in this town between political influence and law enforcement.
Huh?
Jim, I'll give you just one idea of the changes at headquarters. You probably know this department never cooperated completely with the FBI before.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
The first thing I asked was permission to send the fingerprints of everybody in town who's ever been arrested for bookmaking to Washington.
And you got permission?
Prince went to Washington 2 days ago.
Good. Had any answer yet?
No, but I'm hoping when I hear from your ident section, we'll be able to come up with a federal angle.
Well, Jay, let me know if you do.
Roy?
Yes, Edie?
As long as we're out of customers, I'm going over to the bank and get some quarters.
Okay. Hey, you might as well eat while you're out.
Okay, dear. Oh, pardon me.
That's all right, lady. Come right ahead.
Thank you.
Can I show you, Jump?
Hello, Whitley.
Oh, it's you. I didn't sign those notes.
I know. That's why I came back. I brought my friend here. He's a special collector.
That's right.
Mister, I can't pay $20 a month.
Why not? You're working.
Well, I'm going to get married.
Ha! If you can't pay, why'd you bet?
Well, I never bet on horses before, but, well, a friend of mine came in here, and he said he was getting tips. And I wanted to buy a ring for my girl.
You're breaking my heart.
It's true. I didn't know how deep I was getting in. After that first day, all I wanted to do was to get even.
You knew how much you were betting, didn't you?
No. My friend called me, and he gave me the names of 5 horses. He said to bet on all of them and make it a $10 round robin. I figured it was all right to bet $10.
A $10 round robin on 5 horses cost you $100.
Yeah, I found that out.
It's a very sad story. You still got those notes?
Not here.
Yeah, then here's another set. Just sign these.
No.
Okay. Buck, lock the door.
All right.
Look, you're not scaring me.
Al.
Yeah.
You want I should pull down the sheds?
Good idea.
Look, get out of here, both of you.
Buck.
Yeah?
You take over.
Okay. What do I do now?
Just keep up the treatment. He'll sign the notes.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now I'd like to introduce a man who's a believer in the saying that life begins at 60.
That certainly goes for me, Mr. Keating. I've had more fun since my 60th birthday than in all the rest of my life put together.
Well, Mr. Doyle, I understand that's largely due to the Equitable Independent 60s plan you started 24 years ago. Today, the plan is all paid up, and you've quit work to enjoy the 3 freedoms of an Independent 60s plan.
Right.
First, freedom from money worries and job worries. Financial independence.
The good old Equitable Society mails me a check every month, and it's mighty welcome.
Second, with an Equitable Independent 60s plan, you're free to live anywhere you choose.
We've moved to a little place near Santa Barbara, California.
Third, you have freedom to do all the things you've always wanted to do.
Well, I've always been interested in raising and training bird dogs, Mr. Keating. That's how I spend my spare time now.
And yet there was once a time when you thought you couldn't afford an Equitable Independent 60s plan.
That's so. Then my Equitable representative proved to me that I could.
It's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start towards Independent 60s because of Social Security and life insurance already owned. Often only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not take a leaf from Mr. Doyle's book? Why not phone your Equitable Society representative without delay? Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Muscle Factory.
In reading your daily newspaper or listening to your favorite news program on the radio, many of you undoubtedly have come to realize how often the preponderance of all news concerns crime. One story might be about the arrest of men operating an illegal gambling establishment. A second article might feature the seizing of slot machines or books of tickets for the numbers racket. Another item might concern a police raid on a bookmaking office. Any or all of those incidents would catch your interest for a moment, but only for a moment. That would be neither unusual nor wrong. For if you're an ordinary decent citizen, the reports would merely indicate the presence of a lawless element in your city, which would not surprise you. However, there is more of a connection between those above-mentioned items than is obvious, except to law enforcement officers. Those crimes, the running of a gambling establishment, The selling of numbers tickets, the installation of slot machines, the operation of a bookmaker's office are all part of one tremendous pattern. They are part and parcel of organized crime, of the criminal empires which control the political machines of a number of our cities. Look in almost any part of the nation, and you will find men like the boss you are meeting tonight. Unfortunately, for each one who is destroyed, 3 spring up to take his place. And even more unfortunately, they are gaining in strength every day, gaining a stranglehold on more and more American communities. Tonight's file continues at local police headquarters. FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor is just coming up the front steps when he meets Detective J. King.
You looking for me, Jim?
Oh, no, Jay. No, I was just returning those pictures I borrowed for our office.
Oh. Any word back from Washington yet on those fingerprints?
Not up to 10 minutes ago. How you doing with the bookmakers?
That case may have been broken wide open late yesterday afternoon, Jim.
No, what happened?
A young man named Roy Whitley was found badly beaten.
Where?
In the place he works at, one of those self-service laundries.
What? Oh, certainly. Jay, you think Gibson is tied into the beating?
I can't prove it legally yet, but I'm positive he is.
Oh, why?
An envelope containing promissory notes made out to Gibson's loan company was found in Whitley's furnished room.
Are they signed?
No. The way Gibson operates is to leave the notes with the person in debt to the bookmaker so he can sign and mail them in.
I see.
My theory is that Whitley refused to go through with the deal, and Gibson sent some muscle to see him.
Has the victim identified his attackers?
He's not available for questioning yet. He's in a coma at the city hospital.
Have you been to see Gibson?
I'm on my way there now, Jim, so wish me luck. Gibson, I'd just like to ask you a few questions.
Go right ahead.
Ever hear of anybody named Roy Whitley?
Roy Whitley. I might have, but the name doesn't mean anything to me now.
How's the loan business these days?
Well, I kind of hate to say.
Oh? Why?
I run a distress business. If things are good for me, it means a lot of people are borrowing money, and that means times are bad. I'm a sensitive man, Kane. I don't like to be doing well when other people aren't.
Yeah, I'm sure. Those files over there, do they contain the loan company records?
Yes, but I'm afraid I can't let you see them unless you've got a warrant.
Oh, I don't want to go into them myself. I was just wondering whether you could look something up for me.
Oh, what's that?
Do you have any entry on this Roy Whitley?
Well, what makes you so interested in him?
He was found beaten up yesterday afternoon. I ran across an envelope in his room containing some promissory notes made out to you.
Oh, just a minute. I'll see if he owes us any money. I certainly hope not. People who go around getting themselves beaten up are a bad credit risk.
This one is. He might die.
Roy E. Whitley of 23 West Street.
That's the one.
And lucky we keep such good records, isn't it?
Uh-huh. How much does he owe you?
Not a penny.
Huh?
This paper shows he applied for a loan on a 1940 car he owns. We looked into it and refused his application.
When was that?
A week ago. Are you looking for the person who beat him up?
Yes. You don't know where I can find him, do you?
I might.
Where?
He undoubtedly owed somebody some money that he had to repay in a hurry. When he couldn't get the loan on the car, he didn't pay this other person.
You wouldn't know who this other person is, like maybe a bookmaker.
Mr. Kane, you're not serious.
Yeah, I am. But I can see that questioning you is going to get me nowhere.
If it's any comfort, you're much better at questioning me now than you used to be.
That's from practice, Mr. Gibson. And if what they say is true, maybe next time I'll be perfect.
Special Agent Taylor speaking.
J. King, Jim, I found a messenger saying you'd called.
Yeah, that's right.
Anything in particular you wanted?
Yes, maybe you get your wish, Jay, having the FBI help you fight John Gibson.
You mean you're in with us now?
Well, not quite. We just got the report back from Washington, though, on those fingerprints that you sent out a few days ago. One of those men is a federal fugitive. He's wanted back east.
Well, who's that?
His name is Harry Fowler, nicknamed Buck. Now, if we can prove a connection between Fowler and John Gibson, I think we stand...
Maybe we can, Jim.
Oh, how?
I just got a report back from our ident section upstairs on some prints we picked up at the scene of the beating yesterday afternoon.
Oh?
They belong to Buck Fowler.
Jay, can I call you back in a little while?
Yeah, sure. Why?
I'm going in to see the agent in charge and try and get an okay to work with you on this case. As soon as he gives me the word, I'll be in touch with you.
Confident, in, Buck?
Not today.
Still sore, I guess.
About what?
The slugging you gave the kid.
What's he sorry about? That's what I get paid for, ain't it? You want to rub down?
Yeah, might as well. Shoulder's kicking up again.
You're Buck Fowler, aren't you?
Huh?
Here's my badge. You're under arrest.
What for?
You beat up a man named Roy Whitley yesterday.
I never heard of him.
Your fingerprints were found at the scene of the beating. We don't need any more evidence than that.
Well, I was here all day yesterday, wasn't I, Al?
Yeah.
You can explain all that down at headquarters. All right, let's put those cuffs on, feller.
Look, officer, I got records in my office that'll prove he was here. Can I get him and come along with you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Gibson Company.
This is Al, Gracie. The chief in?
He's busy right now.
Look, this is important.
Well, just a minute.
Hello, Al. A cop just came in, put the collar on Buck for beating up that Whitley guy.
Oh, that's fine. How do you know Buck was in it?
They found his fingerprints at the laundry. You don't have to worry about it, though.
Why not?
I just locked Buck and the cop in the handball court. In there. Get me a gun. There's one in the locker right behind you. On the bottom, underneath the sweatshirt.
I've got it.
What are you going to do?
See this cop. I want to make sure I get to do the talking.
Oh.
When I give you the sign, throw the door open.
Right.
Go ahead. All right, come out of there.
Hello, Gibson.
Hello, Kane.
Hey, take these cuffs off me.
Al, get the keys from the cop's pocket.
Right.
Kane, I understand you came here to arrest one of my friends.
That's right.
Then let me ask you a question. I think this gun here entitles me to that privilege.
Go ahead.
I want to get you off my back. Now, would you like to make a deal? I'll give you $200 a week, cash. No questions asked.
I think you know the answer to that one. It's no.
Independent, Balmaini.
Al, put the cuffs on Kane.
Gotcha.
Now, let's take him to the steam room. Just walk in front of me, Kane.
Move, copper.
I thought you were smarter than this, Gibson.
I consider this a very smart move. We can say you came here looking for Buck, walked into the steam room, the door jammed shut, and you were stuck. Stuck in a temperature of 220 degrees. Open the door, Al.
Okay.
Care to reconsider, Kane?
No.
Push him in, Buck.
All right.
All right, Al. Turn up the steam.
All the way?
All the way.
Stay where you are, all of you. You're covered, Gibson, so drop your gun. Go on, drop it. Now turn off those valves and open that door. Go on, move. Jay. Jay, you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay, Jim.
Thanks. Good. Let's get those cuffs off of you and take this gang down to jail.
Because of the seriousness of the local charges against them, John Gibson, Buck Fowler, and Al Porter were tried in local court for assault with intent to murder and given 25 years each. Special Agent Taylor was able to arrive at the health club in time because of two things. The first was that when Harry Fowler's record was teletyped from Washington, it included the information that he had once been a rubber in a Turkish bath. Then Agent Taylor learned that among his other holdings, John Gibson owned a health club which his men used as a hangout. Agent Taylor reasoned that Detective J. Kane, also knowing that, would head there to arrest Harry Fowler. By arriving when he did, Agent Taylor, as you have seen, not only saved the life of a fellow law enforcement officer, but also was able to get enough evidence on John Gibson to break up his mob, and thus to wreck his hold on the city. The people of that particular community, who had previously been indifferent to Gibson's machinations, were shocked at the revelations at his trial. They took their opportunity to change things shortly thereafter when the next election came along, and they were able to vote in a new, clean administration. The John Gibsons of this country are still in power in many places, and only you can get rid of them, for only you can cast your ballot at the polls. Your FBI does not wish to intimate that every local administration is venal, but some are. And if the one in your community is, don't expect anyone else to fix things. You can fix them at the polls.
Now let's quickly review the 3 freedoms you can assure for yourself with an equitable independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries after your 60th birthday. Real financial independence.
Second, freedom to live where you choose.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
That's the good life you can look forward to with an independent 60s plan.
Don't say you can't afford it until you've talked to your Equitable Society representative.
Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A capsule retelling of the career of an egocentric thief. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Handsome Heel.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Ed Begley, Alice Backus, Ted DeCorsia, Herb Ellis, Charles Maxwell, and Gil Stratton. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Handsome Heel on This Is Your FBI. The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, fun for the whole family, follows immediately over most of these ABC stations. Stay tuned.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. American Broadcasting Company. American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. As of January 1st, 1950, over 4.25 million men and women were members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Of this membership, a very high proportion consisted of people who had seen the wisdom of an equitable independent 60s plan.
Independent 60s? What do you mean?
Financial independence after your 60th birthday. Freedom from money worries, freedom from job worries. That's what you look forward to with this Equitable Society plan. Interested? Then you'll want to listen carefully in about 14 minutes when I give full details on the Independent 60s plan, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Handsome Heel.
The members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation realize that in the war against crime, victory will be won by those who are best equipped. With the fingerprint arrest records of more than 8 million people on file today in Washington, it is obvious that law enforcement officers will never outnumber the criminal population. Therefore, superior knowledge must be brought to bear, must be made a factor in the battle. For that reason, your FBI annually undertakes a nationwide survey of the field of crime, so that it may better understand the mental and physical activities of the criminal. That survey, covering the last 12 months, has just been completed. Perhaps a few of the facts revealed by the study would interest you. For example, more than 4,500 thefts of one kind or another were committed every day throughout the past year. During the same 52 weeks of peacetime, almost 300 persons were feloniously killed or assaulted every day in various parts of the nation. The total value of property stolen amounted to more than $108 million. The survey is crammed with many other facts, each an indication of how active America's criminals have been. Not even the most optimistic can find reason for cheer on any page. But perhaps the most discouraging item is the one which states that despite every effort, the number of crimes in the United States, as compared with the total for the previous year, was up almost 5%. Tonight's file opens at a sports arena located in a large western city. A roller skating marathon is in progress, a test of endurance in which teams composed of a man and girl skate endlessly around a wooden track. One team, made up of a good-looking young man and a faded blonde, seem even more weary than the others.
Frankie, I'm pushed.
But don't quit yet.
Listen to them. They spend $1 and they want blood.
Oh, look, here comes Frankie!
Oh, shut up!
Honey, don't knock stuff like that.
She's been swinging at you all night.
But, girl, that's what those talent scouts always looking for. Guys that make dames fall over.
Talent scouts here?
Sure, they go every place.
Even to a broken-down
Attention, skaters. Mr. Martin Dable in box 165 offers $10 to the winner of the next sprint.
Oh, no.
Take your warm-ups now.
Who needs warm-up?
In 2 minutes, by the big clock in the infield, we'll bunch up and get a start.
Let's quit, Frankie.
No, not yet.
But we got no chance.
Let's keep going another 10 minutes, till midnight.
Why?
For the prize money.
Huh?
In 10 minutes, they take the money into the office to count.
So?
When they do, I'm going in and steal the whole thing.
The following day at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is at his desk when Police Detective Ralph Harper approaches.
Morning, Jim.
Oh, good morning, Ralph. Hey, congratulations on the new assignment.
Thank you.
Say the word if you need any help.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Oh?
I got a set of prints.
For us to check?
Mm-hmm. We got no local record on them.
Well, maybe Washington has. Where are they from?
The gun used to stick up the office at the arena last night?
I thought the arena was closed.
It was. Some fly-by-night promoters rented it and put in a skate-a-thon.
Put in a what?
They call it a skate-a-thon. It's a skating marathon.
Oh. What was the M.O. in the stick-up?
A man using a handkerchief mask went into the office. Apparently, he knew when the receipts were counted.
How did you get the bandit's gun?
It was found right outside after the robbery.
You sure it's the same gun?
Yeah, it was identified as the spare pistol used by the man who starts the sprints.
Mm-hmm. I see. Have you done any interviewing, Ralph?
Mm-hmm. Came up with a pair of suspects.
Mm-hmm.
2 of the contestants, Frank and Pearl Phillips.
Phillips, huh? What have you got on them?
Well, they disappeared last night, quit the show just before the stick-up. They didn't even show up for the few dollars they had coming.
Ralph, tell me, how do they find people to enter a thing like that?
Ad in the paper. Anybody silly enough to answer was hired.
Well, I'll put a rush request on these prints.
Thanks, Jim.
Call you the minute I get any word.
Frankie,
What?
what's your mother like?
Why?
I want to know what to expect.
Well, don't look for nothing. You won't be disappointed.
You think she'll like me?
Sure, if you bring her a case of beer.
I don't see how you can talk that way about your own mother.
You don't know her.
Well, then why are we going there?
I want to get my scrapbook.
Your what?
Scrapbook, the thing I keep pictures of myself in.
Oh. Baby pictures, huh?
No. Some of when I won the skating contest. Some of me in the Army.
summer when I was Mr. Midland Beach.
Mr. Midland Beach? What was that?
A handsome contest.
And you won it?
Sure.
Oh, gee, you never told me that.
Well, I don't like to appear braggy.
Oh. What do you want the pictures for, Frankie?
Oh, Pearl, I told you to use when we get to Hollywood. That shows people how I can act.
You mean they can tell just from, like, snapshots?
Well, sure. That's how they find all their stars.
But some of them are actors.
Oh, a couple, maybe. But if you got a regular talent like swimming or skating, then it's quicker for you to get to be a star.
Gee, just think, Frankie. You may be being a star.
Sure. If I get to be a big enough one, we wouldn't have to do no more stealing.
Special Agent Taylor.
Ralph Hopper. Did you call me?
Yeah, Ralph. I got some word from Washington on those prints.
No? Whose are they?
They belong to that suspect of yours, Frank Phillips.
I thought so.
I learned that we're looking for him, too, Ralph.
How come?
He's an Army deserter.
Well.
Hey, did you go back to the arena?
Yeah, I interviewed some of the skaters, got a little background on Phillips. Apparently he brags quite a lot. He's also movie-struck.
Yeah?
Always talked about talent scouts coming to the arena to see him. Oh, one other thing. A car was missing from the parking lot in back of the arena about the time of the stick-up.
Any alarm out on the car?
Yeah, and on Phillips, too.
Well, Washington's teletyping us his Army record, and when it comes in, Ralph, we'll go to work together.
Yeah, just a minute.
Oh, Ma.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah,
Who's she?
my wife.
You poor girl.
Go ahead in, Pearl.
You think we should?
Sure, don't let her bother you.
No, don't let her bother you. What'd you come here for?
I was homesick.
Then go down to the jail.
Frankie, I don't think your mother wants us here very much.
Of course she does.
Sure, sit down. I'll bake you a cake.
Yeah, it's one of her specialties, Pearl. Beer cake.
How long you gonna stay here?
Till tomorrow.
That's long enough.
Hey, come on, Pearl. I'll show you my old room.
No, you won't.
Huh?
Not your room now.
Why not?
It's rented.
Well, what about all my stuff?
I've got it.
My pictures and my scrapbook.
They're in my room.
Would you rent the couch, too?
No.
Well, that's good. You can sleep on it tonight. We'll use your room.
Anything doing, Jim?
Oh, hi, Ralph. Yeah, I just got the rest of that report on Phillips.
May I see it, please?
Sure. Here you are.
Thank you.
Deserted the day after he was drafted, so there's not much of an Army record.
Uh-huh. Ah, he comes from Auburn.
Yeah.
Well, there's not much here to tell us where to locate him now.
No, I'm afraid there isn't.
How about that check on hotels and rooming houses?
No trace of either Phillips or the girl.
You covered transportation terminals, too?
Yeah, no luck there either. I've come up with only one thing so far.
What's that?
Some pictures of Phillips and his wife.
Where'd you get them?
I went through the newspaper coverage of that skate-a-thon.
Oh? You got any extra copies?
Yeah, right here. Here you go.
Thank you.
I'll be going up to Auburn, Ralph.
No? When?
First thing in the morning. I've got to interview a witness in a case that we've got coming up.
Well, while you're there, you can check on Phillips, huh?
Yeah, I've already wired the Auburn police. When I finish my interview, I'll drop in and see what they've come up with.
So you still sleep late.
Huh? Yeah, that's right. Get me some coffee, will you?
Yeah, you got a wife. Let her wait on you.
She's busy.
Sleeping?
No, packing. We're getting out of here.
Oh, you're breaking my heart. Where you going this time?
To Hollywood.
What for?
I'm gonna be a movie star. What's so funny?
You couldn't even be an usher.
Yeah, Or you just wait and see?
I suppose you'll send for me when you make it.
Ma, don't wait by the mailbox.
Frankie,
Yeah. What is it, honey?
should I pack you a suit?
If you did, what would he wear?
I got 2 suits.
Wow, big shot.
What do you want me to do, Frankie?
I'll come in and show you. Ma, brew up that coffee, will you?
Brew up that coffee. If you want any coffee, you can make your own. Give me orders, will you? You know what your father always told me, don't you? He knew what a bum you'd be. Yeah. Yeah?
Mrs. Phillips?
Yes?
I want to see you, please.
All right, just a minute.
Mrs. Phillips?
Yeah, I'm coming. Well, what? Oh, cop.
That's right. I'd like to talk to you, please.
Go ahead.
Can I come in?
Yeah, come on. What do you want?
I'd like to ask you a few questions about your son.
Frankie?
Yeah.
What about him?
I was sent over here to find out where he is.
Why?
Well, he's wanted as an Army deserter and on at least one other charge.
Still getting in trouble, huh?
Have you heard from him lately?
Yeah.
Where was he?
Well, I don't know if I should tell you or not.
You don't have to.
But look what you've done.
He was a cop.
I don't care what he was. You didn't have to spill my beer.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now a quick interview with an Equitable Society member who's discovered that life can begin at 60. About 25 years ago, Mr. Oscar McLean started an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Last year, on his 65th birthday, he began cashing in on that plan. He quit work to enjoy the 3 freedoms that go with an Independent 60s plan. First, freedom from job worries and money worries. Financial independence.
I'll never have to ask my children for handouts, Mr. Keating. Every month, the postman hands me a letter with a check from the Equitable Society.
Second, Independent 60s means that you're free to live anywhere you choose.
My wife and I, we're tired of cold winters. We found a swell little place on the west coast of Florida.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
Catching up with all the fishing I missed during the years I was tied down to a job.
Mr. McLean, the more I listen to you, the more I wonder why everybody doesn't have an Independent 60s plan.
Lots of men who can't afford it think they can. That's the way I used to be.
Who opened your eyes?
My Equitable Society representative?
It's a fact. You don't have to earn big money to begin an Equitable Independent 60s plan. Ask your Equitable representative to explain why you probably have a big head start toward Independent 60s because of Social Security and life insurance already owned. Often only a small amount of additional insurance is all that's required.
A few dollars a week did it for me.
Friends, why not profit by Mr. McLean's example? Why not phone your Equitable Society representative without delay? Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Handsome Heel.
In tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, you have a prime example of what a potent factor environment is in the rearing of a child. Not neighborhood. For criminals have come from the mansions of wealth as well as the hovels of poverty. Where the environment struck in this instance was in the home of Frankie Phillips. A home that made him what he is as surely as if he had gone to a school for criminals. Unfortunately, your FBI is only what those initials stand for, a Bureau of Investigation. Their job is to look into crimes over which they have jurisdiction after they have been committed, not before. In isolated cases, they have been able to function in the field of crime prevention. But for the most part, they are helpless to do anything but investigate. The real job of crime prevention can be done in only one place, the American home. In the past year, almost half the people arrested in the country were under the age of 30. That indicates that somewhere along the line, parents have failed to teach that generation the one thing that would have stopped such mass criminal activity. The important bit of knowledge which makes decency follow automatically, a respect for their fellow human beings. The place for young people to learn that is in the home, and the time to teach it is right now. Tonight's file continues at Memorial Hospital. FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor has just entered the room where the police officer is recovering from his attack by Frank Phillips.
Hello there. I'm Jim Taylor.
Oh, hello, Jim.
How do you feel, Jim?
Oh, I'm okay.
Exactly what happened?
Well, when your wire arrived, the chief sent me over to see Philip's mother.
Yeah.
I checked around the neighborhood first to find out if anyone had seen him, but they hadn't, so I went in and talked to her.
Did you get a chance to question her before you were hit?
No, not really.
You see anything in the place?
Yeah, plenty, but too late. There was a mirror in the room. I happened to look at it just as he slugged me.
Well, that's pretty conclusive evidence.
Yes. It doesn't do you any good, though, Jim.
Well, maybe I can get something out of Mrs. Phillips. I'm going over there now and finish that interview.
Gee, Frankie, this is something I thought we'd never be doing.
You mean being in Hollywood?
Oh, not only in Hollywood, but right on the corner of Vine Street and Hollywood Boulevard. Look, there's the Brown Derby.
Yeah.
I wonder where Cyro's is.
Oh, it's up the block someplace.
You know, I just can't help staring at everything and everybody. Have you been noticing the girls, Frankie, the way they're dressed? Never saw such smart-looking slacks.
They ain't bad.
Yeah, what about the fellas? They're all so handsome. Look at that newsboy there, for instance. He looks just like Gregory Peck.
Some Gregory Peck.
He does. Gee, Frankie, with all these good-looking guys, you think it might maybe hurt your chances?
Me? Are you kidding? Why, I'll stack up against any of them. Besides, I got talent. How many of them can skate?
Frankie.
What's the matter?
The skates.
What about them?
I forgot to pack them.
Oh, that's great. What are you trying to do, knock out my career?
Oh, I'm sorry, Frankie.
Well, a lot of good that does.
Well, we could call your mother, maybe, huh? Ask her to send them out here.
She wouldn't send us the right time.
Well, look, you let me talk to her. I'll say you got a part in the picture, see? Say, you're going to be like Sonia Heine, only it's a fella's part, and it ain't ice skates, it's roller. Come on, let's go make the call. I'll fix everything.
Yeah, just a minute.
Mrs. Phillips?
Uh-huh.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
What do you want?
I'd like to talk to you.
Come on in.
Thank you.
Just throw that stuff someplace. Sit down.
No, that's all right. I'll stand.
I wish I could. My feet are killing me.
Mrs. Phillips, where's your son?
Gone, I'm glad to say.
Do you know where he went? If you help us now, it's possible there'll be no charges made against you for aiding a fugitive.
Otherwise, you'll arrest me?
Possibly. Now, will you tell me where he went?
California.
What part of California?
Los Angeles, Hollywood. I got a phone call from my daughter-in-law. She wanted me to send them some roller skates.
Roller skates?
Yeah, they forgot to pack them.
Did she say where they were living?
No.
Well, then where were you supposed to send the skates?
General delivery in Los Angeles. I sent them last night.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. How are you this morning, John?
Oh, much better, thanks.
Good, good.
Did you get to see Mrs. Phillips?
Yeah, she talked. Her son and his wife were in Los Angeles. She sent them a package care of general delivery there.
Well, that should make them easy to pick up.
Well, I called our L.A. office. They said they'd put a surveillance on it this morning.
What was the old lady doing when you got there?
Having some beer for breakfast.
I think she uses it for all 3 meals.
Oh.
We picked her up one time. Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello?
Is Special Agent Taylor there, please?
Just a minute. It's for you, Jim.
Oh, thanks. Taylor speaking.
Kellogg, Los Angeles office. Taylor.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you.
No, what's that?
That package of roller skates was picked up last night.
Yeah, that is bad news, Kellogg.
We sent out an alarm when we got the word.
Well, thanks. I'll see you in L.A. as soon as I can get there.
Yeah? Oh, boy, I got some wonderful news for you.
Yeah, what?
Well, I was just in powdering my nose, and a girl came up and started putting something on that bulletin board. You know, right by where you come in, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, this thing she was putting up was a notice about a movie that's going to be made right here in this rink.
No kidding.
Yeah, and they're looking for people to be in the movie who are good skaters. Especially, they mentioned a man's part who is kind of like the leading man, and he has to skate and be good-looking and stuff like that.
Oh, did you read this notice?
Yeah, sure. So then I talked to the girl, and she told me that I was the first one to see it on account of she was just putting it up. So this is your chance, Frankie, your big chance.
Yeah. Well, where do you go? Who do you see?
Well, the girl told me that there's a talent scout here right now. He's supposed to be someplace up in them boxes up there.
Well, did she tell you what he looked like?
Yeah, she said he was a dark-haired guy wearing a blue suit and a gray hat. Hey,
what?
Hey, look, there's a fella just like that. You see him over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gotta be him, Frankie. He's the only one sitting in the watcher's seat.
Yeah, you're right. What do you think I should do?
Well, just skate over there.
And talk to him?
Give him a little exhibition first. Hey, I'll come along. You may need me for some double stuff. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, okay.
I'll be talking to you as we come up. Now, you make out like it's something funny, see? Then flash the smile at me. Let him see your teeth. Okay, Frankie, he's looking this way.
Yeah. What are you going to talk about?
Well, I'll count. 2 and 2's 4. 4 and 4 is 8. Laugh. Laugh. 8 and 8, 16. 16 and 16, 32. 32.
Hey, cut it. He can hear you.
Okay. Do some twirls.
Huh?
Go on.
Yeah, twirls.
Hey, you there.
Frankie, he's calling you.
Hey there. Come here a minute.
Huh? Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Come on, honey.
Is this about that notice on the bulletin board?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and you've been watching Frankie and think maybe he can do it, huh?
Well, I haven't exactly been watching him. I've been looking for him.
Yeah? What studio are you with?
I'm not with any studio.
Huh?
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Frank Phillips was tried and convicted for a violation of the Interstate Transportation of Stolen Motor Vehicle statute. He received a sentence of 5 years, and his wife, Pearl, was given a 2-year term on the same charge. When Special Agent Taylor arrived in Los Angeles, he immediately made a tour of all skating rinks and posted cards on the bulletin boards of each with results which you have just witnessed. And so, another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was closed. But the arrest and conviction of these 2 people did not erase the pressing problem they personify. In every part of the nation, law enforcement officers are facing more and more young people who are committing increasingly serious crimes. In lonely prison cells in every state, you can find counterparts of this pair in tonight's case, some of whom are doomed to spend the greater part of their remaining years in a penal institution. The wreckage of their desolate lives is of interest and importance to every person in the nation. For there are those who believe that no country, however strong it may be, can long continue to waste so many young people so needlessly and fruitlessly. Democracy is a chain of fortunate circumstances, and these youthful wasted lives are our weakest link. The job of strengthening that link is in the hands of every parent in America. They must not fail.
Now let's quickly review the 3 freedoms you can assure for yourself with an equitable independent 60s plan. First, freedom from money worries and job worries after your 60th birthday. Real financial independence.
Second, freedom to live where you choose.
Third, freedom to do the things you've always wanted to do.
That's the good life you can look forward to with an independent 60s plan.
Don't say you can't afford it until you've talked to your Equitable Society representative.
Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A file revealing the activities of a cold-blooded assassin. Its subject, manslaughter. Its title, The Casual Killer.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Bill Conrad, Paul Freese, Florence Hallett, Bill Hawes, Peggy Weber, and Roland Winter. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Devine production. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Are you a regular listener to this program? Then you've undoubtedly noticed that the commercial messages from our sponsor, the Equitable Life Assurance Society, always treat you like an intelligent human being. Tonight, for example, the Equitable Society is going to talk about educating your children to lead more successful lives. We'll then outline a simple, workable, low-cost plan to help you do exactly that. A plan that will appeal to every thoughtful father or mother. If you have ambition for your children, you'll welcome this informing message from the Equitable Society coming in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Aged Apprentice.
Many people labor under the mistaken impression that a single crime not involving loss of life is relatively unimportant. It is true that no single person could possibly find time to concern himself with each of the 1,700,000 major crimes committed in this country in the past year. That, however, does not negate the fact that each of those many crimes was important. Important not only to every law enforcement agency, but also to every person living anywhere in the nation. Perhaps the best way of proving that statement is by analogy. The number of waves washing onto a beach in a day is almost beyond count. They wash ashore and run out to sea again. And even by watching closely, It is impossible for the naked eye to see any difference in the shoreline. Yet each wave wears away an infinitesimal part of what it touches. No beach is washed away in a moment or by a single wave. But because it does ultimately disappear, every wave was important, for each helped in the job of destruction. Similarly, it is improbable that any single crime will ever destroy our fundamental respect for law and order. But such a day might conceivably come if the waves of crime continue to wash over the land. This is not to say there is no hope of defeating our army of criminals. The point is that by hard work, we can make that defeat more than a mere hope. But it will take action to bring victory. Action on the part of every decent American. Tonight's file opens late one afternoon in a Midwestern city. An elderly woman stands behind the counter in a printing shop and watches a well-dressed couple enter the store.
Good afternoon.
Hiya.
Can I help you?
This Ernie Guthrie's place?
That's right.
We like to see him.
Oh, he's out right now.
When do you expect him back?
Well, not for a couple of hours.
Oh, my name's Caldwell. Chuck Watkins wrote to him about me.
Of course, we got the letter yesterday. I'm Mrs. Guthrie.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad to know you. This is Mrs. Caldwell.
How do you do?
Hello.
If you'll excuse me, I think it might be wiser if I lock the front door.
Sure, that's it. Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm so sorry that Ernest is out. He was very anxious to meet you. I must say, you look just like your picture.
Oh, you've seen my picture?
Oh, yes, many times in the post office.
Oh.
Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Caldwell?
Well, we understand that you handle specialized printing orders.
That's right. I'll show you a few samples if you'd like.
Samples? All right.
Now, where's that scrapbook? Oh, here we are. It's a good thing Ernest is out. He doesn't like me to do this. He says it's showing off. But he does do such fine work.
Yeah.
Here are some football tickets he did last year.
Oh.
Yes, the man who had them printed wrote us a wonderful testimonial. Well, he said these tickets were so good that over 200 of the legitimate ticket holders were thrown right out of the stadium.
Yeah, that a fact. Yeah, well, they look pretty good. But we're not in the market for tickets.
Yes. Well, here are some diplomas that Ernest did.
Look, Mrs. Guthrie, what we're interested in is stocks.
Oh? Well, I have some samples of those. Yes, right here. Oil stocks, municipal bonds. What type of security were you interested in?
A gold mine.
They've got to look good. We're building up a real smart chump.
Oh, I understand. Well, you'll want the deluxe job.
Yeah? What's that?
Gold seal, red ribbons, and the governor's signature.
Oh, that sounds good.
Any particular governor?
No, you tell your husband to just pick one out. You print me 5,000 shares and deliver them tomorrow to the Hotel Broadway.
Meanwhile, at an FBI field office a few hundred miles away, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Andy Parker.
Hello, Andy.
Oh, hi, Jim. You been looking for me?
Yeah, we just drew another one to work on.
Oh?
Swindle this time.
What's the deal?
Man who called himself Bentley went to a local broker's office. After he established a legitimate position, he asked the broker to handle a negotiation for him.
Stock negotiation?
Yeah. He asked him to contact another man here in town. Said this man had some oil stock that he was interested in.
I see.
He gave the broker $20,000 and asked him to buy the stock for him. He also said the stock might cost a little more and asked the broker to lay out the difference.
I think I know what's coming. The owner of the stock was a Confederate.
That's right, Andy. The victim made the contact. The Confederate held out for $30,000, and the victim laid out an additional $10,000.
His own money?
Yeah.
And the two swindlers disappeared?
That's right.
Any leads?
Well, the police arrested Bentley's Confederate this morning.
Has he talked?
No, not yet. Found a card in his pocket with a phone number of the Hotel Central on it. I contacted the hotel, learned that Bentley and his wife had been registered, but just checked out.
Oh, fine.
Andy, did you ever hear of a con man called the Fox?
Vaguely.
Well, his real name's Fred Caldwell. Now, from the descriptions we've gotten, I have a feeling that he's Bentley. I'm waiting for confirmation now.
From who?
From Washington. We got some of Bentley's fingerprints from a drinking glass that was in the victim's office. Oh, Andy, you working on a report?
Yeah. Yeah, just cleaning up a case.
Swell, then you can wait here for a word on the prints, huh?
Where are you going?
Back to the Hotel Central. See if I can get a lead on where the swindlers have gone.
Oh, Ruth?
Yeah?
Where are you?
In here.
Well, baby, we're all set to make the money move. I just left the chump, and he's ripe and ready. Has the stock been delivered yet?
Nope.
Well, what goes? I told the old dame to have it here.
You may not be needing it.
Why not?
Can't work the swindle without a front man, can you?
We got a front man.
You had a front man.
What do you mean?
His wife just called. He's gone on a bender.
Oh, no. Wait, are you kidding?
No, I am not. I'm not surprised either. I knew when you took that guy on that he looked like a lush.
Ruth, you don't have to knock whiskey.
Fred, isn't this thing serious to you?
Of course it is.
Then what are we going to do?
Well, let me think.
Can't just dig another front man from left field. We got to get a guy who looks legitimate, acts legitimate.
I know. Answer that, will you?
Just a minute.
Mrs. Caldwell?
That's right.
I'm Mr. Guthrie.
Who?
Ernest Guthrie. I have those stock certificates you ordered.
Oh, yeah. Come on in.
Thank you.
Ruthie, who's that?
Mr. Guthrie. He's delivering the stock.
Oh, well. Hello there, Mr. Guthrie.
How do you do, sir? Here are the certificates.
Ah, yeah, thanks.
I worked all night on them. Put a few extra little touches in you might like. Just take a look at the scroll work under the seal there.
Yeah. Say, Ruth.
What?
Wait a minute. What about him?
Huh?
Look at him. Gray hair, dignified puss, nice front.
Could be.
Sure he could.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah. Say, Mr. Guthrie, did you ever do any freelance work?
What do you mean?
Ever fronted a touch, worked a stock shake?
No.
Then you're going to right now.
Oh, but Mr. Caldwell, I never did anything like that.
Sit down, my dear Mr. Guthrie, and have a drink.
Oh, no.
Then have a cigar. We're about to become partners.
Yes, dear.
Goodness, where have you been all morning? There have been 3 customers here waiting for you, and I kept saying you'd be right back.
And I was delayed.
Where'd Mr. Caldwell?
Yes.
Was anything wrong?
No.
Well, then what in the world
Lydia,
kept you?
please, let me sit down. My head is still spinning.
You've been smoking again.
Well, that isn't the reason why I have to sit down. I just have to assemble myself.
What are you talking about?
Well, first of all, I'm now Mr. Caldwell's partner.
Partner? Oh, goodness, you must have smoked a lot.
No, it's true, Lydia. He wants me to work with him.
Doing what?
Well, he has something all planned. He explained it to me. I don't remember it too well. All I know is I wear my blue suit, I sit in an office, and hold out for $30,000.
Anything back from identity?
Yeah, Bentley turned out to be Caldwell, all right.
I was pretty sure of that.
I just finished sending out an alarm. Did you go to the Hotel Central?
Yeah, I interviewed the doorman. He remembered the Caldwells. They had their own car.
Could he describe it?
Oh, not well. He just remembered that it was a black sedan.
Had no idea where they went?
No, not at all.
Well, did you check the hotel garage?
Yeah, but it didn't keep the car there. The police are contacting all the other garages in the neighborhood for us.
Uh-huh. Well, we have Caldwell's complete record here. I didn't wire it.
That it there?
Yeah. Runs 3 full pages. I just finished reading it.
Hmm.
He's going to be rough to catch, Jim. He seldom uses the same swindle more than twice, which means that you...
No, pardon me, Uncle. Sure. Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Hello, Taylor. This is Lieutenant Bard, headquarters.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
We located the garage that Caldwell used. It's at 111 Oak Street.
Will I write that down?
Surely.
111 Oak Street. Is that right?
Right.
Thanks a lot, Lieutenant.
You're welcome.
Andy, the police have located the garage that Caldwell used. I'm going to get right over there.
Ruthie.
Yeah?
Say, old man Guthrie call yet?
No.
That's funny. Anders went to see him an hour ago. I hope the old guy got to the office.
He did.
How do you know?
His wife just called. It was kind of cute.
Cute? What do you mean?
Big thank you for launching the guy on a new career. Seems he's always had an ambition to...
I'll get it. Hello?
Mr. Caldwell?
Yes?
This is Ernest Guthrie.
Oh, well, hi, Pop. Anything happen?
Mr. Andrews was just here.
Well?
We discussed money matters for quite some time. Almost an hour, in fact.
Well, what'd you get him up to?
30,000.
Well, good boy. Did he lay it on the line?
No.
Then what's the deal?
He's delivering it here tonight.
That's fine, Pop, fine.
Mr. Caldwell?
Yeah?
I want you to know I very much enjoyed doing this job.
Yeah. Swell.
Yes, I like it much better than the printing business.
You do, huh? Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to say, Mr. Caldwell, if you think that I've handled myself properly...
Oh, marvelous, wonderful.
Would you consider continuing this relationship?
Sure. Why not?
Do you mean that?
Why, yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. Excuse me, I better call and tell Lydia.
Go right ahead. Yeah, you call her. See you tonight. Well, Ruthie, everything's in line.
Did the chump pay off?
Tonight. Start packing, honey, and as soon as we collect, we'll call the cops, tell them where to pick up old Guthrie, and we'll be on our way.
Now, a special message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society to fathers and mothers of young children. About 10 or 15 years from now, that youngster of yours is going to be saying to you,
"Hey, Dad, the letter came today, accepting my application for college."
Your boy or girl will have 3 good reasons for feeling elated. First, college men and women earn more money.
Look, Dad, here's a magazine article which proves that college men earn $72,000 more during their working years than the fellow who doesn't go beyond high school.
Second, college men land the bigger jobs.
See, Dad, it says that out of every 16 men earning $10,000 a year or more, 15 are guys who've been to college. 15 out of 16.
Third, college men get more out of life. Learn to appreciate art and good books and music. Gain culture they wouldn't trade for any amount of money. So don't leave your children's education to chance. Be sure. Be certain. Start an Equitable Education Fund now.
An Equitable Education Fund? What's that?
It's the painless way to pay for your children's college education. In this Equitable Society's plan, you start when your children are young. Then, each year, you pay a sum of money that doesn't hurt, an amount that scarcely makes a dent in your budget. When your youngster's ready for college, the money's all ready for him.
That's spreading the cost of education over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4.
Right. Now, suppose the father dies or becomes totally disabled. Then no more payments are necessary. The fund becomes fully established. When the youngster is ready for college, he gets the same education as if his dad had lived. So don't delay a day longer. Let your Equitable Society representative show you how little it costs to start an Equitable Education Fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Aged Apprentice.
One of the subjects constantly occupying the sociologists of our nation is crime. Why does a family, for instance, breed one decent law-abiding citizen and one homicidal criminal? What is the single factor in the background of each that made one conform to the rules of society and one decide to break them? Obviously, it is not a matter of inheritance, since both have a common heritage. Nor could it be entirely a matter of environment, for college professors have been raised in squalid slums that also gave the world a John Dillinger. It is impossible to write any general set of rules by which the background of a person might be measured. Any such set of rules would be as false as the bromide handed from generation to generation about there being such a thing as honor among thieves. You need no more proof of the fallacy of that statement than tonight's case. Nor is this one any exception. Instead, it follows the criminal pattern. In one case, for instance, an apprehended fugitive turned state's evidence. His testimony brought a long term of imprisonment to his accomplice, who happened also to be his brother. Lest it sound like such a lack of brotherly devotion set a new record, the files of any law enforcement agency can produce many similar accounts. Because there is no such thing as the average criminal, it is impossible to tell you every characteristic of every lawbreaker. However, devotion and honor are qualities seldom found among them. Greed is the common denominator of the criminal, who regards with compassion and complete sympathy only one person in the world, himself. Tonight's file continues at the FBI field office.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, hi, Andy.
Well, what's with the map?
I'm just checking off some gas stations.
Have you got a lead?
No, not exactly. I talked to an attendant at the garage where Caldwell kept his car. When he pulled out, he asked for a map. The attendant didn't have one, and Caldwell said, well, he'd pick one up on the road.
Did he say where he was going?
No, but they said his gas tank was almost empty, so he must have stopped for a map at a service station reasonably close to town.
Have you tried to contact any of them?
Well, the state police are working on that angle for us.
I interviewed Caldwell's Confederate, but unfortunately it didn't lead anyplace.
He didn't know where Caldwell had gone, huh?
No.
Message from Teletype, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, thanks, George. It's from the state police, Andy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here we are. One night last week, Caldwell stopped at a gas station on Route 30.
Did he pick up a map?
Yep, and he also asked for directions.
To where?
Grove City. Come on, Andy, let's get over there.
Yes, who is it?
It's Lydia.
Oh, come in, come in. Well, this is a surprise.
Ernest.
Did you come to see the office,
Ernest, has he been here yet?
Huh? Who?
Mr. Caldwell.
Oh, no.
Then I've arrived in time.
Well, Lydia, what are you talking about?
I've just heard some very distressing news, Ernest, about Mr. Caldwell.
Oh, well, what is it?
One of the Miller boys came into the shop. I told him about you, who you were working with, and he just threw up his hands in horror.
Why?
He's known Mr. Caldwell for years. He told me that whenever he does a job, he engages a Confederate. When the job is over, he calls the police and has the Confederate arrested.
No.
That's undoubtedly what he plans to do with you.
Why, Lydia, I can't believe it. Mr. Caldwell wouldn't do
this
that.
Man,
Huh?
the one who's to pay you the money.
Well, I expect him here any minute.
And how much is he bringing?
$30,000.
Ernest, I think we should teach Mr. Caldwell a lesson.
You mean
Yes?
the whole 30,000?
Yes?
Oh, that'd be very risky. He'd find us, and I think he'd find the means to get the money back.
But he intends to double-cross you.
Well, I can avoid that by leaving here right now.
And leave $30,000.
Lydia, if I were a young man, I'd be willing, even eager to teach Mr. Caldwell a lesson.
Ernest,
but
you just wait here.
Where are you going, Lydia?
I've thought of a way to get that money.
No, Lydia.
Ernest, there's a moral point involved. We have a chance to prove to Mr. Caldwell once and for all that being dishonest just does not pay.
Sign coming up on the right, Jim.
Catch it, will you, Andy?
Uh-huh.
Should be the outskirts of Grove City.
Yeah, it is.
Now we made good time. Andy, you ever been here?
No.
Our police headquarters is just a few miles down on the right-hand side.
Uh-huh. How do you want to work?
Well, I know the town, Andy, so you better stay at headquarters and take the phone detail, huh?
All right.
Call every garage in town, will you? See if you can locate Caldwell's car.
Okay.
I'll distribute the pictures and cover all the leading hotels.
How many are there?
Oh, half a dozen or so. If I come up with anything, I'll call you.
Hello?
Andy, Jim Taylor.
Oh, yeah, Jim.
I'm at the Brown Hotel. I just missed the Caldwells.
What happened?
They checked out of here a half an hour ago. You located their car?
No.
Well, I think you better come right over here. Andy.
Oh. Get anything, Jim?
No, not yet.
What have you covered?
Well, I've interviewed the manager, bellboys, room clerks. They don't know where the Caldwells went.
They might have wired ahead someplace for reservations.
Yeah, there's a telegraph office on the corner.
All right, I'll go on down there.
Okay. I'll go interview the switchboard girls and check the telephone slips. See you back here in the lobby. Any luck, Andy?
No. How about you?
No, I drew a blank, too.
They didn't make any calls.
Not from their room. The elevator man said Caldwell used a payphone here in the lobby.
Well, I guess we'd better go back to police headquarters.
Yeah, we might as well. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
I'm going to go back and talk to the switchboard girls again.
Oh, goodness, I'm all out of breath.
Where have you been?
Over to see old Tom Morgan
Tom? What for?
to get a check for $30,000. You can give it to Mr. Caldwell.
But, Liddy, he told me not to take a check.
This one is certified. It's one you printed for old Tom.
Oh.
Did the man come here with the money?
Yes, he just left.
All right, let me have it.
Liddy, I think
Give
that...
it to me, Ernest.
Very well.
I'll just put it in here with my knitting. Here, you take the check.
All right.
Hi, Pappy. Well, I didn't expect to see you here, Mrs. Guthrie.
I was just curious to see how Ernest looked seated behind the desk.
Did Andrews come here?
Yes?
To give you the dough?
Yes, I have the check right here.
Check? I told you to take cash.
Well, the check is certified, Mr. Caldwell.
Oh, well, that's different.
Fred?
That you, Ruth?
Yes. Well, they're still here.
Huh?
Good. Did he give you the dough he collected?
Yeah.
How?
Certified check?
It's a phony.
Yeah, what?
I just got a call from Tom Morgan. The old dame here got that check from him and filled in your name. He had a beef against her, so when she left, he called me.
That's thoroughly dishonorable.
Fred, they're trying to hand you one. Now make 'em come up with the cash.
Caldwell, I don't know what she's talking about.
Well, I do. Andrews paid you in cash, and you tried to pull a switch.
Where's the dough?
Ernest, I've heard enough of this. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you're not. Fred, let's frisk 'em.
Now, just a minute.
Come here, Pop.
No.
You keep away from
me alone.
Stop. Stand where you are, all of you.
Oh, thank heaven.
I'll take the money you've been discussing, and you can have these.
What is this?
They're warrants for your arrest.
Fred Caldwell and his wife were convicted in federal court of violating the National Stolen Property Act and sentenced to serve 10-year terms. Ernest and Lydia Guthrie were also convicted on the same charge and sentenced for the same number of years. Special Agent Taylor, knowing it was impossible to trace a call from a pay station telephone, was about to give up on that angle when he realized there might be some records which would aid in locating Fred Caldwell. Those were the carbon copies of messages Caldwell received at the hotel. 3 messages had been left for him by a Mr. Andrews. By thorough but rapid investigation, the right one was located. The Andrews who had been victimized after answering Caldwell's elaborate prospectus. He gave the 2 special agents the address of an office in another state where the swindle had taken place, the office at which the arrests were made. And so another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was closed. But in a sense, it has not been closed, for there are still men like Fred Caldwell at large in many parts of this nation. Neither your FBI nor any law enforcement agency can put a halt to their depredations, for they do not hear about it until after the crime has been committed. However, these men need not continue to be successful, for you can stop them. You, the American people, by refusing to accept anything for nothing, and thus by refusing to be victimized.
Now, one last word to fathers and mothers. Of all the things you can do for your children, there's no greater proof of your love for them than an equitable education fund. They'll be grateful for it as long as they live. Your boy or girl may only say a few words like,
Thanks, Mom. Thank you, Dad.
but you know from the look in his eye and the ring in his voice that he'll never forget your foresight in starting an equitable education fund. Right now, make that wise resolution to see your equitable representative soon.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A factual account of the operations of a big city racketeer. Its subject, kidnapping. Its title, The Vanishing Witness.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Tom Brown, Walter Catlett, Tony Hughes, Bill Johnstone, Florence Lake, and Peggy Weber. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Vanishing Witness on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of the Thin Man. Fun and excitement for the whole family when the Thin Man comes your way. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. If you listen fairly frequently to this program, you've probably noticed several things about the commercials. They're interesting, they appeal to your intelligence, they help you solve personal or family problems. Tonight, for instance, the Equitable Society is going to present some very timely facts on why it pays to give your children a college education. We'll then outline a simple, workable, money-saving plan, the painless way to pay for those 4 years in college. If you want your children to get ahead in life, you'll be vitally interested in this information from the Equitable Society coming in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Vanishing Witness.
The job of the professional law enforcement officer is never an easy one, for the war against crime is full-fledged battle. However, it is true that some criminals present less of a problem than others. Take the ordinary crime of auto theft, for example. In the past 12 months, almost 72,000 cars were stolen, representing a total value of more than $56 million. Yet the record also shows that more than 94% of those automobiles were returned to their legal owners, often within a period of 24 hours. Swindlers may enjoy momentary success, but the files at the Federal Bureau of Investigation reveal not a single important confidence man who has failed to serve at least one prison term. Go down the line, and you will find the same thing to be true with almost every type of criminal. However, there is one big exception to that rule. One kind of lawbreaker always difficult to arrest on the weight of evidence. Fortunately, he is not in every city in the country, the overwhelming majority of men in public office being decent, responsible human beings. But this leech among us, the politically protected racketeer, is present in too many sections of the nation. And where you find him, you will find crime on the increase, with almost everyone profiting handsomely. Hoodlums enjoy steady employment. The criminal machine is kept well oiled by a constant flow of loot, and the crooked politician is able to retire wealthy. Situation: one group composed of you, the people. Tonight's file opens in the corridor of a courthouse located in a large Midwestern city. Detective Roy Williams of the local police stands near the door of the grand jury room as FBI Special Agent Taylor approaches.
Hello, Roy.
Oh, hi, Jim. You come up to hear Caswell on the stand?
Yeah. My agent in charge wants to see if there's anything in this case that'll give us jurisdiction.
Well, I don't think there is, but stick around and listen. You'll enjoy it.
Are you that sure?
Yeah. That story about the racing wire being a legitimate news service won't hold water this trip.
No?
We'll prove Caswell knows the service is going to bookmakers.
How are you going to do that, Roy?
Oh, we've got the big witness.
Oh, and who's that?
An old man named Onslow, who was Caswell's bookkeeper.
Wow.
Say, that reminds me. Where is the old boy? He's supposed to leave the hospital a half hour ago.
Hospital?
Yeah, he's been sick, but the doctor okayed his coming up here to testify.
Oh, I see.
Can I have a statement, Mr. Caswell?
How about something to the examiner, Mr. Caswell?
I'm sorry, boys. No comment. Oh, now, wait a minute. Can't you give me one quote?
I'm sorry. Hello, copper.
Well, look, how about a picture?
What do we get inside?
Hey, Charlie, over here with the camera, huh?
He looks pretty confident, Roy.
Yeah.
Roy.
Yes, Nick?
We were just down to the hospital to pick up old man Onslow.
Well, where is he?
2 men posing as cops took him out of the place 5 minutes before we got there.
The following morning at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor returns to his desk from the teletype room to find Detective Roy Williams waiting.
Hi, Roy. You looking for me?
Yes, Jim. I was in to see your agent in charge, and he put you on that missing witness case.
You mean old man Onslow?
Mm-hmm. Turns out he was kidnapped and taken across the state line.
Oh. You got any idea where to?
Well, only the direction. A friend of Onslow's called headquarters this morning to report he saw the old man yesterday on the Hudson Street ferry.
Huh? You come up with any ident on either of the kidnappers?
None at all. I don't have to tell you, Jim. Without Onslow's testimony, the grand jury can't bring back an indictment.
Yeah, I know. How long do you think they'll wait?
Till tomorrow morning. If we don't produce Onslow by that time, they'll start hearing another case.
It's not much time.
No. To make it worse, the term of this grand jury expires the end of this week.
Well, you've covered the hospital, haven't you?
Yeah, but I drew blank.
Wasn't there any police guard?
Mm-hmm. They took him out of the play. He was called to the hall telephone.
Well, what about this friend who saw Onslow on the ferry yesterday?
Well, I got his name and address here on this sheet of paper. Let me see. Andrew Harper, 29 Maywood Street. You want to interview him, Jim?
Yeah, sure. Hey, where are you going?
Back to the hospital. Some of the floor workers who were on duty at the time of the kidnapping weren't due back till this morning.
Oh, I see.
I'll meet you back here at your office.
Good morning, Pearl.
Hi. A little early for you to hit the office.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep.
Stomach again?
Yeah, it's murder. Every time there's one of these investigations, my ulcers start playing handball.
You take anything?
What can I take with grand juries, customers beefing?
They've been calling all morning.
Why don't I go into a legitimate business? Oh, that's another beef. I'm not here.
Okay. Mr. Caswell's office.
Is he there?
Phil?
Yeah.
Hold it. Phil wants to talk to you.
I'll take it on the other phone, huh?
He'll be right with you.
Hi, Phil. How's it going over there?
No good.
No good, huh? That's all I hear from everybody.
Look, we've been working on the old guy for hours.
You won't change his story?
Nope.
Put him on the phone.
He's out cold. How much time we got?
Hey, he's due on the witness stand tomorrow morning.
I've got an idea.
What's that?
He's been taking some pills they gave him at the hospital. They've run out.
So?
He claims if he don't get some more, he'll kick over.
Oh.
Should I see if he's telling the truth?
No, you better get him the pills.
But you want him on your side.
I want him on my side alive.
Well, we'll go to work on him again.
No. Lay off the muscle.
What else is there?
Yeah, I'll think of something. When I do, I'll call you.
I got a small lead at the hospital, Jim.
What's that, Roy?
The 2 phony cops signed the visitor's register.
Oh?
Here's the page with their signatures.
What names did they use?
Richard Jones and John Smith.
They used a lot of imagination.
Yeah. Think your lab can get anything on these?
Well, I'll have it checked for handwriting and latent prints.
Oh, say, one of the elevator operators remembered bringing Onslow and the 2 men down. He said both kidnappers were tall and wore hats with the brims pulled very low.
That's almost as good as a mask.
I showed Onslow's picture to every cab driver who works the line in front of the hospital, but none of them remembered him.
Well, that figures. Not much point in taking a cab from the hospital with a ferry right across the street.
Hey, how about the man you interviewed?
Well, they said 2 men were with Onslow, but he couldn't describe them. The only details he recalled was that he was wearing slippers instead of shoes and that the ferry left here at 1:40 p.m.
Yeah, those things might help if we had time, but only about half a day left.
Yeah, Caswell's probably watching the clock, too.
Yeah, except the deadline favors him.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Roy, I checked with the ferry company. The boat that pulled out of here at 1:40 yesterday afternoon was the James Chris.
You get it scheduled for today?
It's due out again in 20 minutes. Let's get on there, Roy, and take a ride. I thought I had something for a minute.
What's that, Jim?
I just talked to the gateman down at the other end. He recognized Onslow's picture, but he didn't remember seeing anybody with him.
Hell, I didn't even do that well.
Oh? Hey, look. Boat's pulling into the slip.
Yeah. I guess there's nothing left to do but take the next one back. All we managed to do was use up a couple of hours of valuable time.
Hey, Roy. I just thought of something. Come on.
Where you going?
I want to talk to that shoeshine boy.
Shoeshine.
Yo, shoeshine.
Okay, right with you. Shine, mister?
Yeah, I'd like a shine and some information.
Well, I'll do the best I can on both. Right foot first, huh?
Okay. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh.
Were you on this boat yesterday?
Yeah, all day.
Well, in your line of business, you generally notice what kind of shoes people are wearing, don't you?
Most of the time. Yes, sir.
Do you remember seeing anybody on this ferry yesterday who was wearing slippers?
Slippers? Yeah, sure I do. He was an old guy.
Take a look at this picture. Is that him?
Sure, that's the guy.
Do you remember who he was with?
Let's see. Yeah, I think I do. He was with 2 other guys. I gave them both shines. One was wearing brown shoes, the other black.
What'd they look like?
Well, no, you
Now, would you recognize them if you saw them again?
Yeah, I think I would.
How about coming to police headquarters with us and looking through some pictures?
Sure.
Thanks a million. Roy, if he can make an ident for us, Onslow might still get before that grand jury in time.
Have a chair, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Caswell.
My secretary said you were with the FBI.
That's right. Here are my credentials.
Thank you, sir. You don't mind if I look at them closely?
No, not at all.
You can't be too careful, you know.
Take all the time you want. I don't have to be anywhere till 10:30 tomorrow
They seem
morning.
to be in order. Now, what was it you wanted to see me about?
About 2 men who posed as police officers and kidnapped a grand jury witness who was prepared to testify against you.
Mr. Onslow?
That's right.
Well, I'd heard he was missing, of course, but not that he'd been kidnapped. That just shows you never know about these quiet little men. Who'd think he had enough money to be worth kidnapping?
No, he's not being held for ransom.
Oh?
No. You see, we know who kidnapped him.
Well, you FBI men are really amazing. You mean you already know who did it?
Their names are Phil Newland and Paul Adams.
Well, then you've got no problem, have you? All you've got to do now is find those men and arrest them.
That's why I came here, Mr. Caswell.
Well, I don't quite understand.
It's common knowledge that both Newland and Adams work for you.
Newland? Adams? Well, I don't think so, but just a minute. I'll check.
Yes, Mr. Caswell?
Look at our payroll record, Miss Sheridan. See if we have anyone working for us named, what were their names again, Mr. Taylor?
Phil Newland and Paul Adams.
Oh, yes. Phil Newland and Paul Adams.
Just a minute,
Maybe janitors or elevator men in some of the real estate I own, you know.
No, I doubt that you'll find them in that category.
Well, perhaps they work in my construction company.
They're muscle men, Mr. Caswell.
Muscle men? Well, I'm afraid
Mr. Caswell?
that Yes, Miss Sheridan.
Neither of those names appears on the payroll record.
Thank you. Well, there's your answer, Mr. Taylor.
Caswell, let's stop kidding each other. You know those men work for you, and you know they took Onslow. You're the only one who'd benefit by his absence.
Look, are you charging me with kidnapping?
No, not yet.
Any other charges you want to make?
Not till I can prove them.
Well, come back when you think you can.
I will, Mr. Caswell. That's a promise.
Now, a special message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society to fathers and mothers of young children. Let's turn the calendar ahead for a moment to the year 1960 or 65, to a day when that youngster of yours comes to you and says,
"Oh, Dad, I'm all set. I passed my college entrance exams. Yippee!"
Your boy has 3 good reasons for feeling on top of the world. First, college men and women earn more money.
Look, Dad, in this morning's newspaper it says college men earn $72,000 more during the years they worked than the fellows who miss out on a college education.
Second, college men land the bigger job.
And listen to this, Dad. Out of every 16 men earning $10,000 a year and up, 15 are college guys. That's odds to 15 to 1 in favor of college.
Third, college men get more out of life. Their general culture, their appreciation of art and good books, gives them poise and prestige in their social life. Think that over, father and mother, and decide now that your children are going to have the big advantage of a college education. Decide to make sure with an Equitable Education Fund.
An Equitable Education Fund? Why, what's that?
It's the painless way to pay for your children's college education. In this Equitable Society plan, you start when your children are young. Then, each year, you pay a sum of money that doesn't hurt, an amount that scarcely makes a dent in your budget. When your youngster's ready for college, the money's all ready for him.
That's spreading the cost of education over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4.
Right. Now, suppose the father dies or becomes totally disabled. Then no more payments are necessary. The fund becomes fully established. When the youngster is ready for college, he gets the same education as if his dad had lived. So don't delay a day longer. Let your Equitable Society representative show you how little it costs to start an Equitable Education Fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Vanishing Witness.
Every case chosen for dramatization on this, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has a message for you listeners, an important message. Take this evening's case, for example. It concerns the boss of a machine which controls crime in a particular city. There are probably some now asking themselves how this affects them, unless they happen to reside in just one place. Here is their answer. Look at crime for what it is, an infection in the body of society. Let it fester unchecked in one place, and it spreads, as any epidemic will. The reason it spreads is that crime breeds dictators, and therein lies the menace to you, the decent citizen. No dictator, by the very nature of his position, can afford to sit still. Born of turmoil, he lives by chaos. He must reach out for colonies, for puppet states, in a constant effort to expand. In like measure, the criminal dictator, established in one community, must spread out, must move to include new territories in his domain. Eventually, unless stopped, he reaches you. But those 2 words, unless stopped, do not constitute a careless, empty phrase. The Ed Caswells of the country can be stopped, as infection is by medicine. In the case of crime, the medicine is usually manpower. More manpower for your local police. Give them that weapon. Leave them politically untrammeled, and your police will do the job. Tonight's file continues later that evening at the local FBI field office. Detective Roy Williams has just entered.
Did you get to see Caswell, Jim?
Yeah, that's all I did get.
What happened when you hit him with Newland and Adams?
Claimed he didn't even know them.
I was afraid of that. Jim, do you realize we have only 12 hours to find the old man?
Yeah, I know, Roy.
And we don't even know if he's still alive.
Oh, I think he's alive, all right. If they wanted to kill him, they'd have done it in the hospital. Roy, has Onslow got any family?
Well, no wife or children, but I gather there was a sister someplace.
Hmm?
Yeah, at least there was a picture in his room at the hospital signed your sister, Ethel.
Is a snapshot or a portrait picture?
Portrait? Why?
Well, maybe the photo studio can tell you who she is and where she lives.
Right, I'll get it and start checking.
Okay, and while you're doing that, I'll study Adams and Newland's records again and try and find a lead there.
Well, what's with the jollies?
Oh, it just happened to feel good.
That was a quick cure.
All I needed was a little luck, baby. Puts the ulcers right to bed again. The mail come in?
It's right in front of you.
Oh.
Did the old man change his story?
Not yet, but he's going to.
How do you know?
Well, I happen to remember old man Onslow telling me that he had a sister named Johnson. He gave me your phone number once, said if he wasn't home, I could always reach him there.
So?
So from the phone number, I got the address. I gave the address to Phil. He went over there this morning to pick her up.
Do you mind very much if I don't get it?
Phil brings the sister back to where he's keeping Onslow. If he doesn't testify my way, she gets the treatment, too.
Oh.
How have you been doing with our customers?
They're still complaining.
Well, just tell them to be patient. The horse wire will be back in use tomorrow.
Roy, did you locate Onslow's sister?
No, I got an address from that photographer, but she'd moved 6 months ago.
And no forwarding address?
No, but the department is checking every moving company in town.
Yeah. Well, I spoke to my agent in charge. He didn't think there was any chance of getting another continuance from the grand jury.
I know there isn't. We either come up with Onslow in the next hour or else.
Hey, Roy, wait a minute. I just got a thought.
What's that?
We know the kidnappers had their shoes shined on that ferry, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's assume for a minute we're the kidnappers. Now, we spirited old man Onslow out of the hospital onto the ferry.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we had a car, would we get out and take Onslow for a walk so we could get a shine?
Well, no, of course not.
Okay. Now, if we were taking Onslow any distance after we got off the ferry, we'd need a car on the other side.
That's right.
Well, in that case, it would have been just as easy for us to use a car all the way and a whole lot safer.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that make it seem that the old man is hidden out someplace close to the ferry slip just across the river?
Could be, Jim. But that district is crowded with tenements and cheap rooming houses. It'd be next to impossible to find anybody in that jungle if we had days instead of minutes.
Well, there's no point just sitting around here and letting the clock run out on us. I'm going to take the ferry and canvass the rooming houses, coffee shops, diners.
I sure wish I had jurisdiction over there.
Well, I'll get some local help. Oh, by the way, Roy, why was old man Onslow in the hospital?
Some kind of blood disease.
Do you remember the name?
No, the hospital could tell you.
Okay, I'll check with them.
Earl,
Yeah?
did you get Phil yet?
Operator's ringing him now.
No. How do you like the new wardrobe? Businessman blues.
Looks a little square.
Sensational for juries, baby. Makes me a very legitimate fella.
Hello?
Hello, Phil. Ed wants to talk to you.
I was just going to call him.
Here's Phil.
No. Hello?
We got trouble, Ed.
No, what happened?
I went to the sister's house. Was crawling with cops.
Oh. Well, I guess they got the same idea. They spot you?
No, I drove right past.
Did you tell the old man she wasn't coming?
No. That won't make any difference, Ed. He's a stubborn guy.
Well, I guess there's only one thing to do, Phil. Kill him.
No place to park along here.
Pull past the courthouse. That's where I parked yesterday.
Okay. I hope Phil followed through.
You can depend on Phil.
I don't know why you didn't kill the old guy in the first place.
That's too crude, Pearl. Having him testify for me would have been much better. You'd think he'd have been willing to after having worked for me for so long. Well, I guess I expect too much from people. Oh, there's the spot to park.
Oh, yeah. How am I on that side?
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Now, where are those canceled checks?
In the briefcase.
What about the rent receipts?
Yeah, they're in there, too.
Well, okay, let's go.
Here come those newspaper characters.
Yeah, I see them.
Got a statement to make, Mr. Caswell?
Not right now, boys.
Oh, I got a deadline in half an hour.
Well, I got one sooner than that.
Can't you give us anything?
Why don't you guys lay off?
Now, honey, they're only doing their job. See me when I come out, boys. You'll have a good story then, huh?
Okay.
Ed.
Huh?
It's 10:30.
There's no rush. Look, they haven't even opened the doors yet. There's the fuzz up ahead.
I see them.
Well, hi, copper. Oh, hello there, Mr. Taylor.
You still look pretty confident, Mr. Caswell.
Why shouldn't I?
Take a look down the hall.
Where?
See the man talking to the city attorney?
Onslow.
Ed.
Shut up.
You thought he was dead, is that it, miss?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You want to tell him, Roy?
Sure. Your two thugs are at the city jail, Mr. Caswell. They just signed full confessions implicating you.
What?
You've got your choice, Caswell. You can wait around here till Onslow testifies, or you can come to headquarters right now.
Ed Caswell, Pearl Sheridan, Phil Newland, and Paul Adams were all tried in federal court on a charge of kidnapping. Upon being found guilty, each received a sentence of life imprisonment. Tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation is another in the long line of illustrations of the value to every special agent of the course of training he receives at FBI headquarters in Washington before being sent to a field office. Part of that training teaches a student never to evaluate the various clues in an investigation, for the one which seems most promising frequently leads to a dead end, and the one which at first seemed just another useless bit of information develops into the lead with which a case is broken open. For example, Special Agent Taylor was able to locate the hideout to which Ed Caswell's kidnapped bookkeeper had been taken because before starting his search, he called the hospital where Onslow had been a patient. The doctor there informed him that the old man was suffering from acute leukemia, which was being treated through the use of newly developed pills containing aminopterin. The doctor also said he had written a prescription for the pills and given it to Onslow in case he needed some while away from the hospital. Special Agent Taylor then proceeded to the district where logic had told him Onslow was being held. A visit to the neighborhood drugstores revealed one which had had a call for aminopterin and had delivered the pills to a certain address, an address which turned out to be occupied by Phil Newland, Paul Adams, and their kidnapped victim. In that way, another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was closed, and a criminal dictator whose continued freedom had been a threat to every decent citizen was removed from circulation. But even more important, the life of an innocent person was saved, an innocent person who is now a living tribute to the fact that the special agents of your FBI are vigilant, tireless defenders not only of the liberties and properties of the American people, but also defenders of their very lives.
Now, one last word to fathers and mothers. Of all the things you can do for your children, there's no greater proof of your love for them than an equitable education fund. They'll be grateful for it as long as they live. Your boy or girl may only say a few words like,
"Thanks, Mom," and "Thank you, Dad."
but you know from the look in his eye and that ring in his voice that he'll never forget your foresight in starting an equitable education fund. Right now, make that wise resolution to see your equitable representative soon.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case from the past that has great application today. Its subject, robbery. Its title, The Black Market Hijacking.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Bill Conrad, Herb Ellis, Ed Gargan, Doris Nolan, John Sheehan, and Gil Stratton, Jr. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Black Market Hijacking on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of the Thin Man. Fun and excitement for the whole family when the Thin Man comes your way. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Again and again, regular listeners to this Equitable Society program write in and say nice things about our commercial messages. They say that our Equitable commercials are packed with helpful and useful information, presented in a sincere and reasonable way. You'll find tonight's middle commercial a perfect example of this. It deals with college education, shows why it's such a good investment for your children, then outlines a simple, painless way to pay for those 4 years in college. If you have ambitions for your children, you'll welcome this information from the Equitable Society coming in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Black Market Hijacking.
"5 years ago, there was great joy throughout this nation, for peace at long last had returned. Americans who had given of their youth were getting ready to start the long voyage home, the long trek back to civilian life, back to a way of life they had fought to protect. Painters in every city were busy writing the words, "Welcome Home," on smokestacks, storage tanks, and every other available space. From coast to coast, the face of America was being lifted. For here was a nation getting ready to enjoy an era of peace. And now, only 5 short years later, there are young men in this nation receiving letters which start, "Welcome, you have been chosen," and go on from there. Letters from their draft boards. Factories which had just about gotten themselves switched from war work to civilian production are undergoing reconversion once more. And the morning paper is again alive with words America had almost forgotten. Words like General Pershing tank, bazooka gun, and P-80 shooting star. There are other words, too, making their reappearance. Unpleasant words that bring back unpleasant thoughts. Rationing, price controls, hoarding. A man who spent the last 5 years asleep could wake and follow any conversation, could pick it up where he had dozed off. As yet, there are no black markets, but there are gray ones, because a few selfish people have caused a temporary shortage by purchasing beyond their possible needs. For that reason, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has chosen for dramatization this evening a case which took place in World War II. Maybe you'll remember it. Tonight's file opens late one night in 1943. Two men ride a small boat across the river, one at the wheel, the other peering through the thick fog.
You see anything, Leo?
No, not yet.
We ought to be getting close.
Let's move.
Nah, not to where that barge was anchored.
Hey, Fred. Next time, let's hijack a truck, huh?
You think we'd score this good in a truck?
No, but it'd be easier work.
What's tough about this job?
I don't like this foggy air. Murder on my sinus.
Leo, a barge load of coffee will cure anything. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Turn toward me a little.
You see it?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, see those lights?
Uh-huh.
Better get up that front line.
Okay.
Uh-huh. That's the barge, all right.
Hey, Fred.
Yeah.
What do we do with a barge load of coffee?
What do you think we do with it? We sell it.
I know that. But it's a lot to get rid of.
Leo, people are short of coffee. It'll be a cinch to get rid of. Just think, kid. Helping people out when they ain't got something, we'll be helping the war effort.
The following morning at the FBI field office in a nearby city, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Elliot Warren.
Welcome back to the office, Elliot.
Thanks, Jim.
You chased that young man all the way across the continent, didn't you?
Just about.
Well, I think you can settle down for a while. We've been put on one that has a local angle. Theft of government property. A barge load of coffee belonging to the Army was hijacked last night down the river at Auburn.
Shouldn't be too much trouble locating a stolen barge.
Well, the barge wasn't taken. The hijackers knocked out the watchman and ferried the bags of coffee ashore in a launch.
You interviewed the watchman yet?
No, the Auburn police have. Said he'd been assaulted by two men. He couldn't describe them, though. The fog was too thick.
They must have come aboard in a boat.
Well, he couldn't describe that either. But the police covered the shore this morning. They found a spot where a launch had been run in a number of times, and there were two sets of tire tracks on the beach, made by trucks.
Did they lead any place from the beach?
No. Hey, you ready to start working on this?
Well, I've got just about one more hour's work on this report.
Okay. I'll run down to Auburn and interview that watchman.
Leo! Leo!
Okay.
Where you been?
Out talking to the hat check girl. Figured as long as the floor show was still on,
It's just
might as
ending.
well
Stick around. Sally will be through.
All right.
All right, folks, that's the end of the show. Now, everybody dance.
Sally know we're here?
Yeah, here she comes.
Where's the next show, Sally?
If you get up and dance, sweetheart, it'll be on right now. Hello, boys.
Hello, Sally.
Hi, Sally.
Don't get up. Makes me feel like a lady.
Yeah.
Yeah. Business okay?
Oh, I got no complaints.
How about our business?
Huh?
Did you dig a customer? You know, a customer for the coffee.
Now, let's not mention the product. I got a prospect, a real live one.
Who is he?
Well, now, Fred, let's get the commission angle straightened out first.
I already told you. You get 10% off the top.
Honey prices have jumped since then. There's a war on, you know.
All right, how much now?
A full share. 1/3.
Why don't you take it all?
Oh, honey, that wouldn't be fair.
Suppose we say no.
My customer goes back in the deep freeze.
What's the matter with you? Don't you make enough in this joint to keep you happy?
Honey, boy, I've learned to lay it away while I'm hot. Now, what do you say?
Yeah, okay. You get 1/3.
Swell.
Who's the guy?
His name is Kent.
I don't know any fence named Kent.
This man is a legitimate citizen.
Well, what does he want with our product?
Well, you see, he likes to wave the flag during the daytime, but at night he's in business for himself.
All right, how much will he go for?
You can settle that with him. He's over there at the corner table.
That guy in the blue suit?
Mm-hmm. Grab your drinks and come on over.
Okay.
Hey. Hey.
Pardon up. Excuse me, sweetheart.
These smoke-filled joints really fracture my sinus, Fred.
Hi, Mr. Kent.
Oh, hello there.
These are the boys I was telling you about. Fred Sanford, Leo Dixon. Meet Mr. Kent.
How do you do, Mr.
Hi.
Kent? Will you sit down?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sally.
No, you three work it out. I gotta make some character with the Yumpties. See y'all later, huh?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, I see you have drinks, gentlemen.
Yeah.
I suppose we might as well get right down to business.
Okay.
Miss Sally has told me about the property you have for sale. I'd like to make you an offer for it.
How much?
I'll give you 25 cents a pound.
Oh, it's worth more than that.
Not to me. That's a flat offer. And I'd like to add that I can't consider closing the deal until I've examined the merchandise.
Well, you can see it any time you want.
Where?
I got it stashed in a warehouse at First and Broadway. A fellow named Woody runs the place. Just go there and tell him I sent you.
All right, I'll go there tomorrow.
Okay. And let's meet back here tomorrow night.
Elliot, we got a break on that stolen coffee.
From the watchman?
No, from the Auburn police. They found the launch that was used by the thieves. There was a broken bag on deck, and the stenciling on the bag matched with the coffee that was hijacked.
Did you examine the launch, Jim?
Yeah, and I think I came up with a lead.
What's that?
Well, there was an old jacket in the cabin. It was obviously worn by one of the hijackers when he carried the coffee. I went through the pockets. I found a book of matches from a local restaurant, ticket stub from a downtown movie, and a rain check from our ballpark.
That should make the thieves come from around here.
Well, I'd say so. You can't have that much coffee in your living room.
Hardly.
Well, they're probably using a local warehouse, so let's get out the list and start checking them.
Sorry to keep you waiting, boys.
That's all right. Ken show you?
Yeah, he's in my office. Come on back.
Did he get over to see the coffee?
Ixnay on the offie cake.
Okay. Did he see the product?
I don't know. Go ahead, boys.
Fine.
Yeah, thanks.
Hi, Mr. Kent.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Sit down, fellas.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Kent, did you get to see the stuff?
Yes, I went over this afternoon.
How'd it look to you?
Fine.
All right, let's start talking dough again. I might as well tell you for openers, we're not interested in that 25 cents a pound.
To tell you the truth, gentlemen, I'm not either.
Now you're talking.
I have a newspaper clipping here someplace. Oh, yes, here we are. I think we should discuss it before we make any further mention of money.
What is this?
A story in this evening's paper. Has to do with coffee belonging to the U.S. Army that was stolen night before last. Now, by a strange coincidence, gentlemen, that's what you're trying to sell to me.
So?
So I can't help putting two and two together.
Look, Mr. Kent, you didn't think the boys just grew that coffee, did you?
I certainly didn't think it was stolen. That puts an entirely different light on the deal.
You mean you're backing out?
No. I'm reducing my offer to 5 cents a pound.
Mr. Kent, you're not a businessman. You're a comedian.
Look, let's break this up. We got no deal.
Just a minute. I'd like to call your attention to something first. The coffee is stolen. I know that it's stolen, and I know where it's being kept. And I regret to say that if you don't accept my offer, I'll have to notify the police. It would be my duty as a citizen. Now, what's your answer?
I'll give you an answer.
Hold it, Leo.
What for?
The guy's got us over a barrel.
All right, so let me fix that.
Sit down.
Huh?
Nothing we can do. Let's take his offer.
Are you kidding?
No. When do you want to pay, Mr. Kent?
Come to my office tomorrow morning. I'll give you the cash.
Okay.
I'm sorry to have had to use this sort of pressure.
Get out
but
of here.
Very well. Good evening, everyone.
Fred, why didn't you let me cool him?
Because it wouldn't have done any good.
Well, you didn't do any good this way either.
Don't be so sure. Come on, Leo, we got some work to do.
Special Agent Warren speaking.
Jim Taylor, Elliot.
Oh, where are you?
Down at the City Hall, Department of Buildings.
What's doing down there?
One of the warehouses I checked this morning was a place called Woody's on Broadway.
Uh-huh.
Had one very unusual feature. The inside dimensions were only half the size of the outside.
Oh?
I checked the building plans, and they confirmed my suspicions.
Well, did you see anything that looked like a breakaway wall?
No, not a trace, but there's an alley running through from Broadway to the market. I one side of the warehouse is on the alley, and I think that's where the fake wall might be.
Huh?
Elliot, secure a search warrant and meet me there as soon as you can.
Elliot, shine your flash. Let's see if there's anything here.
Right.
That's it. Hold it. Hey, it feels like a catch. Yeah.
Door's open, Jim.
Let's go in. Hey, look over there. Look at all those bags stacked in the corner.
Uh-huh.
Shine your flash along here, will you?
Right.
That's it. Hold it. Some stenciling on one of the bags. Product of Brazil, age 38. This is the coffee, Elliot. That stencil was on the bag that we found on the boat.
Good.
If I get my knife out, we'll make sure.
If it's the coffee we're looking for, it should be all here, Jim. There's plenty of it.
Yeah. Hey.
What?
Here, look. This isn't coffee, Elliot. It's gravel.
What?
Just plain gravel. Get behind the bags. Got your gun ready?
Hold it. Huh? Don't reach. You're covered. Are you trying to steal my coffee?
Are you sure it belongs to you?
Well, of course it does.
Well, then you're the one we're looking for.
What do you mean?
We're special agents of the FBI. You better come along with us.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of the FBI. Now, a special message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society to fathers and mothers of young children. We're going to ask you to look ahead 10 or 15 years to the day when that youngster of yours says,
Just think, Dad. 1 week more and I'll be a college freshman. Oh, boy, I can't wait.
Your boy or girl will have 3 good reasons for looking forward to college. First, because college men and women earn more money.
Dad, our high school principal said that college grads earn $72,000 more during their working years than the men who went right to work after high school. Isn't that something?
Second, college men land the bigger jobs.
He said if you take 16 men who are being paid $10,000 a year or more, 15 of them, 15 out of 16, have college degrees.
Third, college men get more out of life. They know what's what in art, music, and good books. Their background of culture makes them sought after by important people. So, father and mother, don't leave your family's education to luck. Make it sure with an Equitable Education Fund.
An Equitable Education Fund? What's that?
It's the painless way to pay for your children's college education. In this Equitable Society plan, you start when your children are young. Then each year, you pay a sum of money that doesn't hurt, an amount that scarcely makes a dent in your budget. When your youngster's ready for college, the money's all ready for him.
Well, that's spreading the cost of education over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4.
Right. Now, suppose the father dies or becomes totally disabled. Then no more payments are necessary. The fund becomes fully established. When the youngster is ready for college, he gets the same education as if his dad had lived. So don't delay a day longer. Let your Equitable Society representative show you how little it costs to start an Equitable Education Fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Black Market Hijacking.
The man in tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, whom we have called Mr. Kent, was not alone in his greed during the days and years of the last war. There were many like him, far too many. Nor did they crop up for the first time during the 1940s. They have been with us in every period of national scarcity, whether it was coffee and butter or whiskey and gin. For make no mistake, the black market operator in wartime is as great a criminal as any hoodlum or racketeer was during Prohibition. But because we have always had them with us does not mean we must have them in our midst again during this period. History doesn't have to repeat itself that faithfully. However, it should be remembered that neither your FBI nor any other law enforcement agency is going to keep America free of these men, for that is beyond their power. Only one group can see to it that no black market exists in this nation during the days to come. That group is composed of you, the decent people of the country. We in America are blessed with the greatest production machinery in the world, a machine which supplied the Allied armies in a global war and also maintained a civilian economy. Having shown the physical prowess that won the last war, let's this time supply the moral might to put the operators of every black market where they belong, out of business. It can be done. Tonight's file continues in a room at the local FBI field office where Special Agent Warren is questioning Mr. Kent.
And you don't think it's at all strange that in addition to your coffee, we recovered loot from other robberies in the same warehouse?
I told you how I happened to use that particular location to store my coffee.
Mm-hmm. You picked it out of the classified directory.
Well, it didn't take very long to check those things Mr. Kent told us.
Then may I leave now?
Not quite, Mr. Kent. Parts of your story don't exactly jibe with the facts.
For example?
Well, for example, you said you went to the bank yesterday and got $2,500, which you used to pay for the coffee.
That's right.
Your bank statement shows no withdrawal of that amount on any day.
Banks make mistakes, you know.
You also said you met this man who owned the coffee yesterday at Jones' Chop House.
I suppose there is no such place?
Oh, I found it all right, but I learned they were closed all day yesterday because of a death in the Jones family.
Well, maybe I met him somewhere else. I'm not guilty simply because I don't remember the name of a restaurant.
You also told us you had no idea that the coffee was stolen.
That's true.
I found this clipping in the glove compartment of your car. It tells about the theft of coffee belonging to the United States Army. What made you so interested in that particular story?
I never saw anything in any paper about that. You're making that up about my car.
No, I'm not. We don't plant evidence, Mr. Kent. We find it. Now, you're an intelligent man, but you told us about a withdrawal from your bank, and it wasn't true. You said you met the owner of the coffee at Jones' Chop House, and that wasn't true. You said you had no idea the coffee was stolen, and we find a clipping about the theft in your car. Mr. Kent, do you really think any jury's going to believe that? How about telling us the truth?
Very well. A woman I know owns the 800 Club.
Sally Kimball?
That's right.
You know her, Elliot?
We've had complaints about servicemen being robbed in her place. Never been able to prove anything, though.
Go on, please, Mr. Kent.
She put me in contact with the men who stole the coffee. There were two of them. After I examined it, I paid them. Then they must have substituted the gravel you found.
Names of those men, please?
I don't remember.
Would you recognize them if you saw their pictures?
I should.
Elliot, suppose you take Mr. Kent to police headquarters and let him go through their gallery. Huh?
Okay, Jim. Where are you going?
Over and have a talk with Sally Kimball.
Just a minute. Hi, Sally. Come on in.
Did you collect from Kent?
Yeah.
And why didn't you bring my check over to the club?
Because they came right back here and went to bed.
Big action last night?
Oh, that's what you call emptying coffee and putting in gravel.
Took all night, huh?
With a dozen guys helping.
Where you got the load now?
The trucks. Leo's out looking for a new stash. Yeah. You cut, baby.
Thanks.
We hit the road tonight heading north.
Maybe I can locate a customer up there.
No, thanks. I'm done with them John Legits.
How about a fence?
Fine when you're in.
Have Leo contact me when he gets the trucks put away.
You be at the club?
Yeah. I got auditions. I'll be there all afternoon.
Miss Kimball.
Hold it, Doc. I'm trying to watch this act.
I'd like to talk to you, if I may. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Oh? What do you want?
Some information.
For instance?
The names of those two men you introduced to William Kent.
To who?
William Kent. They sold him some stolen coffee, then they switched the coffee to gravel.
Well, if you find him, send him to me. I can use a good magic act.
Hey, Sally.
Go away, Leo.
Well, I just wanted to tell you.
I don't need any.
We're using Ford's garage.
You hear me? I said blow.
Okay.
Now, what were we talking about?
A man named William Kent says he knows you. Here's his picture. You recognize him?
Yeah, I know him. He got loaded in here one night last week and wouldn't pay his tab, and we threw him out. What did he do? Try to get even by telling you I stole some coffee?
No, not exactly.
All right, honey, let's see your next routine.
Miss Kimball, I wonder if you'd mind coming up to our office.
Well, I'm auditioning acts for a new show.
How about later on?
I'll be busy all day. Any objections?
No, I guess not.
Thanks. Now prove you're a G-man. Find an exit. I gotta go back to work.
Well, that trip wasn't necessary, Elliot.
Well, what happened?
I talked to the Kimball woman. She denies everything.
Naturally.
Unfortunately, we don't have any evidence to make an arrest.
Kent picked out some pictures down at the gallery.
No? You make positive identification?
Yeah. The names of the men are Fred Sanford and Leo Dixon.
Hmm?
This is Sanford's picture.
Hmm.
And this one is Leo Dixon.
Hey, I just saw him.
Huh? Where?
At the 800 Club. He came in while I was interviewing Sally Kimball.
Hey.
Come on, Elliot. We've still got a chance to locate that coffee.
Hey, Fred. Fred.
Yeah.
Sally's on the phone.
What does she want?
She wouldn't tell me.
Close the door, Liam.
Okay.
Hello, Sally.
Fred, I can't meet you.
Why not?
John Law was in to see me.
Huh? Any trouble?
No, I brushed him. Look, I got a customer for the stuff.
Who?
Joe Green, 350 North Main, Centerville. He's waiting for you.
350 North. Man, I got it.
Just be sure you wire my commission.
Yeah, I will. Look, we better get started, Sally. See you when we hit town again.
Okay, bye.
Come on, Leo.
We taking off right now?
Yeah.
There they are, Elliot.
Hold it, both of you.
Huh?
No, you don't. Let go. Let go. You're not taking me. Now get up. Let's have a look at those trucks.
Fred Sanford, Leo Dixon, Sally Kimball, and William Kent were tried, convicted, and sentenced to serve 8-year terms in a federal penitentiary for theft of government property. Special Agent Taylor remembered Leo Dixon telling Sally Kimball about using Floyd's garage. When inspection of the telephone directory revealed no such listing, Agents Taylor and Warren obtained a roster of owners of every garage in the city. Each owner, whose first name was Floyd, was checked against their files. Upon investigating Floyd Perry, they discovered he had a lengthy criminal record. For that reason, they drove immediately to his garage with the results you have just witnessed. But, as you probably well remember, the arrests in this case of a comparative handful of criminals did not wipe out the black markets in 1943. Nothing wiped them out, because too many people in this nation were steady customers of those places where, for a little extra, a rationed item was produced from under the counter. It is now too late to rectify those mistakes, but with the nation currently engaged in a battle which may yet become a full-scale defense of our way of life, let us make sure of one thing. As a people, we must resolve not to make the same mistake again. Let's show the world what we in this country already know. The average American, given the facts, will prove that among his possessions, he numbers the qualities of integrity and self-sacrifice.
Now, one last word to fathers and mothers. Of all the things you can do for your children, there's no greater proof of your love for them than an equitable education fund. They'll be grateful for it as long as they live. Your boy or girl may only say a few words like,
Thanks, Mom. Thank you, Dad.
but you know from the look in his eye and the ring in his voice that he'll never forget your foresight in starting an equitable education fund. Right now, make that wise resolution to see your equitable representative soon.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. An unusual and colorful recount of crime in the far west. Its subject, armed robbery. Its title, The Musical Stick-Up.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Harley Bear, Anthony Barrett, Isabel Jewell, Tom Tully, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The musical stick-up on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of the Thin Man. Fun and excitement for the whole family when the Thin Man comes your way. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Surveys show that the commercials on This Is Your FBI are listened to very carefully. The reason is simple. Our Equitable commercial messages treat you like an intelligent human being. Their purpose is to give you useful information. Tonight, for instance, we're going to talk about the Equitable Education Fund, the painless way to pay for college education for your children. Every father and mother with ambitions for their children will welcome this information from the Equitable Society due in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Musical Stick-Up.
It has been a rare week in recent years when your FBI has not been involved in headline news of one kind or another. Often those headlines reported the capture of a dangerous criminal. Sometimes they merely heralded the entrance of the Bureau into a case. For the most part, though, the cases involved were well-publicized crimes. A kidnapping, a bank robbery, or a murder which caught the interest of the nation. However, to make a deduction from those headlines that special agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation work exclusively on spectacular infractions of the law would be to arrive at a false conclusion. Your FBI has jurisdiction over approximately 120 federal laws, and in the space of any given year, it investigates thousands upon thousands of violations of those laws. Part of the training of every special agent teaches him that no individual case is to be given precedence while another remains uninvestigated. The reason behind that is relatively simple. To the men of your FBI, there are no unimportant crimes or unimportant lawbreakers, for every criminal remains a menace to you, the American people, until his capture or his death. Tonight's file opens on a lonely mountain road in a northwestern state. The blackness of the night breeds quiet, the only sound for miles around being made by an ancient car wheezing along the highway.
Larry. What did you think of me tonight on that second chorus of Wandering, huh?
That's what you woke me up for?
I didn't know you were sleeping.
Look, I got a tip for you. Anytime you see me with my eyes closed and my head leaning back on something soft, take all the 8 to 5 you can get. I'm sleeping.
Didn't you think the horn sounded good tonight?
Hal, you're a nice kid and I like you. But what difference does it make how your horn sounded?
Huh?
If you held high C for an hour and a half, do you think those round haircuts would know what you're doing? They'd like it better if you whistled Dixie through a mouthful of peanut butter.
You know something? One guy at the dance said he's been to every senior prom they've ever had, and I play the hottest trumpet of anybody in the history of the school.
Who was he?
A music teacher.
A long hair.
Well, that doesn't mean he's a square. He loves jazz, too, same way we do.
Well, don't cut me in for a full share. I not only don't love it, sometimes I don't even like it.
You don't like working with a band?
Working with Gene Forrest and his Lonesome Pines? Kid, I don't want to hit you with a cornball, but I've seen better bands on nickel cigars.
If you hate it that much, why stick around?
I got a habit I don't want to break. Eating.
Larry.
What?
Can you see what that is? Up ahead on the right-hand side?
No, but you better slow down.
All right. I can make it out now. Somebody's had an accident.
Well, it's a cinch it didn't park upside down. Pull over.
Okay.
I'll take a look. There's a guy in there.
He looks dead.
If he is, I wish he wouldn't moan.
You think we can get him out?
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I got him.
Can I give you a hand?
Yeah. Just shove that seat forward. I can put him in the back of our car.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
There you are. Come on, let's get him to a doctor.
Meanwhile, in a nearby town, County Sheriff Ned Campbell is just being greeted by a visitor.
Hello, Sheriff. I'm Jim Taylor.
Howdy, Taylor.
I'm the new resident agent down here.
Oh, yeah. Harry told me you'd be in. How long's your assignment?
Well, just the 2 weeks that Harry's away on vacation.
Well, it looks like you walked right into something.
Oh, what do you mean?
Biggest case we've had here in a year just broke half an hour ago.
Oh? Any FBI jurisdiction?
Yes, 2 men held up at the north gate at the national park. Got away with a day's receipts.
How much would that be?
$1,500.
Did you get any details, Sheriff?
Yeah, one of the gatemen just called in. Bandits cut the phone wire at the station. That gave him a half an hour start.
Could he describe the man?
No, not satisfactorily, but he did get full details on the car they used, including the license number. I've already sent out the alarm.
Good.
I'm going out to interview the gate man. You want to come along?
Well, maybe I'd better stick around here and try to get a lead on who's the registered owner of that getaway car.
I've already wired the state capitol for that.
I shouldn't want to stay here in case a report comes in on the alarm.
Well, I have two-way radio equipment in my car.
Well, in that case, Sheriff, let's go.
How is he, Larry?
He sounds like a Spike Jones arrangement.
He's lucky to be alive. You ever see a cut like that one on his head?
I took a worse one when I joined this crummy band.
It's a good bandage you're putting on. You're a real pro.
Oh, I ought to be. You ever hear of a little musical group called Harvey's Hot Shots?
How?
That was way back. We played nothing but one-night stands. Places Rand McNally ain't heard about yet.
Got enough cloth?
I think so. What an outfit that was. I blew a horn, sang vocals, tap danced, and set bones.
It sounds rugged.
Rugged? Sometime you should make jumps where the bus turns over every night. You get on the way up with a bass fiddle that's coming down. Yeah, you point killer.
Larry, we're going to be late getting to the hotel.
We're going to be real late. I'm going to eat.
Hey, you ate once.
And I played once. Oh, I think this guy's getting with it. Take it easy, pal. Now.
you?
Don't try to sit up.
It's okay. I can make it.
Okay?
Yeah, there.
How do you feel?
Oh, I can't tell you. Where am I?
On the road?
Who are you?
We're musicians.
How did I get here?
Larry lifted you out of your car and carried you.
You, Larry?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Forget it.
Hey, there's the painted rock.
Now, relax, pal. We'll have you to doctor pretty soon.
No doctor for me.
Now, look, if I was you, I would...
Don't talk. Just listen.
Hey. What's with that gun?
It's
Tell your friend to stay on this road till I tell him to turn off.
That's the getaway car, all right, Taylor. But I don't see how they could both have walked away from a wreck like that.
Well, looks like the car turned over in midair when they blew that right front tire.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that'd mean that it didn't make those tire tracks just this side of the highway.
No, it couldn't have.
Sheriff.
Yeah?
Can I borrow your flashlight for a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. Well, take a look at these footprints.
They must be fresh ones. If they'd have been made before that rain this afternoon, they wouldn't be this clear.
Look at this set. Made by an odd pair of shoes.
Yeah.
Seems like there were metal plates attached to the soles and heels.
I never saw boots like that.
Sheriff, I'd say the prints going back toward the highway are deeper than the set coming toward the car. Doesn't it look that way to you?
Yeah.
You know, somebody might have been passing by, stopped when he saw the wreck, carried one of the bandits back to his car.
Yeah, but that'd only account for one of them.
Well, the single set of prints on the other side of the wreck accounts for the other one. Looks to me like he got away under his own power. Sheriff, you carry any plaster of Paris in your car?
Yeah, there's a regular kit in the trunk.
Okay, let's get it out and make impressions of all these prints.
You up front.
What?
See that cabin? Pull up there.
Yes, sir.
Well, pal, it was sure nice giving you a lift.
You're coming in with me.
Well, now, we really got to run along.
Get out.
Okay.
You too.
All right, if I take my horn.
Take it and get out. Now walk. When you get to the door, go on in. Just push it open.
That you, Doc?
Yeah, Pearl.
Oh, I'm glad you're back. I was starting. Gosh, you're hurt.
I'm okay.
You sure?
Uh-huh.
Who were they?
They give me a lift home. Me and Ray blew a tire and cracked up. You two, sit over there.
Where is Ray?
He wasn't hurt, so he took the money bag and headed for town to get another car.
You let him walk off with the money?
I tried to stop him, but I passed out. When I come to, I was riding with them.
You got any idea where Ray is now?
Well, knowing him like I do, I can guess. He got into town with that money, went to Willie's place, and started buying drinks for the house. Take the car outside and go call Willie's place.
Now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mind if one of us goes along and calls the guy we work for?
Sit down.
He'll fire us if we don't get back.
Don't you hear good?
Sit down, Hal.
Should I talk to Ray if he's there?
No, just come back and tell me.
All right.
If I ain't in the house when you get back, don't get scared.
Where are you going?
No place unless those two make a move. If they do, you can look for me out back. I'll be burying them.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of the FBI. Now, a special message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society to fathers and mothers of young children. Yes, you're proud of those youngsters today, but you're going to be even prouder 15 years from now when one of them writes you a letter.
Dear Mom and Dad, it sure is wonderful to be here in college. I've signed up for a lot of swell.
That future college freshman of yours will be sitting on top of the world, and he'll have 3 mighty good reasons for doing so. First, college men and women earn more money.
Last night, the dean made an address to the freshman class. He said that college grads earn $72,000 more during their working years than non-college men. How's that for a bright future?
Second, college men land the bigger jobs.
The dean also said that if you take 16 men who are being paid $10,000 or more, 15 of the 16 have college degrees.
Third, college men get more out of life. They learn to concentrate on problems and think them through. They gain culture and appreciation, which enriches their whole life. Think that over, fathers and mothers, and decide now to give your children that big head start toward success that goes with a college education. Decide to make sure by starting an Equitable Education Fund now.
An Equitable Education Fund? What's that?
It's the painless way to pay for your children's college education. In this Equitable Society plan, you start when your children are young. Then each year you pay a sum of money that doesn't hurt, an amount that scarcely makes a dent in your budget. When your youngster's ready for college, the money's all ready for him.
Well, that's spreading the cost of education over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4.
Right. Now, suppose the father dies or becomes totally disabled. Then no more payments are necessary. The fund becomes fully established. When the youngster is ready for college, he gets the same education as if his dad had lived. So don't delay a day longer. Let your Equitable Society representative show you how little it costs to start an Equitable Education Fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Musical Stick-Up.
No one over the age of understanding in these United States needs the word crime explained to him, for we are all only too familiar with it. And yet, with all the public knowledge about crime and criminals, there still remains one important point almost invariably overlooked. The victim of any crime anywhere in the nation is not a faceless, impersonal being who travels about being a perpetual victim. The average person caught in the deep net of crime is, in the majority of cases, a decent, law-abiding citizen. Take the file which the Federal Bureau of Investigation has chosen for dramatization this evening. A case in which two men did what most people would have done under the same set of circumstances. They stopped to see if anyone in a wrecked automobile needed help. Your FBI does not advise any listener to avoid stopping at a wrecked car, for the point to bear in mind is that in this country, with major crimes being committed at the rate of 3 a minute, around the clock, crime is an encroaching factor in our daily lives, and that the two men being held at gunpoint in a forsaken cabin need not have been them, but might have been any other two people in the nation. Might indeed have been any two of you. Tonight's file continues at the office of Sheriff Ned Campbell.
Sorry I had to leave you here alone, Taylor.
Oh, that's okay, Sheriff. We're making a little progress.
Oh, in what direction?
While you were gone, a man named Forrest was in to file a complaint.
Forrest?
He's the band leader at the hotel.
Oh, yeah.
Well, his outfit played a high school dance tonight about 40 miles up the highway. 2 of the men made the trip in a car belonging to Forrest, and he thinks they've stolen it.
Why?
Well, the other musicians have all returned. Forrest said he heard this pair talking yesterday about going to San Francisco.
Well, you think this ties in with the National Park robbery?
Well, I'm not sure, but it very well might.
Oh, how?
Forrest mentioned that one of the missing musicians was also a tap dancer. Well, that made me think of those impressions of metal heel and toe plates that we found with the wrecked car. Forrest said the dancer wore shoes like that.
Oh.
And leaving the high school dance when they did, they'd have gone past the wreck at just about the right time.
Mm-hmm.
Sheriff, I got a description on the car and the musicians. The alarm's already gone out.
Has Forrest any pictures of these men?
Yeah, he's sending them right over.
Larry. What? You think that guy's gonna stay in the next room?
I don't know.
If he does, maybe we could try to sneak out, huh?
What are you, a hero?
Oh, no, but
the way our legs are tied to these chairs, the first move we make this place would sound like a bowling alley.
But we can't just sit here.
Yes, we can. What are you doing?
Getting my horn.
What for?
Well, maybe somebody will hear it and come and help us.
It's also liable to drive them further away.
Well, let's find out.
Oh, this is a great time to audition.
Uh-oh. All right, cut that out.
I was just practicing.
Put that thing away.
But I'm a musician.
Hold it.
Yes?
I'm in here. Did you call Willie's place?
Uh-huh. You were right.
Ray was there, huh?
Yeah, Ray was there and drinking heavy.
On my money. Pearl, you stay here.
Where are you going?
To Willie's place. I'll get the money and come back for you. You keep an eye on them.
Hmm.
You know where my other gun is.
Uh-huh.
Get it out. If they give you any trouble, use it.
Sheriff, how many side roads run up into the hills?
Well, counting the trails, I'd say about 100 between here and Bentley Falls.
You got enough volunteer deputies to comb every one of them?
No, not near enough.
Well,
Pardon me, Jim.
certainly.
Sheriff Campbell speaking. Yes, Pete. Oh, you did? Where? Yeah, when was that? Uh-huh. Yeah. Thanks, Pete. Bye. One of my men just saw the musician's car heading east on the highway.
East? Was heading west before, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
How about alerting the other deputies?
Pete's already done that by phone.
Good. Now, where'd you see the car?
Near Liberty Hill. Here, come over with the map. I can show you better.
Okay.
Here we are. Now, this is the highway along through here.
Yeah.
Well, here's Rock Point, where that first report came from.
Well, that's when the car was heading west.
That's right. Now, this is Liberty Hill, where Pete just saw it heading east.
Now, Sheriff, from what Forrest told me about that car, nobody's averaging better than a mile a minute, even on the highway.
No, probably not.
And that first report came in, let's see, that's exactly 27 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
So the car couldn't have gone more than 27 miles west of Rock Point before it turned around and headed east.
27 miles be about right here.
All right, now, how many dirt roads off the highway between Rock Point and where you've got your finger now?
20, 25. Still too many to cover.
Maybe not. We know what the tire tracks of the musician's car looks like, and that rain might have softened those dirt roads enough so that we'd be able to follow them.
Yeah.
Sheriff, if we find out where that car's been, we've got a good chance of finding out where it's headed now.
Look, ma'am, why don't you let us go?
No.
Well, at least you gave it some thought.
You're sitting there till Gus comes back.
Well, how long will he be gone?
No telling. What are you doing?
Getting my horn? I want to practice a little. It quiets my nerves.
Don't try anything,
Get her
Pearl.
gun, Sheriff. I'll keep you covered.
I ain't done nothing, Sheriff.
Hey, will somebody untie us?
Sure. I'll take care of that.
Just stand here, Pearl.
Sheriff, there must be some mistake.
Be quiet.
Put your feet on.
Yeah.
I'll cut those ropes.
Nice of you two to drop by.
You're the men who work for Gene Forrest, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there you are.
Thanks.
When you stopped on the highway at that wrecked car, did you pick up one or two men?
One.
Your car's gone from outside. Who's using it?
The guy who lives here.
That does it.
Thanks.
That'll be Gus Sheridan, Jim.
No? Do you know where he went?
His friend, a guy named Ray something, sashayed with the LOOT and stopped at a grog joint named Willie's place. This Gus went to find him.
Where's Willie's place, Sheriff?
In town. Say, the other holdup man must be Ray Price. He and Sheridan are friends. They hang out at Willie's.
Any a back road we might take to head Sheridan off before he gets there?
No, but I can call in on the radio and have a couple of my men waiting for him.
Okay. Let's get them out of here. See any of your deputies?
Yeah, there's one.
Hello, Sheriff.
Hi, Carl. This is Agent Taylor of the FBI, Deputy Terry.
Hiya,
Hello,
Taylor.
Terry.
When we got your call, we went inside and arrested Ray Price.
He put away already?
Yeah, George took him to the jailhouse. Then we waited for Sheridan.
Didn't he show up?
Yep, but he spotted us first and started firing. He wounded Bill and Frank.
Oh, bad?
No, just flesh wounds.
Anybody able to wing him?
No, not so you could notice. He fired a full clip and then turned and ran toward the quarry. I got men stationed all around.
Where is this quarry, Sheriff?
About a half mile up the hill.
You think he's still in there?
I imagine so. A dark night like this, though, it'd be tough to rout him out.
Well, we can just keep the place covered till morning.
He might get away. I think we ought to go in there tonight.
Well, I'll go in with you, Sheriff.
Okay, let's go.
I wish we could see something.
Yeah.
Think there's any chance that moon will break through?
I doubt it.
Sheriff.
Yeah.
What's the physical layout in here?
Well, we should be just about in the heart of the quarry.
Yeah.
We're surrounded on three sides by steep rock walls.
Where would he hide?
find shelter behind one of them.
Well, let's hold it here. Yeah. Back down behind this rock. I'll see if I can holler him out.
Okay.
Sheridan! Sheridan! We know you're in here. You can't escape, Sheridan. We won't shoot. You hear me, Sheridan? I hear you. Come and get me.
That give you any idea where he is?
No, not with that echo bouncing around.
Sheriff.
Yeah.
Let's just keep still for a while. Now that he knows we're in here with him, it might have an effect on him.
Okay.
Well? How about coming after me? What's the matter? You scared?
Just let him keep shouting.
Right.
Why don't you show yourself? Huh? Come on, let's see you.
Just keep waiting him out.
Sure.
Why don't you do something? Come on, do something.
I think the time is right, Sheriff.
What are you doing?
I'm going to throw this rock.
I think you got him, Taylor.
Throw your flash over there.
Yeah, you got him good.
Okay. Let's get him out of here.
Ray Price, the accomplice of the fatally wounded Gus Sheridan, was convicted in federal court on a charge of armed robbery on a government reservation and sentenced to a term of 15 years. Pearl Sheridan was also convicted of being an accessory to armed robbery after the fact and sentenced to serve 5 years. Once inside the abandoned stone quarry, Special Agent Taylor realized it would be impossible to see where Gus Sheridan was hiding. He also realized that the first to fire would give away his position. By throwing the sliver of rock some distance from where he and Sheriff Campbell were standing, he forced Sheridan into firing at the noise and thus forced him to expose his hiding place. And so another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation was closed. Like so many other cases, this one could not have been completed as quickly, nor maybe even so successfully, without the constant cooperation given Agent Taylor by the county sheriff and his men. Sometimes that cooperation comes to a special agent from a big city policeman, or a state trooper, or any others whose chosen profession is war against crime. Without that help, your FBI would find it almost impossible to operate, for which reason we take this opportunity publicly to thank every local law enforcement officer in the nation. They deserve your thanks, too. Give them your support, and they will remain what they have always been, your first line of defense against crime.
Now, one last word to fathers and mothers. Of all the things you can do for your children, there's no greater proof of your love for them than an equitable education fund. They'll be grateful for it as long as they live. Your boy or girl may only say a few words like,
"Thanks, Mom," and "Thank you, Dad."
but you know from the look in his eye and the ring in his voice that he'll never forget your foresight in starting an equitable education fund. Right now, make that wise resolution to see your equitable representative soon.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case exposing a new and vicious criminal racket. Its subject, homicide. Its title, The Swing Shift Racketeers.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Jim Bannon, Tom Brown, Walter Catlett, J.C. Flippen, Wally Mayer, and Peggy Weber. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Swing Shift Racketeers on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of the Thin Man. Fun and excitement for the whole family when the Thin Man comes your way. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. The commercials on this Equitable Society program never fail to get a big response from members of this audience. Millions of dollars worth of life insurance have been bought as a result of these messages. You'll see why when you listen to tonight's middle commercial. It will be a straightforward and intelligent talk on the Equitable Education Fund, a practical money-saving plan to make sure that your children get the tremendous advantages of a college education. If that's what you want for your family, you'll welcome this message from the Equitable Society, due in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Swing Shift Racketeers.
Gambling in the United States goes back as far as the history of the country. And there probably never has been an event involving an element of competition on which there has been no wagering in one form or another. Take the field of politics, for example. In the early days of the Republic, men running on opposing tickets always bet each other a new hat on the outcome of the election. From which custom we've gotten the saying to throw your hat into the ring. That kind of betting is, of course, innocuous at worst. However, the American people, and especially those who work as part of a large group, in big offices or factories, have become involved in a situation which is a national problem: organized gambling. In many of those places of employment, the worker wishing to make a bet need go no further than the nearest water cooler. Recently, an investigation was conducted into the gambling situation upsetting production schedules in many industrial plants. That investigation is now finished. Allowing margin for error, the figure still cannot be dismissed. For according to the survey, work done by skilled reporters, the money lost by American workmen to professional gamblers, money lost on betting on horses, the numbers game, baseball and football pool cards, and other things, in the period of the last year amounted to well over $100 million. Tonight's file opens in a huge factory located on the outskirts of a large Midwestern city. A middle-aged man stands watching raw material being fed into a machine. A second man approaches.
Oh, Charlie. Where you been? Got here as quick as I could. Left Nat's office 2 hours ago. I just need real good for hurrying. Well, let's go where we can talk. What's troubling you?
Look, I wish you had my job for just 1 week.
I don't want your job. In fact, I don't want any job. It ain't that I hate work. I just love it so much I like to curl right up and fall asleep beside it. Now, what's gnawing you?
The collectors are holding out on us.
How do you know?
Had a guy around here all morning, making bets on one horse. Only half his action was turned into me.
You talk to the collectors?
No, that's your job. There's one of them now.
Where?
Guy over there, taking a drink of water.
What shift is he on, Charlie?
Same as me, 8 to 4.
He ought to be fixing to quit soon.
Yeah, about 10 minutes.
And you got no problem, Charlie. When he leaves to go home, I'll be following right behind him.
The following morning at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor greets two old friends, police detectives Guy Baker and Tommy Grant.
Hello, Guy.
Hi,
Oh,
Jim.
it's good to see you, Tommy.
Thanks. Got a chair around here strong enough to hold my partner?
Oh, don't start that again, Tommy. This is all muscle.
You two still working together.
Well, we got a great arrangement, too. Tommy handles the physical work, and I do the thinking.
Well, here's a bullet he couldn't mastermind, Jim. We'd like it sent to your lab.
Sure. Where's it from?
Body of a man named Newbury. Was found dead just inside the front door of his apartment over on the east side.
That was last night. Guy lives out those little details every once in a while.
This fellow's full name was Eric Newbury. He was a day laborer at the Adams factory.
Yeah.
I talked to his wife last night. He also had a little job on the side collecting for a factory bookmaker.
I thought Adams cleaned house out of the factory and got rid of that gambling ring.
That was last year.
But Freddie Jackson was head man of that ring. He's still in jail. Who's running it now?
We haven't found out yet.
Of course, we're not sure Newberry's murder is tied in with his being a collector. Anybody could have done this. Newberry's doorbell rang last night. He answered it. His wife heard a shot. When she got to the door, the killer was gone.
Well, my guess would be that there's a connection, unless Newberry was also mixed up in some labor trouble out of the factory.
No, there hasn't been any of that.
Mm-hmm.
See, Tommy, Jim agrees with me. The murder's hooked up with the racket.
When will you have some word back on that bullet, Jim?
Oh, a day or two.
Fine. I'll be back. And if I can swing it, I'll come along.
Oh, come in, Charlie. You too, Rip.
Sorry I'm late, Nat, but...
Just sit down. Let me finish signing these letters. Now, I'd like an explanation.
About what?
That killing yesterday.
That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Certainly not.
Well, why did you send Rip?
I told you to use him to straighten things out.
Looks to me like it's straightened out. Collectors are all paying up today, aren't they, Charlie?
Now, listen to me, both of you. We're in business. I grant you it doesn't happen to be a legal business, but it's got to be run like one. Business and killings don't mix. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You, Rip?
Well, I don't see no harm in what I did to the guy. If you want me to just dent him from now on, it's okay with me.
All right. Now, run along, both of you. I've got work to do.
Any report from the lab on that bullet, Jim?
No, not yet, Tommy. Guy, is that a shiner you're sporting?
Yeah. I can thank my clumsy partner for it.
All I did was open my locker door.
Sure, while I was bending over to tie my shoe.
An old man like him ought to wear slippers anyway, shouldn't it, Jim?
Now, don't put me in the middle.
Oh, brother, I can't wait to start working alone again.
Are you being transferred, Tommy?
Nah, I couldn't get that much of a break.
I'll tell you what the brain is talking about. We went to see Mr. Adams at the factory. When he heard about the bookmakers being in action again, he hit the ceiling.
He wanted to slough the thing right away, but fortunately, my cool head prevailed.
Mm-hmm.
I convinced him that making a move now would mean we'd never find out if there was a bookmaking angle in the Newbury murder.
Well, what'd he say?
Giving us a week.
To do everything?
Yeah, everything. I complained at first, but then, as usual, I got an idea.
What he means is he thought of some extra work I could do.
Yeah, our muscular friend here has a job at the Adams factory, starting tomorrow morning.
Oh, what department?
The same one Newberry worked in?
Mm-hmm. Didn't I see something in this morning's paper about the Newberry funeral?
Yeah, it's being held in about an hour from now.
We're going down to cover it.
Say, any chance of you hearing from your lab before the day's out, Jim?
Well, there's no telling, Guy. I put a rush tag on it. The minute I get any word, I'll call you at headquarters.
Where's Nat?
Hmm?
I gotta see Nat. Where'd he go?
Oh, Out to lunch.
Where?
I wouldn't know.
We better get back here soon. We got trouble.
One of them mean old horse players here to parlay.
Look, this ain't funny, Rip. There's a new guy at the factory. I think he's a cop.
Why?
Well, he ain't on the job 10 minutes before he's asking where he can get a bet down.
He just sounds like a horse player.
Nah, not the way he operated. Somebody pointed out my collector. He went to him. Started asking a lot of questions.
Like what?
Well, if he wins, will he get paid off? Who does he turn the bets into? Stuff like that.
Did he get any answers?
No.
Then what are you worried about?
They planted a cop, the heat's on. That should know about it.
And just sit down and wait till he comes back from lunch. And sit quiet, would you, Charlie? I want to take me a snooze.
Busy, Jim?
Guy, I've been waiting for you. I just got a report from the lab on that bullet that killed Newberry. We're in on this thing, too.
Oh, it's nice teaming up with you again. What's the FBI angle?
The bullet matched a couple in our unidentified ammunition file. Came from the same gun that was used in 2 murders earlier this year.
Where?
Both of them down south.
Oh, got any details?
Yeah, but there aren't very many. One of the murders took place during the holdup of a grocery. That grocer handed over all he had, $9.30, but he was killed anyway.
Hmm?
Federal marshal in that section, working on another case, must have accidentally come close to a cave where the bandit was hiding out the following day. He was killed with the same gun.
Any description of the killer?
Yeah, some. He's tall, has dark hair, and a scar that runs from his left ear to the corner of his mouth.
Yeah, I didn't think the Newbury job was done by an amateur.
Tommy, working out at the factory?
Yeah.
Have you heard from him?
Yeah. Thinks he's come up with a lead. I'm going to run out there this afternoon.
Well, look, I got some work to be done here. It shouldn't take more than an hour. I'll meet you later, and we'll go out to the factory together.
Hey, Bud.
Me?
Yeah. And you want to know who I turned my bets into?
That's right.
Guy's right outside. Just follow me.
Okay.
I told him the questions you asked. Said he wanted to see you.
Good. I want to see him, too.
There he is. The guy with the blue shirt. See you later.
Hello there.
Hi. See, you've been interested in betting on horses. Maybe I can tell you about it.
Maybe you can.
Come on, I gotta get something out of the supply room.
Okay.
What you want to know about?
That guy who sent me out here. Does he work for you?
Yeah. That's the information you wanted, ain't it?
What makes you think that?
Well, aren't you a cop?
Yeah.
I had you pegged this morning. Just what are you doing here?
Trying to get information about a man named Newberry.
Newberry?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
He worked here till he was shot and killed.
Oh.
On the side, he took bets.
Well, I guess a lot of guys do that.
I'm sure they do. And I'm also sure they all work for one man.
Well, I don't know who that'd be, Mac. I only got one guy working for me. You just met him. Now, excuse me, will you? I gotta get some supplies out of here.
Don't bother.
Why not?
You're through work for the day.
What do you mean?
You're coming with me to headquarters.
No, he ain't. You took so long leading him here, Charlie, I pretty near fell asleep.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of the FBI. Now, a special message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society to fathers and mothers of young children, to the parents of the little boys and girls who will be reaching college age 10 or 15 years from now. That's when you'll hear that youngster of yours saying,
"Look, Dad, here's a picture of the college campus. Boy, can't you just see me walking down that path?"
Your boy and girl would have 3 good reasons for looking forward to those 4 years in college. First, college men and women earn more money,
Believe it or not, Dad, college grads earn $72,000 more during the years they work than the fellow who has to take a job right after high school. I read it in the paper just the other day.
Second, college men land the bigger jobs.
What's more, Dad, it said that out of every 16 men earning $10,000 a year and up, 15 are guys with college degrees.
Third, the college man gets more out of life. Everything he learns in college can be put into practical use in later life. Art, philosophy, business training, economics, history, all will help him in his progress on the road to success. Keep that in mind, Father and Mother, and decide now not to leave your family's education to chance. Make sure with an equitable education fund.
An equitable education fund? What's that?
It's the painless way to pay for your children's college education. In this Equitable Society plan, you start when your children are young. Then each year you pay a sum of money that doesn't hurt, an amount that scarcely makes a dent in your budget. When your youngster's ready for college, the money's all ready for him.
That's spreading the cost of education over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4.
Right. Now, suppose the father dies or becomes totally disabled. Then no more payments are necessary. The fund becomes fully established. When the youngster is ready for college, he gets the same education as if his dad had lived. So don't delay a day longer. Let your Equitable Society representative show you how little it costs to start an Equitable Education Fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Swing Shift Racketeers.
As mentioned earlier in tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the factory in which this gambling ring operated is no exception to the rule. During World War II, when the laboring group in this country was greatly enlarged, it presented a field so lucrative, professional gamblers moved in and took over. They are still entrenched in some places. In a few cases, they operate with the knowledge of the factory owners, who mistakenly believe the gambling to be a harmless form of relaxation for their men. But this situation is of concern to more than the management of such industrial plants, for it directly affects every person in the nation. Take one factory in one city, and assume for the sake of discussion, it is geared to turn out 1,000 items every day. Each workman, however, spends 10 minutes a day on his gambling activities, so the plant turns out only 950 items. Since the fixed expense of operating the factory remains the same, the manufacturer, who could charge $1 for his product if peak production were maintained, must charge $1.10 per item. The extra dime you pay may seem insignificant, but multiply it by the number of items and also by the number of factories throughout the country where that takes place, and you realize one thing. While the workmen turn their dollars over to the professional gamblers, the bill for that gambling is paid not by them, but by every one of you. Tonight's file continues in the corridor of a local hospital a few hours later as FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor enters and meets Detective Guy Baker.
I just got your message, Guy. Tommy badly hurt?
No, Jim. His doctor thinks he'll be okay.
Oh, great. What happened?
He got slugged and beaten. Come on, we got permission to see him if we don't stay too long.
All right.
His room's only a couple of doors down.
Doctors have any idea how long Tommy be later?
Oh, 2-3 weeks if there are no internal injuries.
Mm-hmm.
His room.
Go ahead, Guy.
Oh, thanks.
Hello, boys.
Hi, Tommy.
How you feel, Tommy?
I'm taped up like a kid's baseball. Guy, I sure wish you'd been out there today instead of me. With that fat skull of yours, you'd have just dented the lead pipe and made the pinch.
Yeah. There, you see, Jim? See the luck I have? Here I figured I'd finally be able to get myself a new partner.
I feel real sorry for you. Tommy, how much do you remember?
Everything, Jim. I tried to make a bet this morning. Somebody pointed out the man who handled our department.
What's his name?
Joey North. I said I wouldn't give him any action till I was sure of getting paid if I won.
Mm-hmm.
I said I wanted to know who the head collector was. Well, this afternoon after lunch, he came and told me the head collector was outside.
Yeah, go on, Tommy.
I contacted him. He was on his way to a supply room. I walked along and questioned him. It was my mistake.
What do you mean?
He led me into the supply room. That's where I got it.
He gave it to you?
Mm-mm. Another lad got me from behind. I saw his reflection in the window.
Oh, see his face?
Well, he had a short, thin nose, long scar in his face. I didn't really get enough of a look at him to draw his picture. But here, this is a sketch of what the head collector looks like.
Well, it should help. Tell me that scar on the face of the man who slugged you. Does it run from his left ear to the corner of his mouth?
How'd you know?
We're looking for him, too.
Well, not much doubt now, Jim, about Newbury's death being tied into that bookmaking ring.
No, I guess not. Guy, how about you going back to the factory and see what you can dig up out there, huh?
Yeah, okay.
Meanwhile, I'll go talk to this Joey North and try to get him to identify this picture that Tommy drew.
You bums. You stupid, unmitigated bums.
What's the matter, Nat?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I'm sitting having a quiet dinner, and I get a call from my man at the factory.
Ain't more trouble, is there?
Trouble? The place is crawling with cops, and all because of you.
Us?
Do you have to slug a guy with a badge?
Well, that was Rip's idea.
I don't want excuses. I can't run my business on them.
I didn't kill the guy, did I?
You might just as well have. For 20 years, I worked to get someplace in this town. I don't make enemies. Finally, I get lucky. And who knocks me out of the box? Cops? Oh, no. You two.
I don't see why we're knocked out of the box, but this thing will blow over in a week.
The cops don't forget that quick. How much money have you got with each collector?
300.
Make the rounds. Collect it all.
Okay.
Then meet us at my apartment.
Personnel Department, Layton.
Special Agent Taylor calling. Is Detective Baker there, please?
Just a minute. Special Agent Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jim.
Guy, I just finished interviewing Joey North, that collector that Tommy told us about.
Huh?
If we've got any notions about nailing that bookmaking ring, we have to do it fast. They're going under.
When?
As of right now. Will you ask Mr. Layton to look up the home address of an employee named Charlie Shelby?
Mm-hmm. Layton, would you get me the address of a Charlie Shelby, please? Yeah, he's doing it now, Jim. Shelby, the man with the scar?
No, he's the head collector, the one whose picture that Tommy drew. North admitted he's been working with the ring and said Shelby had been by a few minutes before to pick up the payoff money.
What's that?
Well, the way they operated, each collector kept $300, which he used to pay off the winners and turned in all the losing wages.
Uh-huh.
This Charlie Shelby told North he was picking up the payoff money from all the other collectors, too.
Well, if you could get the names of some of those others, we might head them off.
But North didn't know any.
I talked to a few of the men around here, and from what it... Oh, hold it, Jim. I think we got the address.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Charlie Shelby's address is 935 Hudson Street.
935 Hudson. That's near where I'm calling from. I'll go by there now, Guy. I'll meet you at my office in half an hour.
Sorry you had to wait this long for me, Guy.
Oh, that's all right, Jim. Have any luck locating Charlie Shelby?
No, that address on Hudson Street was a fake. Turned out to be a laundry.
The collector you talked to have any idea where Shelby lived?
No, none at all. I checked everybody named Shelby in the phone book. Nobody even came close to answering the man in this picture that Tommy drew.
Well, we got more than that drawing to go on. Came up with an actual photograph of Charlie Shelby. It was in his employment folder.
Hey, that's great.
Having copies made of it now.
Did you get anything else out of the factory?
Yeah, an authorization from old man Adams to offer a $1,000 reward for Charlie Shelby's arrest.
Well, that might help nail him, all right, but it won't bring in the man with the scar, and he's really the one I want.
Nobody I talked to at the factory ever saw anybody answering his description around the place.
Joey North did.
When?
This afternoon, just before Tommy was slugged. North saw him talking to Shelby.
Oh, I don't know. What the people at the factory told me, Jim, Charlie Shelby wasn't the type to be head man of the ring.
Well, in that case, we've got 3 people to catch. Well, did you get any other dope on him?
A couple of things. One of them's wrong, and the other one's just no help.
What are they?
One of the workmen said he saw Charlie Shelby pick up a real wad one day from a collector and say, "You have another week like this, and Nat'll give you a bonus."
Nat, huh?
Yeah. Only trouble is there must be a couple of thousand guys named Nat in this town.
At least.
Another workman told me Shelby mentioned that he deposited the take every day after leaving the plant. That couldn't be right, Jim. He didn't get off till 4, and by then the banks are closed.
He worked from 8 to 4?
That's right.
Yeah, the banks weren't open when he went to work, and they're closed when he got out. Well, that means the only... Hey, wait a minute. Guy, those two things might be all we need.
We've been worrying about you, Nat.
Well, start worrying about yourselves. You're both red hot.
What?
On the way from the vault, I phoned the factory. The cops have been asking questions about both of you.
Well, we're grabbing that choo-choo just in time.
Rip, if they're looking for you at the factory, it's essential the cops have spotters at the railroad station, the airport, the bus terminals, and every place else.
Yeah, he's right, Rip.
But we're leaving anyway. I fixed that.
How?
We're flying out.
But you just said they're watching the airport.
Let them. You know that airline flies to the track when the horses run upstate?
Uh-huh.
A friend of mine owns it. I called him, and there'll be a plane waiting for us.
When?
Pilot's picking us up on his way to the airport.
Anybody mind if old Rip still don't get it?
What's so tough to understand?
It don't seem to me you answered Charlie when he asked about the cops watching for us at the airport.
We don't leave from the municipal airport, Rip. These planes fly out of a little field just outside the city limits.
Nat, you figured out yet how...
Oh, that's the pilot. Come on.
It'd be a waste just leaving this piece of gin.
Well, grab it and let's get going.
Well, we weren't sure all three of you'd be here.
What do you mean?
You're all under arrest.
Rip Conway was tried in federal court on a charge of murder. After being convicted, he was sentenced to life imprisonment in a federal penitentiary. Nat Harrison and Charlie Shelby were convicted in state court for the murder of Eric Newberry and sentenced to terms of life imprisonment in state prison. The other members of Nat Harrison's gang were convicted of violating the anti-gambling statutes, and each received an appropriate sentence. During his conversation with Detective Baker, Special Agent Taylor remembered there was one place in the city where safe deposit boxes were open 24 hours a day. A quick trip to that institution and an inspection of the record showed the only customer whose first name was Nat to be a Nat Harrison. By getting to his apartment when they did, they were able to accomplish results you have just witnessed. You also witnessed something else during the course of this evening's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the injuries to Detective Tommy Grant. While they fortunately proved not to be too serious, it is obvious they might well have been fatal, for they were inflicted by a criminal to whom the taking of a life was part of the day's work. It was also part of the day's work to Detective Grant that he sustained those injuries, since every time a law enforcement officer starts the investigation of a crime, he literally takes his life in his hands. To him, death is an occupational hazard, whether he be a member of a local police force, a county or state official, or a special agent of your FBI. In the past year, almost 100 of those officers have been killed in line of duty, have been killed in defense of you, the American people.
Now, one last word to fathers and mothers. Of all the things you can do for your children, there's no greater proof of your love for them than an equitable education fund. They'll be grateful for it as long as they live. Your boy or girl may only say a few words like,
Thanks, Mom. Thank you, Dad.
but you know from the look in his eye and the ring in his voice that he'll never forget your foresight in starting an equitable education fund. Right now, make that wise resolution to see your equitable representative soon.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A colorful recounting of a human manhunt. Its subject, larceny. Its title, The Flophouse Frame-Up.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Bill Conrad, Sam Edwards, Paul Frees, Jonathan Hole, Tony Hughes, and Edmund McDonald. This Is Your FBI, a Jerry Devine production, was directed by Sid Goodwin. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Flophouse Frame-Up on This Is Your FBI. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. It has often been said that life insurance appeals most strongly to intelligent people. That is why the commercial messages on this Equitable Life Assurance Society program treat you like an intelligent human being. They give you useful and helpful information and do it in a sensible, straightforward way. Tonight, for example, the Equitable Society is going to talk to fathers and mothers about establishing an equitable education fund for their children. This is the painless way to pay for a college education. If you want to make sure that your children will have the advantage of college training, you'll be keenly interested in this Equitable Society message due in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Flophouse Frame-Up.
Adversity has different effects on different people. Some have the moral stamina to conquer their personal misfortunes, and almost to turn them to their advantage. Beethoven, for example, became deaf in the midst of his career as a composer. Instead of losing heart, he explained that now he would no longer be bothered by outside noises, and his last works are considered by the experts to be his best. In our own time, we have seen a Helen Keller prove that being a blind deaf-mute is not an automatic sentence to oblivion. The list of these men and women, the ones who have overcome their adversities and gone on to establish themselves as entities, is endless. There unfortunately also are among us those who have not conquered their problems, who have not had the will to strike back, who have been content with their periods of enlistment as soldiers of misfortune. If their lives were charted on a graph, the line would be one continuous downward plunge, and the line would end at a certain street, the street in every city where the human derelicts gather. In many cities, the very name of the street has been almost forgotten, and it becomes known as Skid Row. To the men and women there, only one thing is sure. They cannot sink any lower, cannot skid any further. A few, they know, will escape and return to the outside world. But for the others, the great majority, there is no escape, except death. Tonight's file opens on the skid row of a large western city. It is late morning, and in one of the alleys that go to make up the row, two shabbily dressed men lie covered with newspapers. One of them stirs and slowly manages to sit up.
Morning, Silk. Looks like another nice day. Yeah. People be feeling good today. Maybe we'll get enough for a couple of bags. Be nice climbing in the sack again, won't it, huh? Gets kind of drafty in this alley. Oh, it's okay, Silk. Okay. It was empty. Both of them empty. Guess we should have saved a couple of drops for this morning. Yep. Might as well get up. Easier than I thought it'd be.
Hey, Doc.
Huh?
Got any left?
Not a drop, boy, not a drop. You hear that, Silk? Word must have got around about us having a couple of bottles last night. Silk, you can't just lay there and sleep all day. You gotta drink. You'll feel better. All right, Silk, you got your eyes open. That's the toughest part. How about getting up now, huh? Come on, Silk, come on. First time you had to be begged to go looking for a drink. You coming? Well, don't just lay there. Tell me. Hey, Silk. Silk. You can't still be asleep. Got your eyes open. Man don't sleep with his eyes open. Maybe you're dead. You dead, Silk? Silk? Yes, he is. Well, I better go for that drink alone.
A short while later, at the local FBI field office, Agent in Charge Newton is talking to a visitor as the door opens.
You sent for me, Mr. Newton?
Yes, Taylor. Mr. Troy, Agent Taylor.
How do you do,
How are you, sir?
Have a chair, Taylor.
Thank you.
You weren't assigned here 2 years ago when Mr. Troy's bookkeeper disappeared.
No, sir. In 48, I was in the Salt Lake City office.
My bookkeeper's name was Joe Scott.
The day he disappeared, the police found his jacket on the bank of the river, along with a suicide note.
Mm-hmm.
They dragged the river for 2 days without finding the body, and there's always been some question as to whether or not he really did commit suicide.
You see, Mr. Taylor, he had a good reason for wanting people to believe he was dead.
Oh?
Shortly after he left, I discovered the books had been falsified. They showed a shortage of $11,000.
Had Scott been your bookkeeper very long?
3 years.
What's our jurisdiction, sir?
Mr. Troy's office was on the other side of the river, and there's evidence Scott may have come across the state line.
Before the apparent suicide?
After. A man carrying a wallet containing Joe Scott's identification papers was found dead on Skid Row. However, it wasn't Scott's body. Taylor, I'd like to find out just where and how the dead man got that wallet.
All right, sir.
I've already spoken to Lieutenant Clayton of the Metropolitan Squad.
Oh, I know Gene, sir. He's a good friend of mine.
Fine. He's promised to cooperate. Check with him and report back as soon as you get anything.
Hi, Jim.
Hello, Gene. How's the family?
Oh, fine, thanks. Say, I got some stuff together for you on that dead man.
Oh, who was he?
His right name was Charlie Howell, but along the row, everybody called him Silk.
You have a record?
Usual thing, pickpocketing, vagrancy.
How long was he on Skid Row?
That's a tough question, Jim. I doubt if even he could have answered that. Once they hit the row, time doesn't mean much.
Yeah. Well, Gene, you think you can help me learn where this Silk got that wallet?
I'll try, but I'm afraid it's kind of hopeless.
Oh, why?
Those things keep moving. A bum falls asleep in an alley, another one comes along and rolls him. That night, the second one gets drunk, and somebody rolls him. No telling how many of them had the wallet before it got to Silk.
Does Silk have any particular hangouts?
Every place on the row is a hangout for every bum down there, when he's got the price to get in.
How about friends?
He worked with a man named Doc Butler.
You know Butler? You got a record?
Yeah, here.
Oh, thanks. Well, how about talking to him?
If any of those men know you're a cop, Jim, they tell you nothing. But I got an idea for you.
Huh?
You got any old clothes around the house?
Sure.
Why don't you study Butler's record, dirty up a little, go pay him a visit?
wait till you hear the finish.
Oh, go on, Doc.
So the judge looks at me and he says, "You deny you picked this man's pocket?" I said, "Yes, Your Honor." They like that kind of talk. Shows respect, you know. I said, "It was very cold that day, and I had on gloves, and my pockets were full, and I just had to put my hand someplace." He was so dumbfounded, he only gave me 30 days.
You're right, Doc. That's worth another
I
drink.
know you like that one. You're the hostess, Marge. You pour.
Okay.
May you sell nothing but 50-cent magazines all afternoon.
If I do, you get a bottle tonight.
Hey, they tell me you're Doc Butler.
Maybe you're right.
Well, I just rode in from up north. Big Harry said to say hello to you.
Well, that's different. How's Big Harry?
Fine, just fine. Says he misses you.
Well, I miss him, too. What's your name?
Boxcar?
This is Marge.
Hello, Marge.
Well, Big Harry. Those were the days, all right.
Well, have a drink, Boxcar.
I'm sorry, Marge. I can't go against the judge.
Say, you ain't one of them anonymous fellas, are you?
I just got a bad stomach and I have to keep stoking it. Doc, can you go tie in some groceries with me?
Well, not unless Marge will cut loose with a buck.
Well, that's okay. I'm holding a little.
Go ahead, Doc. When he's tapped out, I'll see you at the stand.
Come on, Doc. How about it?
Rock stars, my boy. You just got yourself a guest.
Detective Clayton speaking.
Jim Taylor, Jane.
You hit the row yet?
Yeah, a couple of hours ago. I located Doc Butler.
Had any chance to talk to him?
Yeah, but I'm not sure the dope he gave me is worth anything. He was on his 10th drink when I found him.
What kind of a story did he give you?
Oh, something about this silk and him getting lucky last week and staying at a different flophouse each night. That sound right to you?
Yeah, it could be.
Well, he said he didn't remember which hotel they were in last Thursday night, but that's when Silk lifted the wallet with Joe Scott's identification papers. He got it from the tramp who's in the next bed.
If they were in a hotel on the row last Thursday night and they used their right names, we can find out which one it was. They all keep a register.
Well, I'm at 5th and Main, Gene. How soon can you make it?
Oh, 10 minutes.
Fine. As soon as you get here, we'll start checking those registers.
Here's the next place on the list, Jim.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jim.
Thanks.
Hello, Gene.
Hi, Fred. Meet Agent Taylor of the FBI.
Nice to know you.
Thanks.
Best room clerk on the row.
Sure. What are you looking for?
Last Thursday's register.
Thursday. Here it is.
Thanks.
Need me for a minute?
Not right now, Fred.
Call me if you do.
Gene, what's these numbers by each name mean?
Just a plain number means a bed. With a circle around it means they had the 75 cents to get a room.
There's Doc Butler's name.
Mm-hmm. Silk Howell right under it.
Yeah, bed's 36, 37.
Whoever had 38 was the one with Scott's wallet.
Yeah, bed 38 was registered to somebody named R. Jefferson.
Say, Fred.
Yeah, Jane?
The name R. Jefferson mean anything to you?
Fred not.
You know Doc Butler and Silk Howell, of course.
Sure, Doc's here now. Got a room down the hall.
I've got a picture of somebody named Joe Scott. I'd like you to take a look at it. Ever seen him before?
I don't know. Oh, wait. Put a beard on that face.
You think you know him?
Not sure. The guy who looks an awful lot like this is in room 11.
Thanks.
Hey, hello, Boxers.
Oh, hello, Doc.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing with him?
Go away, Doc.
You in trouble, Boxcar?
No, I'm okay. Which way to room 11, Gene?
Upstairs.
Hey, I hear you call him Gene. He's a cop.
Doc, we're busy.
Hey, you must be one, too. Means I've been friends with a cop. Boxcar, you said your name was. Why, you couldn't get in a boxcar. You're a Pullman bum.
11 will be 3 doors down on this side, Jim.
Okay. You're real smart. Well, what's the matter?
Here's number 11.
Ain't good enough for you to talk to now, huh?
Stay out, Doc.
I can follow you if I want to. It's still a free country.
Gene, if Scott was here, he's gone.
return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of the FBI. Now, a special message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society to fathers and mothers of young children, to parents of boys and girls who will be members of college classes of 1965 or 1970. Imagine how proud you'll feel 15 or 20 years from now when your young hopeful writes you and says,
Dear Mother and Dad, here's good news. Just learned today that I'll graduate with honors in chemistry.
When that time comes, your boy will face the future with confidence because he knows that a university education pays off in 3 ways. First, college men and women earn more money.
Yesterday, our college newspaper printed some figures which show that college men earn $72,000 more during their working years than non-college men.
Second, college men land the bigger jobs.
The article went on to say that out of every 16 men earning $10,000 a year and up, 15 are college grads.
Third, college men get more out of life. Their all-round culture, their understanding of art and good books, gives them poise and prestige in their social life. Think over those 3 points, Father and Mother, and decide now that nothing is going to stop your children from getting a college education. Decide to make that education sure with an Equitable Education Fund.
An Equitable Education Fund? What's that?
It's the painless way to pay for your children's college education. In this Equitable Society plan, you start when your children are young. Then each year you pay a sum of money that doesn't hurt, an amount that scarcely makes a dent in your budget. When your youngster's ready for college, the money's all ready for him.
Well, that's spreading the cost of education over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4.
Right. Now, suppose the father dies or becomes totally disabled. Then no more payments are necessary. The fund becomes fully established. When the youngster is ready for college, he gets the same education as if his dad had lived. So don't delay a day longer. Let your Equitable Society representative show you how little it costs to start an Equitable Education Fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Flophouse Frame-Up.
Before receiving his credentials as a special agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, every applicant raises his right hand and takes the following oath. I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. That I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God. Sometimes the discharge of those duties takes him far from his desk. Often it is a short trip within the confines of the city in which he happens to be stationed. But there have been times when agents have gone halfway around the world in quest of a suspect. In the case chosen by your FBI for dramatization this evening, 2 years elapsed since the disappearance of the person charged with the crime, but never in that period was there even a hint of the file being closed. For it is part of the procedure of your FBI that a report be made on every open case every 45 days. That kind of dogged perseverance is the reason one fugitive was apprehended 23 years after the commission of the crime, some 6,000 miles from the scene of that crime. That kind of dogged perseverance, too, is a guarantee to you, the American people, that the men you have chosen for this office are doing their job. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office. Agent in charge Newton is seated at his desk.
Newton speaking.
Jim Taylor, Mr. Newton.
Any progress to report?
Yes, sir. We're pretty sure that Scott is alive.
And here in town?
Yes, sir.
What do you base that on?
Well, I've just come from a flop house. I showed the room clerk that old picture of Scott. He thought he recognized him.
As a guest?
That's right, sir. We went to his room, but he must have heard us coming and climbed out the window. But we found some money under his pillow and a wristwatch initialed JS.
Well, that's pretty conclusive evidence.
Oh, sir, there's one other thing.
What's that?
I did some checking on Scott's background earlier today and talked to several people who knew him.
Yes?
Well, they brought out some rather damaging things about the man that I met in your office, that Mr. Troy.
What was it?
Well, they believed that Troy took advantage of Scott's disappearance to falsely accuse him of juggling the books.
Did they have any proof of that?
No, sir.
Well, I'll explore that angle. You keep after Scott.
Yes, sir.
Any word in from the freight yards, Gene?
Not yet, Jim, but I have got something.
No, what's that?
Some dope on this R. Jefferson, or Scott, if it is him.
Mean he's got a record?
Not in our files, but I showed that picture you gave me to Andy Reynolds. He works the row with me.
You recognize Scott?
No, but he had to go to the row on something else, so he took the picture along. He just called me. He showed it around, came up with a few of Scott's friends. One is the owner of a bookstore on Main Street. Scott hangs around there.
Yeah.
He's also friendly with a woman who runs a newsstand on 3rd Street, just off the row. And the last one on the list is a blind beggar who works the corner of Main and 1st.
Mr. Jones, I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
What can I do for you?
Well, here's a picture of a man I'd like to talk to. I understand you know him.
Yeah, that's Pop Jefferson.
Have you seen him today?
No, and he should have been here by now. I give him a few dollars every week for dusting the books. What do you want him for?
Questioning, sir. If he does show up, Mr. Jones, will you please call this number?
Late Journal, Kelly and Post.
Look, ma'am,
I told you once, mister, that's a picture of Pop. What else do you want?
Have you seen him?
No.
You got any idea where he'd be?
Yeah, at the jewelry store, buying a pound of diamonds.
Well, if you see him, will you...
No, I ain't turning him in. You want him? Go nail him yourself.
Pencils? 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 Oh, thank you, sir. Have a pencil?
Oh, just a little information, please. I understand you're a friend of Pop Jefferson.
Yes, that's right. He comes and takes me home every night.
Has he been around today?
Oh, about 10 minutes ago. He went to the mission house down the block.
Thanks very much.
The road to Bethlehem is no shorter from the mansions of the mighty than it is from the bleak walls of this mission. Each man in his life is confronted with problems beyond his power to conquer.
Oh, hello, Jim.
They are the obstacles
around?
the Almighty has
I don't
placed
know.
in our paths.
But when you
as a
called...
Well, he told the blind man he was coming
Which
in.
of us shall take the journey? The trip to Bethlehem.
One of your beards.
The voyage home.
Yeah, there always are.
The hymn for today
Nobody
will
who
be
looks like the
Lead
picture.
Kindly Light. Page
No.
23 of
Maybe
your
the
book.
preacher can help us.
I'll talk to him later.
You know him?
Mm-hmm. He'll do what he can.
Oh, no. Not a bit.
Thanks. Police?
Yeah, that's right.
You looking for somebody?
Pop Jefferson.
You mean Joe Scott?
You know him?
I'm Joe Scott.
Sit down, Mr. Troy.
Oh, thank you. Did you ever find out how that man happened to have Joe Scott's wallet?
Yes, we did. That's why we called you in.
Oh?
Come in.
Are you ready for me now, sir?
Yes, will you come in, please? Mr. Troy, you recognize this man?
I'm Joe Scott.
Scott?
He didn't jump in the river, Mr. Troy.
Well, that's fine.
Now, about those books, the ones that Mr. Scott here had falsified, according to you.
Yes.
We've learned that you made up that set.
Well, you can't be serious.
I am.
Well, why should I do a thing like that?
So you could go through fraudulent bankruptcy?
Oh, that's a lie.
We have proof. We have the real ledgers and the ones that Mr. Scott kept. We found that they're all in order.
Now, look. Are you going to take his word for all this? If he was so honest, now, why did he want the police to believe he committed suicide?
Tell him, Mr. Scott.
Well, my wife died the week before all this happened, and I felt I had nothing to live for, so I went down to the river. But last moment, I couldn't go through with it, so I just decided to go away.
No, that's a very touching story, but it's hardly one that any jury would believe.
We have something that a jury will believe. I gave our experts a sample of Joe Scott's handwriting and one of yours. They say the false entries were written by you.
I refuse to discuss this any further.
I'm afraid you're going to have to, Mr. Troy, with the United States Attorney.
Because Mark Troy failed to disclose to bankruptcy officials funds which he concealed by means of a fictitious set of books, he was convicted of violating the National Bankruptcy Act and sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. In tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Special Agent Taylor and Police Detective Gene Clayton performed the highest function of a law enforcement officer. They helped prove the innocence of a justly suspected man. In any nation where almost 2 million major crimes are committed in the course of a year, it is understandable that among the accused there will be some who are innocent. Law enforcement personnel, after all, are human beings and prone to make the errors all flesh is heir to. However, it is in the record that the special agents of your FBI are trained to be scrupulously careful in collecting all evidence, and after making their collection, to be just as careful in constructing the mosaic of proof necessary for the United States Attorney to secure a conviction against the guilty parties. The record mentioned above is one of which the men of your FBI are proud, for it shows that more than 97% of all people arrested by special agents in the past year were judged guilty when tried in court, which is indisputable proof of the care with which they worked, of the pains they took to protect not only the property of the American people, but also a much more valuable possession, their personal liberty.
Now, one last word to fathers and mothers. Of all the things you can do for your children, there's no greater proof of your love for them than an equitable education fund. They'll be grateful for it as long as they live. Your boy or girl may only say a few words like,
Thanks, Mom. Thank you, Dad.
But you know from the look in his eye and the ring in his voice that he'll never forget your foresight in starting an equitable education fund. Right now, make that wise resolution to see your equitable representative soon.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case from World War II that is as current as today's headlines. Its subject, swindling. Its title, Draft Dodging Incorporated.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were B. Benaderet, Herb Butterfield, Bob Griffin, Bill Johnstone, Henry Morgan, Victor Rodman, and Theodore Von Eltz. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Draft Dodging Incorporated on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of the Thin Man. Fun and excitement for the whole family when the Thin Man comes your way. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. The more intelligent a person is, the more sure he is to be interested in life insurance. This explains why the commercials on this Equitable Life Assurance Society program always treat you like an intelligent human being. They specialize in giving you information. Tonight, for example, the Equitable Society is going to talk to fathers and mothers about establishing an equitable education fund for their children. That's the painless way to pay for a college education. If you want to be sure that your children get the head start of a college education, you'll be keenly interested in this Equitable Society message due in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, Draft Dodging Incorporated.
The file chosen by the Federal Bureau of Investigation for this evening is one which took place in the year 1944. Where were you at that time? If you were part of 1/10 of the population of this country, you were a member of America's armed forces, stationed anywhere from Omaha Beach on the shores of France to a tiny atoll somewhere in the Pacific. Or maybe you were one of the millions who worked a swing shift in a defense plant and helped produce the weapons which brought victory to the Allied cause. You might even have been following your regular occupation and contributing to the war effort in your own way. For almost every American did his best to end the worldwide carnage as quickly as possible. There were, of course, exceptions to that rule. To a small group, it mattered little when victory came, so long as it didn't come too quickly. That group, which is among us at all times, is the army of American criminals. To them, as well as to the decent people of the nation, it makes a difference whether or not the nation is at war. For in wartime, more people seem to have money. Money the criminals must find a method of getting without working for it, of getting the easy way. Tonight's file opens on the lawn of a large estate located on the outskirts of a Midwestern city. A charity bazaar is in progress, with all proceeds going to war relief agencies. Along the makeshift midway, a tent has a sign over it reading, Madame Omar, fortune teller. Inside, a gray-haired, well-dressed woman sits listening to Madame Omar tell what the crystal ball says about her future.
And I see you in a beautiful white gown, walking down a long hallway. A long hallway where there are no doors, and the ground slopes gently downward.
What does that mean?
No one can cross your path and spoil your plans. The vision is beginning to fade now. Slowly, slowly, fading. Do you have any more questions?
Well, no, I guess you've answered everything.
That will be $5.
Oh, of course. There you are.
The spirits thank you for joining us.
Oh, you're welcome. Goodbye.
Good day, madam.
Mom!
Oh, hello, dear.
I've been looking all over the grounds for you.
I went in to have my fortune told, and Glenn, she's very good.
Oh, you mean you're going to get married again to a tall, dark...
That's not what she said at all. For your information, the most important thing she told me was about you.
How did I get mixed up in it?
While she was in her trance, a black cloud appeared in the crystal ball. That meant something was worrying me.
Oh.
So I told her about your registering for the draft.
Oh, Mom.
And just as soon as I told her that, the black cloud disappeared.
I suppose that has meaning, too.
Of course it does. You're not going to be drafted.
Huh?
She didn't know how or why, but she was positive you wouldn't be drafted.
Mom, you sound like you believed her.
I do.
Well, I'll tell the draft board the whole story when I go for my physical. Come on, Mom. Let's go see the rest of the bazaar.
That you, John?
Yeah. Bazaar over?
Uh-huh.
How'd it go?
I'm just about ready to turn in my crystal ball.
Martinis in that shaker, Gloria?
Help yourself.
Did you find any prospects?
Yeah, I got a list. There's only one that's worth tapping, though. A Mrs. Alice Marshall, 135 Greenwood Avenue.
Good neighborhood.
She's loaded and a widow.
And how many children?
Just one boy. He's due to take his physical later this week.
What else you find out about her?
Does a lot of charity work.
No help.
Sees every show that comes to town.
No.
Goes to the symphony Tuesday nights and the opera Friday nights.
Maybe.
Goes horseback riding in the park at 10 o'clock every morning.
That's it.
Oh?
Tomorrow morning she'll have a companion to ride with.
Easy, girl.
Hang on there. Hang on.
What? Let go of those reins. Please.
Well, I didn't think I'd make it.
What's the meaning of all this?
Your saddle strap's loose.
Why, so it is.
I'll hold the reins. You better dismount.
Well, thank you.
Easy. That's it.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, just a minute. I'll fix it for you. Oh, boy.
Can I help
Easy
you?
now. No, that's all right. Hold steady a minute there, fella. There we are.
Well, I can't tell you how much I appreciate this.
Don't mention it. Aren't you Mrs. Marshall?
That's right.
I thought I recognized you.
I'm sorry,
Oh, we've never met. I saw you at the draft board. I was there when you came down to appeal for a change in your boy's classification.
Are you on the draft board?
No, I'm a doctor. I do some volunteer work for them.
Oh.
Mrs. Marshall, I examined your son's file after you left.
What for?
Well, the things you told the board about him interested me. If those records are right, he's an exceptional youngster.
Indeed he is.
Which fits right in with one of my pet theories.
What's that?
Well, I don't like to sound class conscious, but there's no denying a certain group does give this country its leaders.
Oh, yes.
In 10 or 20 years, boys with the advantages your son has had will have to make up that group.
Isn't this amazing? That's just what I tried to tell the draft board.
Really?
Doctor, maybe they'd change their minds if you'd talk to them.
Oh, I'm afraid not.
But they've got so many other boys. One less won't make any difference.
I'm afraid the board doesn't think in those terms.
No, I guess not. Only something could be done.
Well, maybe something can be.
What do you mean?
Let's ride to the casino and get some tea. We'll talk about it.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is in the teletype room when Agent Dick Phelps enters.
Hello, Dick. Hi, Jim. I just found your message. Boss teamed us up again, eh?
Yeah.
Another bank job?
No, draft dodging this time. Oh, excuse me, Dick, will you? Hey, Art.
Yes, Mr. Taylor?
If anything comes in for me, will you please deliver it to my desk?
Sure.
Thanks. Come on, Dick. I'll tell you about it on the way.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, thanks, Jim.
A report came in this morning from the Bedford City Police. There was a complaint on a swindler named John Harper.
You said this was a draft dodger case.
That's right, it is. This Harper posed as a doctor for selective service.
conned some wealthy people into paying him to get their son a deferred status in the draft. And, believe it or not, the boy actually got the deferment.
Oh.
Well, Harper sent a young man that he keeps in his employ to take the other boy's physical. This substitute has bad lungs, among other things.
Oh, so he flunks in the real draftee's name.
That's it. Parents of the boy went to the police after Harper came back for a second installment.
Well, then they should have been able to supply a pretty full description.
Oh, not only that, they also came up with a sample of Harper's handwriting. It's en route to Washington now.
You notified the police here yet?
Yeah, they're checking hotels for us, and as soon as a composite picture on Harper is finished, we're going to action ourselves.
Glenn.
Oh, what is it, Mom?
Did I waken you?
No.
All right to turn on the light?
Sure.
I want to talk to you, son.
Okay.
Glenn, dear, you know that fortune teller I went to see at the bazaar. Do you remember what she told me?
About the tall, dark man?
About your not being drafted.
All of that.
She was right, Glenn. You aren't going to be drafted.
What?
I made all the arrangements today.
Mom, what are you talking about?
I met a man from the selective, whatever they call it. His name is Dr. Raymond, and he's fixing it so you won't be called.
Oh, Mom, how could he do that?
I'm paying him for it.
You're what?
I'm giving him $1,000.
Mom, do you realize what you're doing?
Of course, dear. He's keeping you out of the army.
Oh, no, he isn't.
But everything's been taken care
Well,
of.
call it off and get your money back.
Now, Glenn,
I mean it, Mom. I'm not trying to sound like a hero, but if other guys are going into the army, I'm going too.
Don't you realize, dear? Don't you realize you're all I've got?
Mom, just see this guy and call it off.
Oh, but
I don't want to discuss it anymore. Good night, Mom.
Anything in on that draft dodger case, Jim?
Yeah, just got this in from Washington, Dick.
Well, what's the dope?
Well, Harper's real name is John Wilson. He's got a whole string of aliases, though.
You ever worked that fake doctor swindle before?
Only in Bedford City, as far as we know.
By the way, how much did he get on that job?
$200. When he came back for the second installment, he picked up another $300.
What's his pre-war record?
Bad checks from coast to coast.
Well, I guess draft dodging pays better.
That must. Don't forget, we know about the Bedford City swindle because the parents complained. There's no telling whether some others are keeping quiet.
That substitute who takes the physical, Jim, have we got any description on him?
No, he's never introduced to the victim or to the actual draftee.
Well, if we could find out what...
Yeah, oh, pardon me, Dick, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, that's right, sir. You did when? Are you sure? Thank you very much, Mr. Logan. Wilson's here in town, Dick.
Who was that?
The owner of the barber shop at the railroad station. He just saw Wilson's picture and remembered that he was in day before yesterday for a haircut.
Come in.
Dr. Raymond to see you.
Send him in, please.
This way, Doctor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mrs. Marshall.
Good morning, Doctor. I'm so glad you're here.
Is something wrong?
Oh, well, I had a talk with my son last night.
Oh, about our arrangement?
Oh, yes. He didn't approve of it at all. He asked me to call the whole thing off.
Well, I'm afraid it's a little late for that. As soon as I made certain that no members of the board knew your son, I sent his substitute over there. He's taking the physical examination right now.
Oh?
Well, Mrs. Marshall, that's what you asked me to do.
Yes, of course. But, well, I had hoped that Glenn would see it our way. Doctor, do you think that you could talk to him?
Well,
I'm sure you could convince him that this is right, that he shouldn't go into the army.
I don't think he could, Mom.
Glenn.
Is this the man you made the arrangements with?
Yes, dear. This is Dr. Raymond.
Well, Hello there, son.
I'd prefer it if you got out of here.
Glenn.
I don't want to have anything to do with this deal.
Glenn, he's only trying to help us.
I don't want that kind of help. I don't want any special favors.
Son, there's a reason for doing this.
I know. $1,000 reason. That is what my mother paid you, isn't it?
Glenn, will you please?
I want you to get that money back, Mom, and if he won't give it to you, I'll call the police.
That would be rather foolish.
You mean they wouldn't arrest you for a deal like this?
Oh, they'd arrest me, all right. But they'd also arrest your mother.
Oh.
What do you mean?
When she hired me, she broke the law just as I'm doing.
Oh.
Now, would you like to see her go to jail, too?
Why?
Would you?
No.
Then I'd suggest that you do as your mother wants you to.
I'll take it. Hello? Yes. It's for you, Doctor.
Thank you. Hello? Yes. Yes, well, that's fine. Well, thank you. Goodbye. Congratulations, young man.
For what?
As of 10 minutes ago, you're 4F.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, a special message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society to fathers and mothers of young children. We're going to ask you to take a quick trip into the future, to the year 1960 or 65, to the day when an excited youngster of yours comes to you and says,
"Yeah, Dad, I bought my railroad ticket today. College, here I come."
That future college freshman of yours will have 3 good reasons for feeling on top of the world. First, college men and women earn more money.
Look, Dad, here's a magazine article that proves that an investment in college education pays big dividends. It says that in their working years, college men earn $72,000 more than non-college men.
Second, college men land the bigger jobs.
And get this, Dad. The article says that out of every 16 men earning $10,000 a year and up, 15 are college guys. Boy, isn't that something?
Third, college men get more out of life. They gain a broader outlook, acquire an appreciation of art, good books, and the finer things of life. A firm foundation on which to build a happy and prosperous future. So, Mother and Dad, it's up to you. Up to you to give your children the chance they so richly deserve. Up to you to make sure by starting an Equitable Education Fund now.
An Equitable Education Fund? What's that?
It's the painless way to pay for your children's college education. In this Equitable Society plan, you start when your children are young. Then each year, you pay a sum of money that doesn't hurt, an amount that scarcely makes a dent in your budget. When your youngster's ready for college, the money's all ready for him.
That's spreading the cost of education over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4.
Right. Now, suppose the father dies or becomes totally disabled. Then no more payments are necessary. The fund becomes fully established. When the youngster is ready for college, he gets the same education as if his dad had lived. So don't delay a day longer. Let your Equitable Society representative show you how little it costs to start an Equitable Education Fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Draft Dodging Incorporated.
Fortunately for the nation, mothers like the one in tonight's case are few and far between. Not that every parent wouldn't like to protect his child from the rigors of war, but most realize that since it threatens the home of everyone, war is not an individual enterprise. In this atomic age, victory comes only through joint effort. Military might at the front cannot be maintained without workers at home in defense factories. Those workers cannot receive wages unless the government pays for the equipment it gets. Pays with money raised through taxes and the sale of war bonds. At this time, our country is engaged in conflict. Conflict which may yet prove to be the beginning of a third world war. Should that come, despite all our efforts to the contrary, the men of your FBI would again be charged with fighting not only the ordinary lawbreaker, but also those criminals who ply their trade in wartime. Men like the one we have called John Wilson. However, even in their war against the John Wilsons of the country, the full judicial processes of democracy will be observed, as they were during World War II, as they have always been. No home, office, or place of employment will be entered without a search warrant. No arrest will be made without a charge, and there will be no suspension of the habeas corpus. For in those things lies the full essence of why we will be waging war. The American credo is based on the freedom of the individual, on our fundamental premise that the citizens rule the state, not vice versa. In short, we believe in liberty and in the fact that it's worth fighting for. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office as Special Agent Phelps approaches the desk of Agent Jim Taylor.
Hey, Jim.
Oh, hello, Dick.
Hey, what's all that stuff?
All copies of a chest x-ray and a complete physical report.
Whose?
The boy who substituted for the draftee in Bedford City.
Oh.
I wired the draft board up there last night, just after you left the office.
Oh, if we can only find out what that bird looks like on the outside, we'll have something.
We could get more of a break than that.
Oh, how?
If we're lucky, we'll find out whether Wilson's located a victim yet around here.
You better lay that out for me, Jim.
Well, I had one copy of the x-ray and one of the physical report made for each draft board here in the city.
Uh-huh.
Anybody showing up with these exact ailments has to be our man. And whatever name the substitute uses is the name of the victim.
Oh.
Come on, Dick, will you grab that bundle there?
Yeah, where are we going?
Deliver these things to the draft boards.
That you, Gloria?
Yeah.
Get out the crystal ball.
Have I got a job?
Well, this one's for us. See if it'll show you a thriving community filled with indulgent mothers.
What's the matter with here?
We've run into trouble.
With the Marshall dame?
With her son. He turns out to be very patriotic.
Oh?
I managed to shut him up, but I'm afraid it's only temporary. Well, that's probably the trunk. I asked him to send it upstairs. Let him in, will you?
Okay. Yes?
I want to see Dr. Raymond.
Who are you?
My name is Marshall.
He's not in.
Where is it, Gloria?
Not in, huh?
Look, come back later.
Oh, no, I want to see him now.
Just a minute.
I want to see him now.
John!
Dr. Raymond, I want to talk to you.
We have nothing to discuss.
Oh, yes, we have. I want that money my mother gave you.
Do we have to go through all that again? I told you yesterday.
Things have changed since then, Doctor. I've enlisted.
What?
I didn't use my real name, but I'm in the service. That'll clear my mother. Now let me have that money. Let me have it or I'll call the police.
Very well.
John.
There's nothing else I can do. The money's in here. Come with me.
Okay.
John, are you out of your...
Let me handle this, Gloria. Go ahead, son.
Okay.
All right, Gloria. Start packing and meet me at the station.
Where are you going?
To see the boy's mother. I plan to make another collection from her before we leave town.
Dick! Oh, Dick!
Right.
Been waiting long?
No.
Oh, we sure got a quick return on that draft board angle.
Oh, one of them check in already?
Yeah, didn't they tell you when you called into the office?
No, I only spoke to the switchboard.
Oh. Well, Wilson's been in action. His proxy was rejected yesterday morning.
Which draft board call?
Number 38. It's in the basement of Madison High School. Physical was taken under the name of Glenn Marshall.
Got the address?
135 North Greenwood Avenue. That's where we're headed now. Oh, miss.
Yes?
Have you seen the other agent who came in here with me?
He's in the library.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim.
Dick?
I got a rundown on Wilson, or Dr. Raymond, as he calls himself.
Yeah, so did I.
You knew he was here 2 nights ago and talked to Mrs. Marshall?
Yeah.
And that he returned yesterday morning and met both the boy and his mother?
Yeah, I got that. I also learned he just left here.
Oh?
Talked to the butler. He overheard them discussing money. Mrs. Marshall said she had to go to the bank to get some.
Sounds like our swindler was getting paid off.
Yeah.
Did the butler tell you where she banks?
I only knew where her checking account was, but that doesn't help because he heard her say she was getting this money from a savings deposit.
Maybe it's in the same bank.
No, I checked, Dick. It isn't.
Would anyone else know where she has a savings account?
Only her son. They say he's due back at any minute. Dick, we've got to stop Wilson from making that collection.
Well, there are 50 banks, Jim.
Well, we'll alert as many of them as we can, but our main hope is that young Marshall gets back here in time.
Yes?
Over here.
Oh,
Did you get the money?
yes. It's right here in this envelope.
Well, may I have it, please?
On one condition. You must promise that this is positively the last I'll have to pay.
Oh, Mrs. Marshall, I'm leaving town. Doesn't that convince you?
Well,
Let me have the envelope.
Mom!
Glenn!
Don't give him that money.
What are you doing here?
I didn't like your apartment. Now let me have that envelope.
But Glenn,
You're not giving it to him.
Oh, yes, she
Oh,
is.
heavens.
That bastard. Let go of me. Oh, no. I said let go of me.
All right,
Please,
break it up.
please.
Break it up. We'll take care of it.
Hey, what is this? Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
John Wilson and his two accomplices, the fortune teller and the substitute draftee, were tried and convicted in federal court for violating the Selective Training and Service Act. Each was given a sentence of 5 years. Young Glenn Marshall, upon escaping from the swindler's apartment, returned to his own home. There he met Special Agent Taylor and supplied the name of the bank where his mother carried an account. Agents Taylor and Phelps were then able to make the arrest. From notes found in Wilson's pocket, they were also able to apprehend Gloria Stone, the fortune teller, and the boy who had substituted at the physical exams. The draft board which supplied Glenn Marshall's name and address was, of course, a prime factor in the closing of this file. And at this time, your FBI wishes publicly to thank the members of every draft board in the nation for the generous cooperation it has received in the past and is receiving at the present time. The real wealth of America lies not in its physical possessions, but in its people. And never was this better illustrated than by the almost 200,000 men and women who have worked on draft boards during most of the last 10 years. Men and women who have done that work without one penny of compensation. In time of crisis, they heard the call of duty and answered it. Answered it as Americans with integrity and great devotion.
Now, one last word to fathers and mothers. Of all the things you can do for your children, there's no greater proof of your love for them than an equitable education fund. They'll be grateful for it as long as they live. Your boy or girl may only say a few words like,
Thanks, Mom. Thank you, Dad.
but you know from the look in his eye and the ring in his voice that he'll never forget your foresight in starting an equitable education fund. Right now, make that wise resolution to see your equitable representative soon.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A documented recount of the activities of a gang of professional thieves. Its subject, bank robbery. Its title, The Gold Rush Stick-Up.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Betty Blythe, Isabel Jewell, Bill Johnstone, Charles Maxwell, and Hugh Thomas. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Gold Rush Stick-Up on This Is Your FBI. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. 5.5 years ago, when This Is Your FBI made its first appearance on the air, the Equitable Society established a tradition of helpful, intelligently presented commercial messages. Listen to the middle commercial tonight, and you'll see that we're still running true to form. Tonight, we're going to talk briefly to fathers and mothers about establishing an equitable education fund for their children. This is the painless way to pay for a college education. Interested? Then don't fail to give full attention to this informing message from the Equitable Society, due in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Gold Rush Stick-Up.
As ages are measured among nations, the United States is a young country, its 170-odd years making it a figurative babe in arms. However, in even that short a period, our way of living has changed so much that the old way is almost forgotten. Almost, but not entirely, especially in the western part of the nation. Throughout the West, there are communities that set aside days and sometimes weeks during which their former days of glory are annually recalled. The highway for miles around is cluttered with signs proclaiming this to be Old Timers Week, El Dorado Week, or whatever name the townspeople have chosen for the celebration. The local citizenry, most of whom dress normally during the remainder of the year, get their mail-order cowboy clothes off the shelves and welcome the visitors. Visitors they usually call sir or ma'am, but who for this week can be addressed only as dude or partner. Taken by and large, it amounts to harmless fun. And if it does nothing but recall the olden days, it's well worth the trouble everyone goes to. For the glories of the past are the things of which tradition is made. Occasionally, though, this pleasant picture is disturbed. Disturbed by the discovery that among the fun makers, there have been those interested in something more than tradition. They have instead been interested only in crime. Tonight's file opens in a small western town during one of those community celebrations. This one is called Gold Rush Week. Along the crowded main street, a middle-aged man walks toward the center of town, accompanied by a friend.
Delightful little town, ain't it?
Yeah.
So good to get away from them big cities with all the noise.
Uh-huh.
That could put me on the first train that's leaving town.
You can't blow now.
Yes, I can.
What about the tunnel?
Well, we can leave it.
After all the time we spent digging it.
I'm not putting up with any more of this.
The Duke won't like it, George.
Well, the Duke hasn't had to spend 3 weeks in this shooting gallery. He hasn't had to wear these musical comedy clothes either. Look at us. Full beards, leather pants.
Hi there, partners.
Get lost, you bum. Now we get another parade.
They ain't parading. They're just standing around up near the theater.
Yeah?
Hey, maybe they found our tunnel.
You don't think they'd be celebrating with a brass band, do you? Come on, let's see what's going on.
Somebody's sitting on a horse and making a speech. It looks like that rum-dum mayor.
Tonight, we got our beauty contest.
Now, isn't that dandy?
Well, the winner's going to be crowned Miss Gold Nugget of 1950. She'll be the queen of the ball tonight at the Hotel Central.
And our room's right over the ballroom.
You all know about the Gold Rush Rodeo tomorrow night. We're going to have every rootin', tootin', bronc-bustin' cowboy in the country riding for prizes.
Will you remind me to miss that?
But if big surprise of the week is the one I'm saving for the last. What's that? This building you're standing in front of.
Come on, let's blow.
Oh, wait a minute. Theater in this part of the state, having opened for business exactly 75 years ago. Now, tomorrow afternoon, in honor of this occasion, we've imported a group of genuine actors. Alive? Who are alive, yes. Yes, sir. Who are going to put on the same show.
Hey.
Right here
That
in
fixes
the theater.
everything.
Yeah, that means he'll be acting while we're...
That was before.
I know.
What'll we do?
That's up to the Duke. We'll just have to wait until he gets in town.
Meanwhile, at an FBI field office some miles away, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just signing the register when Agent Ben Cook approaches.
Very distinguished signature.
Oh, hello, Ben.
Hi, Jim. You signing in or out?
Out, I'm sorry to say.
I haven't seen you around the office lately.
Look, I've slept in more beds in the last month than George Washington ever did. You know, I thought the boss was giving me a break when he took me off of everything else and told me to concentrate on finding one man.
Who's that?
You ever hear of a safecracker called the Duke?
Not that I know of.
Well, I wish I hadn't either. The only description we've got is from an arrest record that's 27 years old, and the only picture was taken then.
Yeah? Where's he been since?
Out of action, as far as we know, until 2 years ago.
Well, what do we want this man for?
Bank jobs?
Got any leads at all to work on?
Well, no good ones, Ben. Without any current ident, about all I've been able to do is follow his trail of robberies. So far, he's led me from Auburn to DeKalb, and to Greensboro, from there to Crawfordville, to Warren, Blackford, to Mount Vernon, and from Mount Vernon back here.
Just about a perfect circle.
Yeah, just about.
Well, if our boy's in town, why are you leaving?
Well, his job here was 10 days ago. He's already struck 100 miles away at Morgantown.
Not likely he'd still be there, then, is it?
No, his pattern has been to move after each job, but maybe I can get a description or find out where he went from there. Well, see you when I get back, Ben.
First train I ever saw with cobwebs on the locomotive.
George, you see Duke anyplace?
No, not yet.
Maybe he missed the train.
Nobody could miss this train. Oh, there he is. Hey, Duke. Duke, over here.
George, that you?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know you were the costumes and the beards.
Let me take your bag, Duke.
Thank you.
The hotel's right around the corner.
Good.
Duke, we run into a little trouble.
On the tunnel?
Yeah, on one end of it.
What do you mean?
Well, we ran it from the abandoned theater into the bank, just like you laid it out.
Yes?
So today they're reopening the theater for one performance. They're carving a 75-year-old turkey.
Oh, fine.
Got any ideas, Duke?
Is the bank closed this afternoon?
Yeah, but most of the money that's been spent here this week will be moved out of their vaults by Monday.
I know that.
What do you think we should do?
I've got a schedule to stick to. We'll go ahead with the job.
With the show going on and all?
Yes. You want to back out?
Oh, no.
How about you, George?
I'll go along with the action.
All right. Let's get to work right now.
Hi, Ben.
Well, a traveling man. How was Morgantown?
I didn't even have to unpack my bags. I got there, found out that the Duke had come back here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, I've cut him down a little, though. When I started, he was a month ahead of me. Now he's only 3 days.
Got any leads up there?
Oh, just one item. I learned that he carried his tools in a violin case. That was a help at this end.
How?
Well, I contacted all transportation terminals. A ticket seller at the bus station remembered the violin case.
Was he headed out of town again?
Yeah.
Jim, didn't you say this character has an arrest record, 27 years old?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, then he's no youngster.
Yeah, I know, but he sure gets around. I checked his pattern. He only works 2 months out of the year. That's what makes him so tough to catch.
How long has he been going so far this year?
7 weeks.
It's just about ready to go under again.
Yeah. We've wired the police in every town within a 200-mile radius and asked them to be on the lookout for a man with a violin case.
When did the wires go out?
2 hours ago. The minute anybody answers, I hit the road again.
Priscilla, I refuse to stand here and...
Just follow me, Duke. The tunnel's right over here. Where's Johnny? He's locking that other door. That'll keep any nosy actors out.
Pay the mortgage or Genevieve marries me.
Never.
I have given you your choice.
Damp down here. Well, it ain't bad if you're a bat.
It doesn't grow on trees, you know.
I'll never sacrifice my...
There's the cover. All right, lift it and let's take a look. It's not much of a tunnel, but we call it home.
Much time.
George, over by the tunnel. Have you got my bag? Yeah, here. Thank you.
Read the mortgage when you
I'll take that extra flashlight. There you are. Now, you both got your guns? Uh-huh, yeah. Fine, stay here. I'm going to work.
Cook speaking.
Jim Taylor, Ben.
Hi, Jim. Where are you?
Centerville.
Is your man there?
No, he went to River Junction, but he just left for there yesterday, so we're closing in on him. Oh, Ben, would you do me a favor?
What's that?
I've been trying to get through to the sheriff at River Junction, but his line's been busy.
I'll get on him.
Okay, now look, when you talk to him, Ben, you can tell him about that violin case and one other lead. The Duke is growing a beard.
I'm afraid that's a dead one.
Oh, why?
I was in River Junction a couple of days ago. This is gold rush week down there. Every man in town's got a beard.
Oh. Well, tell the sheriff to warn the people at the bank and anybody else in town who's got a safe.
Aha! So there you are.
Hammerstrong, what are you doing?
It's taking a long time. No, it just seems long having to listen to that stuff up there.
The acting?
Yeah, the acting. If I'd have known about it, I'd have hit Duke for a bigger cut.
Hammerstrong, will you do me a favor? A great favor.
Is that the dam or a team of horses?
Take me and leave Genevieve alone and pure.
Hey, I just thought of something.
What?
We left the car in the hotel garage.
Well?
We gotta go all the way back there for the getaway.
Johnny, nobody even knows about this job until the bank is open Monday morning. We could get out of here riding turtles.
I hope the show ends before Duke finishes.
Why?
I want to know how it comes out.
I think I've got a...
Hey, that wasn't in the show.
I know. It came from the bank. Come on, let's get in there.
Right. Got your flash?
Yeah. We better not show any light.
Somebody must have spotted Duke, huh?
Yeah, now get your gun ready.
I got it.
This end's open. Now watch. Watch yourself. Watch yourself coming up.
Okay.
See anything? You see anything? Huh? Somebody's laying on the floor over there.
Duke?
I can't tell. There's also somebody by the vault. Come on now. Quiet now. Don't move.
Huh? Hey, it's Duke.
It's the Duke. What happened? We heard shots.
Sheriff came in.
Is that him on the floor?
Yes.
What'll we do?
We're finishing the job. This vault's ready to go now. You boys go back to the hotel. I'll meet you there.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of the FBI. Now, a special message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society to fathers and mothers of young children. You'll find the time passes much more quickly than you think. Before you realize it, 1960 or 65 will be here, and the postman will bring you a letter from your youngster that reads like this.
Dear Mom and Dad, this is a wonderful experience starting here at college. Believe me, I'm going to learn a lot.
Your boy or girl will have 3 good reasons for wanting to make good in college. First, college men and women earn more money.
Prexy Robinson made a speech to the whole freshman class yesterday. He said that college men earn $72,000 more during their working years than the fellows who miss out on a college education.
Second, college men land the bigger job.
Then he said, out of every 16 men earning $10,000 a year and up, 15 have college educations. That's 15 to 1 in the college man's favor.
Third, college men get more out of life. They gain an all-round culture, an appreciation of the arts and literature that means even more to them than their increased earning power. Remember those 3 points, Mother and Dad, and say to yourself here and now, I'm not going to leave my family's education to chance. I'm going to make sure with an equitable education fund.
An equitable education fund? What's that?
It's the painless way to pay for your children's college education. In this Equitable Society plan, you start when your children are young. Then each year you pay a sum of money that doesn't hurt, an amount that scarcely makes a dent in your budget. When your youngster's ready for college, the money's all ready for him.
That's spreading the cost of education over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4.
Right. Now, suppose the father dies or becomes totally disabled. Then no more payments are necessary. The fund becomes fully established. When the youngster is ready for college, he gets the same education as if his dad had lived. So don't delay a day longer. Let your Equitable Society representative show you how little it costs to start an Equitable Education Fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Gold Rush Stick-Up.
America is a nation difficult to describe in a few short words, and certainly, therefore, almost impossible to picture in one. However, if a person were to find himself pinned down in a situation where he had to tell the story of this country in a single word, he could do far worse than to choose the noun progress. For here is a land and a people dedicated to advancement. The field of law enforcement has been no exception. With such great forward strides in scientific methods of investigation having been made, that police work is no longer a job, but a profession. The men who now protect you against the ravages of crime have studied to attain their positions, and through those courses of study have come to certain inescapable conclusions, one of which is pertinent to tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. There are in those files the records of a great number of men and women who have committed one crime, been apprehended, served a term in prison, and upon release, followed a decent law-abiding existence. Others, however, seemingly were determined to continue their criminal careers. In those cases, the crimes committed invariably grew more serious, and life became cheap to them. So long, that is, as the life being taken was not their own. Tonight's FBI file continues later that afternoon at the sheriff's office in River Junction. Special Agent Jim Taylor enters and is met by Agent Ben Cook.
Ben, what are you doing here?
I reported your story to the SAC. He sent me up here to meet you. I'm afraid the Duke beat us both.
You mean he's been in action already?
Yeah, he took the local bank about an hour ago.
Well, didn't you ever get through to the sheriff?
Yeah, after I warned him, he went to the bank. Duke got him as soon as he stepped inside.
Oh. Is he badly hurt?
He's in the hospital. Shoulder wound.
Did you get any details on the robbery?
The bank was entered through a tunnel from the next building.
Yeah.
Duke must have had some accomplices because there were 3 sets of footprints around the tunnel.
When was the sheriff found, Ben?
Only about 10 minutes after he was shot. He came to and called for help outside the bank.
What about roadblocks?
They were set up immediately.
Good. Then the chances are the Duke is still here in town.
We might be better off if he weren't, Jim.
What?
There's thousands of visitors here all celebrating. It'd be next to impossible to pick him up.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Now, there are 3 hotels here in town. I'm going to check all of them, see what I can learn on recent arrivals.
I'd like to take a look at that tunnel, Ben. Why don't I go over to the bank, and when you finish with the hotels, you meet me there.
Listen to that. I almost wish I was in a nice, quiet jail.
Hello, boys.
Hiya, Duke.
Did you get the dough?
Yes.
How much?
Over 20,000.
Oh, that's okay.
Where have you been, Duke? We got here about an hour ago.
I've been watching the cops check every car leaving town.
Have they got roadblocks already?
Yes.
And it ain't going to be easy getting out of here.
We could take a train.
I went by the station. They're going through every piece of luggage.
Hey, how about burying the dough here and we can come back for it later?
Well, that's not a bad idea. And the safest place to stash it around here is right under that mattress. The way they clean this room, it'll be next year before they find it.
Boys, pack your bags. We're getting out of this hotel.
Why?
Cops will be checking the place for strangers.
What'll we do when we hit the street?
Yeah, there must be something going on that we can duck into.
There's a rodeo tonight.
Oh, now, who wants to see that?
We do. There's only one road through this town. After the rodeo, it'll be jammed, and we're going to be on it.
Jim?
Over here, Ben. Here, by the tunnel.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's a real neat job they did. They went through the theater wall, the bank wall. The day of the job, they just had to break through this flooring here.
Mm-hmm.
Working from the abandoned theater, they had all the time they needed.
I know.
Hey, how did you make out?
Well, I went to the 3 hotels.
And?
I've had so many people checking in and out the last week that their records were hopelessly jumbled.
If we only had a good description on the Duke, or even his Confederates.
Jim, I was thinking on the way over, someone must have seen those men coming in and out of the theater.
No, I explored that before I came in here, Ben. I couldn't find anyone who had. Any report from the roadblocks?
I just called. So far, no suspects.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Ben.
Huh?
They dug this hole from the theater, but there was no dirt around the excavation.
Yeah, you're right.
That follows a pattern that I read about in one of the Duke's earlier jobs. Come on. Let's get into the theater and look for that dirt. Yo, Ben.
Yeah, Jim?
Come here a minute, will you?
Where are you?
Near the stage door.
Okay. I don't trust myself in this place. I tried to walk through a door a minute ago and found I was painted on some scenery.
No. I found the dirt.
Good.
There. Right here in this dressing room. Look. All wrapped up in newspapers. Just about fills the room.
Such a tidy little job.
Ah, well, we've got to untidy it.
What do you mean?
I'm afraid we're going to have to take each bundle out and examine the papers.
What for, Jim?
Well, if we can find the oldest one, it could help us solve this case.
And coming out of chute number 3, Pete Chance, riding Indian Star.
Hey, Duke.
Yes, George?
Say, after this, will you do me a favor?
If I can.
Don't send me no place where I'm going to be more than 20 minutes from the nearest racing farm.
Look at that guy ride. He almost made it. These guys are pretty good.
Kid, you never seen our Carol on a 2-year-old.
And let the boy have a good time, George. Look at this crowd. They're still coming in.
Hey, have you got a piece of the gate?
George, the bigger the crowd, the better it is for us.
They'll never be able to frisk all these people.
I don't know whether I'd rather get nailed or have to sit and watch the rest of this thing.
That's Pete Chance being carried out of the arena. Let's give him a big hand. And now, out of chute number 1, Bernie Shaw, riding Wildcat.
That horse is pretty wild.
He ain't gonna have nothing on me if we don't blow this crib.
And tell the rise without a program. Yo, Ben.
Yeah?
There they are.
What?
Hey, fellas, we'd like to talk to you.
Well, what for?
Don't reach. We both got guns under the programs.
What is this, a heist?
We're special agents of the FBI. You're all under arrest.
George Morgan, Johnny Stark, and Claude White, alias the Duke, were tried and convicted of bank robbery. Each was sentenced to serve a 20-year term in a federal penitentiary. Special agents Taylor and Cook were able to locate Claude White, alias the Duke, and his accomplices because the theory about the newspapers wrapped around the dirt proved to be correct. Having gotten the date on which the tunnel was begun, they checked every hotel, rooming house, and motel register, searching for a party who had checked in on the 15th, the date which appeared on the yellowed newspaper. George Morgan and Johnny Stark were the only ones who had come to River Junction that day and remained through Gold Rush Week. When agents Taylor and Cook learned Morgan and Stark had a visitor that afternoon, they were certain they had located the right pair. However, the party had checked out earlier in the evening, but investigation showed they had purchased seats for the rodeo at the ticket booth in the hotel lobby. The location of their seats was secured, and the two special agents went to the ground where the rodeo was being held. They used the pretense of being program salesmen so they might approach the trio of criminals without incurring their suspicion. For had they been given the slightest hint they were about to be apprehended, any or all of them might have started shooting, might have injured or killed some of the other spectators. This way was safer, and even more important, it got the job done. The job of removing 3 more criminals from circulation.
Now, one last word to fathers and mothers. Of all the things you can do for your children, there's no greater proof of your love for them than an equitable education fund. They'll be grateful for it as long as they live. Your boy or girl may only say a few words like,
"Thanks, Mom," and "Thank you, Dad."
but you know from the look in his eye and the ring in his voice that he'll never forget your foresight in starting an equitable education fund. Right now, make that wise resolution to see your equitable representative soon.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, a reenactment of hitherto undisclosed facts on World War II espionage. Its subject, attempted sabotage. Its title, Prisoner of War.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Dan Barton, Walter Catlett, Marlo Dwyer, Ed Gargan, Lamont Johnston, and John McIntyre. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Prisoner of War on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Have you ever felt that some radio commercials waste your time? treat you as if you didn't have too much sense? If so, we challenge you to listen to tonight's middle commercial from the Equitable Society about the Equitable Education Fund. It gives you 3 interesting facts about the dollars and cents investment value of a college education for your children, then outlines a simple, painless way to pay for those 4 years in college. See if you don't agree that this is interesting and useful information intelligently presented. Watch for this middle commercial from the Equitable Society, due in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, Prisoner of War.
After too short a respite, this nation is again engaged in war, notwithstanding every effort we made to avoid that conflict. Like the last war, and most of the preceding ones, the battlefield, the place where bullets are flying, is in another land far from these shores. However distant we might find ourselves from the nearest enemy artillery, though, we are in a zone of danger. For as wars are fought today, there is no such thing as a non-combatant. Almost all of us, in or out of uniform, are permanently enlisted, as we were during World War II. There were those among us during that period, though, who, while not wearing the uniform of the enemy, worked for an Axis victory, worked in our very midst, and called themselves Americans. Tonight's file opens in the year 1944 in a large office located on the second story of a building on the Wilhelmstrasse in Berlin. Behind a big desk sits a lean, hard-faced man who looks up as a German soldier enters, approaches the desk, salutes, and standing at attention says,
Leutnant Wetzel meldet sich zur Stelle.
Nehmen Sie Platz, Leutnant Wetzel.
Danke, Herr Schleicher.
Ich habe hier eine
The tanned young
spezielle
man in
Aufgabe
uniform
für Sie.
is directed to sit down and listen.
Sie können sich
Listen
darauf
to the
verlassen,
man
was
who has
von
sent
mir
for
kommt.
him,
Das ist immer wichtig.
Herr Schleicher. The name doesn't mean anything to you?
Schon gut.
Maybe you never heard of him. But if you lived in New York, Detroit, Boston, Los Angeles, or any one of 100 other cities, Herr Schleicher knew something about you. He knew, for instance, what was being manufactured in your town. For during this part of World War II, he had an important job in the Nazi machine. He was head of the German school for saboteurs. The young Nazi in the field gray uniform of a German lieutenant is a combat veteran. He has been given training for a new kind of war. War when the enemy is not looking. He may find this a little different from the war that he has just left. No guns, no tanks, no planes. But his opportunity to kill will not be lessened. And now Lieutenant Albert Wetzel is being given an assignment by Herr Schleicher. A strange assignment for a Nazi hero. He is being told to go to the front in France, to find the American troops, and to surrender. A few months later, in a musty, poorly lit, ill-kempt music store located in a large city along the eastern seaboard of the United States, an elderly, gray-haired man is tuning a violin he has just finished repairing.
Hello, Franz.
Oh, hello, Wilma.
Sorry I'm late. You heard from Mr. Ludlow?
He called today. Bad news. One of our men has been arrested.
Here?
In Brookfield. You want to take his place.
What are my instructions?
Have you ever been to Madison?
A few times.
Good. You will go to the Central Hotel there. Your name will be Mary Fulton. You'll get a room and wait for a message.
From Mr. Ludlow?
No. Near Madison there is a camp for German soldiers. One of them will escape. He will call you. You are to bring him back here to the store.
This man who will call me, what name will he be using?
His own name? Lieutenant Albert Wetzel. So, It was hard work, but at least now it sounds like a fiddle.
A few days later, at FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., Special Agent Jim Taylor enters the office of Agent Robert Dennison, a supervisor on the espionage desk.
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
Oh, hello, Taylor. Have a chair.
Thank you.
How's your desk?
Pretty swamped.
Well, split your cases between Fuller and Sawyer. You're going on something that'll take you out of town for a while.
No, what's that?
Our agents picked up a known Nazi sympathizer named Dalhart in Brookfield 3 days ago. We'd rather have let him just remain under surveillance, but he forced our hand. We had to arrest him.
I see.
Dalhart was a courier for a ring headed by somebody named Ludlow.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in searching Dalhart's room, one of the agents found an innocuous note. Under infrared, it disclosed that Dalhart was supposed to meet an escaped prisoner of war and escort him somewhere for a meeting with somebody who'd put him in touch with this Ludlow.
Sounds like we better find out who this Mr. Ludlow is.
Well, the first thing to do is to locate that prisoner.
Do we know who he is or where he escaped from?
His name is Lieutenant Albert Wetzel. Among the papers in Dalhart's room, there was a letter from the Hotel Central in Madison confirming a reservation.
No?
There's a camp for German prisoners right near Madison, but by the time I called to alert them, Wetzel had already broken out.
I see, sir.
Taylor, I want you to get down to that prison camp on the next plane.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Well, greetings, Wilma.
Hello, Franz. Lieutenant Wetzel, this is Franz Bettendorf.
Oh, es freut mich, einen guten Patrioten kennenzulernen, Herr Bettendorf.
Do you speak English?
Yes.
Then you should not talk German here.
Oh, sorry.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Lieutenant. Did you have a good trip?
It was satisfactory.
Have you eaten?
Yes, at the airport. Herr Bettendorf, I know I was brought here to work. Am I to get an assignment from you?
Mr. Ludlow has a job for you.
Who's Mr. Ludlow?
The man we take orders from.
Oh.
There is a barge on the river here. The captain's name is Prosser. You will see him.
What's the job?
Mr. Ludlow has given Captain Prosser instructions for you.
How do I find this barge?
Wilma will take you there tomorrow night.
Major Carter?
That's right.
My name's Taylor, Special Agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials, sir.
Oh, yes, I was expecting you. You want information on that escaped prisoner?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Let me find the file. Let's see now. Lieutenant Wetzel. Here we are. Are you familiar with how he escaped?
No, sir, I'm not.
Well, he made a nighttime getaway. Blew a hole in the stockade fence just big enough to crawl through.
Oh? Must have made a little noise.
Well, unfortunately, it didn't.
What?
In some way, Wetzel got hold of smokeless powder, muffled the charge.
Wow. What have you got on the records on him?
He's highly intelligent, spoke excellent English. He was also a demolitions expert, which accounts for his skillful getaway.
Uh-huh.
I'll have a copy of this file made up for you.
Yes, thanks a lot. I'm going into Madison, sir, and check the hotel there. I'll be back for his file.
Oh, Mr. Taylor.
Yes?
I've gathered together as many of the hotel personnel as I could. They're in my office.
Oh, thanks very much. Did you show them that picture that I gave you?
Yes, I did, but none of them seemed to recognize him.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, thank you.
All right, folks. All right. This is Mr. Taylor. He's a member of the FBI, and he'd like to talk to you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I understand you've all seen the picture that I asked your manager to show you? And I also learned that none of you could identify him. Is that correct? Well, this man is a prisoner of war. He escaped from the POW camp 20 miles north of here. Now, it's possible that he might still be in this vicinity. There will be copies of his picture distributed to you and other people here in town. I'm going to ask for the cooperation of you and your neighbors to help locate him as soon as possible.
Wait a minute.
Is this the barge?
Yes. Captain Prosser? Captain Prosser?
Who's there?
Wilma.
Come aboard.
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
After you.
Hello, Wilma. Quite a fog, huh?
Yes. Captain Prosser, this is Lieutenant Wetzel.
Who else would you be bringing? A boyfriend?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. Let's go in the cabin.
Very well.
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Some schnapps?
No, thanks.
Not for me, Captain.
I must take one to celebrate. It's not every day I have a visitor, especially such a visitor. A little schnapps is good on a night like this.
Did Mr. Ludlow call you?
Yes.
What's my job?
I don't know yet. You have some old clothes?
Just what I'm wearing.
I'll get you some. Mr. Ludlow wants you to live here on the barge. Franz got me 6 cases of rags for you to work with.
I'll need some other things.
I will make up a list. I'll get them for you.
I have to know what kind of a job it is so I can prepare the right kind of package.
I deliver food to ships before they sail. We will put your packages in crates, just like the crates of food.
Oh.
Mr. Ludlow doesn't know yet just what ship he wants blown up. But by the time you're ready, he'll tell us.
Busy, Mr. Dennison?
No, Taylor. Come on in.
Thanks. I'd like to report to you, sir, on that prisoner of war case.
Oh, fine. Let's have it.
Well, after determining how Wetzel escaped from the prison camp, I went to the hotel in Madison. I checked with all employees, showed them his picture.
Mm-hmm.
None of them had seen him. I then got a list of every guest who'd registered at the hotel from the time of Dahlhart's arrest to the day after Wetzel's escape.
Good. Did that get you anything?
Yes, sir, it did. There were 62 names and addresses, and I verified 61 of them. The one remaining turned out to be a fictitious name and address. It belonged to a woman.
Anything further on her?
No, not yet, sir.
Taylor, this case may be the most important one in the office.
No?
When the director found out Lieutenant Wetzel was a demolitions expert, he called a meeting. He's got a theory about this whole thing.
Oh, what's that, sir?
The Nazis tried to land 8 saboteurs here in 1942. It didn't work. Last month, they sent a sub all the way across the Atlantic to get 2 men onto the coast of Maine. That expedition failed, too.
Yeah.
Now, those are pretty desperate measures. The director feels the Germans are going to those lengths only because they have no trained saboteurs already in this country.
But Wetzel didn't come in by sub, Mr. Dennison.
No. Army intelligence reports on his capture show Wetzel surrendered west of Bastogne. At the time of his capture, he was 8 miles from the nearest German troops.
Ah.
Now, the director thinks Wetzel might have been sent to the front to surrender to the Americans so he'd be brought to a prison camp in this country and then escape.
Well, then there's no telling how much he can slow up the whole war effort.
That's right. He's probably at work right now. So, wherever he is, we've got to find him.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, a special message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society to fathers and mothers of young children. We're going to ask you to take out your crystal ball for a moment and look into the future. It's the year 1960 or 65, and that youngster of yours comes to you and says,
"Hey, Dad, shake your son by the hand. I just got word I've passed all my college entrance exams."
When he starts out for college, your young hopeful will have 3 good reasons for feeling that he owns the world. First, college men and women earn more money.
No fooling, Dad. A commentator on the radio last night said that by the time a college man retired, he's made $72,000 more than the guy who quits his education after high school.
Second, college men land the bigger job.
He also said that in the jobs paying $10,000 a year, 15 out of every 16 are held by college grads. Just think, the odds are 15 to 1 in favor of college.
Third, college men get more out of life. They know their way around in art, music, and literature. They gain culture they wouldn't trade for all the money in the world. So fathers and mothers, don't leave your family's education to luck. Make it a 100% sure thing with an Equitable Education Fund.
An Equitable Education Fund? What's that?
It's the painless way to pay for your children's college education. In this Equitable Society plan, you start when your children are young. Then, each year, you pay a sum of money that doesn't hurt, an amount that scarcely makes a dent in your budget. When your youngster's ready for college, the money's all ready for him.
That's spreading the cost of education over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4.
Right. Now, suppose the father dies or becomes totally disabled. Then no more payments are necessary. The fund becomes fully established. When the youngster is ready for college, he gets the same education as if his dad had lived. So don't delay a day longer. Let your Equitable Society representative show you how little it costs to start an Equitable Education Fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Prisoner of War.
Since ancient days, free nations have depended on the strength of their citizens to turn back any attack upon their liberties. But also, since time immemorial, armies have always found in enemy countries a minority of people who are ready to trade their patriotism, to destroy their country from within, to act the part of traitors. Hiding under the veil of loyalty, they are as dangerous, probably more dangerous, than the uniformed soldiers of the foreign powers they serve. During the days leading up to World War II, and in the early part of that conflict, we saw outwardly strong countries disintegrate in a few days at the first signs of pressure from the Nazi warlords. We also saw that these countries did not lose a fighting war. Rather, they were rotten from within, sold out by their own citizens for an immediate selfish gain. And a new name was born for these people: the Fifth Column. Men and women like the people you are meeting in tonight's case were America's Fifth Column in World War II, and they worked long and hard to secure victory for the Nazi cause, for the Axis. Fortunately, loyal Americans were working even harder to bring victory to the Allies. Loyal Americans like those who wore uniforms and fought the battles. Loyal Americans like the people who pledged part of their salaries for bonds. Loyal Americans like the factory workers who turned out the weapons that protected our liberty. Loyal Americans like the men of your FBI. Tonight's file continues at FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C.
Mr. Dennison?
Oh, come in, Taylor.
Well, the second trip to Madison paid off.
What happened?
I re-interviewed all the employees of the hotel. I was lucky enough to get quite a few details on the woman with the fictitious name and address.
Good, let's have them.
Well, one of the bellboys who carried in her bags recalled that she was wearing a heavy coat when she checked in.
Means she probably came in from up north.
Seems likely, sir. I also found out that while she was there, she called the hotel doctor.
What for?
She was taking some pills and ran out of them. He gave her a prescription so that she could get another supply.
I see. Did you get a description of her?
Well, very sketchy. She's a small woman in her late 30s, but there's no distinct physical characteristics. Oh, I also interviewed the phone operators. One of them remembered the woman getting a call at 5 in the morning, after which she asked the operator to send a boy up for her bags, and she then checked out.
Did you contact transportation terminals?
Yes, sir, I did. No buses left there till 9 a.m., no trains till after 10, but a plane coming through from Los Angeles stopped at Madison at 5:40 that morning, and the airline records show that a man and woman got aboard.
Sounds like she picked up Lieutenant Wetzel.
Yes, sir. The plane was non-stop after leaving Madison.
Where to?
Forest City.
Good. You better go there. I'll wire the office covering Forest City and have someone meet you.
Hello, Tom.
Hi, Jim.
Well, you going on?
No, I'm here to meet you.
Hey, that's great.
Got any baggage?
Yeah, but I'll pick it up later.
Okay, come on. I got a car down this way.
Fine. Tom, how much did Washington tell you in their wire?
The whole story. I got files ready at the office for you on every woman in town suspected of being a Nazi sympathizer.
Fine.
I doubt there'll be too much help, though.
Oh, how come?
There are hundreds of them. Without a good description, it'll be rough trying to come up with the right one.
We'll have to do a cross-check job.
Cross-check against what?
Well, I've got a prescription this woman had duplicated in Madison, Tom. We'll query every doctor in this area and find out who's been ordered to take these pills.
Hello?
Franz?
Yes?
This is Wilma.
I've been waiting for your call. Have you been back to the barge?
Twice.
Everything all right?
Wetzel finished wiring the last crate yesterday.
Fine.
You heard from Mr. Ludlow?
Yes, the crates are to be put aboard the SS Greystone.
Greystone.
It's at Pier 35.
What made him pick that one?
He has information it is carrying some new kind of American weapons.
Oh?
You better go now, Wilma, and deliver the message. The Greystone sails tonight.
Tom, that cross-checking we did paid off.
What name did you come up with?
Wilma Ziegler.
Wait a minute, I'll pull her file. Here it is. Hey, from the size of this file, she's more than just a sympathizer.
No? Well, let's have a look at it, huh?
Now, here. Now, here's a report on her and on the places she goes to most frequently.
Occupation unemployed. From what I got in Madison Town, she didn't dress like a person who was out of work.
Nazis must pay well.
Yeah. Well, let's go over those pictures there, huh?
Right. Now, these were taken at a beer garden over on Center Street.
Oh?
It's one of their favorite hangouts.
Well, maybe we'll drop by there later.
And these were taken across the street from a music store named Bettendorf's.
Wait a minute, Tom.
Hmm?
You know what date this picture was taken?
Should be stamped on the back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here it is, the 11th. That's the same day she checked out of the hotel in Madison. And from the rear, this man that she's with could be Albert Wetzel.
Well, let's see if we have a picture of him coming out of the store.
Pardon me, Tom.
Oh, yeah, Dick.
Did you pull the file on Wilma Ziegler?
This is it. Why?
The SAC just got a tip she's mixed up in something big.
You know what it is?
No, but the man from the music store is in on it, and it's due to break real quick. You ought to get warrants and pick up the both of them.
Are you friends, Bettendorf?
That's right.
We're special agents of the FBI. You're under arrest.
Here's the warrant telling you why.
But I have done
Before you do any
nothing
talking, we must tell you one thing. Anything you say now can be used against you in court.
I won't say anything then.
Dick, you and the others search this place.
Right.
Taylor and I better keep looking for a lead on the Ziegler woman. Bettendorf won't talk, Jim.
I didn't think he would.
What have you got there?
A paper I found on his desk. It's a delivery receipt for 6 crates of waste rags. Tom, they must be for Wetzel.
No trace of him here.
We find those rags, I think we find Wetzel. Tom, I located the Wright Express Company. Those crates were picked up from the music store last Monday. They were marked powdered milk and delivered to Pier 9.
9, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's the pier they use for loading barges.
Oh, whose barges?
Everybody's.
Let's get down there.
Captain Prosser?
Hello, Wilma. Don't try to get aboard. The tug is coming now to take us out.
I've got to come aboard. There's trouble, Captain. Franz has been arrested.
When?
This afternoon. Where's Wetzel?
In the cabin. Wetzel! Yes? Come here.
What is it?
Come here. Franz Bettendorf has been arrested.
Oh. Does this change our plans?
I don't know.
Of course it doesn't. Mr. Ludlow's orders were to put the crates on the Greystone.
But with Franz arrested, it might involve us.
We'll have to take that chance.
Grab a line here.
Is this the tug that's towing you out?
Yes. Let her come. Wetzel, will you make the line fast?
Surely.
This barge bound for the Greystone.
That's right.
Are you Captain Prosser?
I am.
It's the right barge, Tom. She's Wilma Ziegler. That's Albert Wetzel.
What is this?
We're special agents of the FBI. You're all under arrest.
Lieutenant Albert Wetzel was returned to the prisoner of war camp from which he escaped. Captain Hermann Prosser, Franz Bettendorf, and Wilma Ziegler were tried and convicted in federal court, and each sentenced to serve 25 years in a federal penitentiary for failure to register as foreign agents. Special Agents Taylor and Horton located the barge carrying the explosives by getting a tug and cruising the river. On board, they found the 6 cases prepared by Lieutenant Wetzel and evidence which led not only to the arrest of the other members of the ring, but which also proved that Mr. Ludlow, the head of the ring, and Franz Bettendorf were one and the same person. Thus, another attempt at enemy-directed sabotage during World War II came to nothing. It is a matter of record that during the long years of this last war, no enemy of this nation was able to direct a single successful piece of sabotage anywhere in the country. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is humbly hopeful that it can maintain that record and continue to protect the lives, the property, and the freedom of the American people.
Now, one last word to fathers and mothers. Of all the things you can do for your children, there's no greater proof of your love for them than an equitable education fund. They'll be grateful for it as long as they live. Your boy or girl may only say a few words like,
Thanks, Mom. And thank you, Dad.
but you know from the look in his eye and the ring in his voice that he'll never forget your foresight in starting an equitable education fund. Right now, make that wise resolution to see your equitable representative soon.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. File number 288. Its subject, bank robbery. Its title, The Phantom Bandit.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Rudolph Anders, Parley Bear, Ralph Dumpke, Harold Dyrenforth, Ed Gargan, Peggy Weber, Roland Winters, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Phantom Bandit on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Most people we know have strong opinions about radio commercials. If you're that way, we'd like your opinion about the middle commercial on this Equitable Society program. It deals with the Equitable Education Fund, the painless way to pay for your boy or girl's college education. See if you don't agree that this commercial is sincere and straightforward and packed with helpful information. See if you don't agree that it performs a real service for parents who are concerned about their children's future. You'll hear this informing message from the Equitable Society in about 14 minutes. Tonight's FBI file, The Phantom Bandit.
There are in the United States today more than 200,000 law enforcement officers, an army made up of local police, county sheriffs, state troopers, and members of federal enforcement agencies like the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They fight a never-ending 24-hour-a-day battle against the criminal population of the country. And while there is little hope that crime will ever be completely eradicated, there is great hope that it can be controlled more than it is today. That is not a utopian dream, for it can be brought about, can be attained in one single way, through the complete cooperation with law enforcement of you, the decent people of America, of every one of you, for the common good. Tonight's file opens in a roadhouse located on a lonely stretch of highway on the outskirts of a large Midwestern city. Inside this building, a dozen or more couples move slowly about the dance floor as the band is just finishing a set of tunes. After the scattered applause, the dancers drift back toward their
Well,
table.
we better think about going home.
Home?
Yes, it's almost 12.
Well, so what?
That sitter is costing us 50 cents an hour.
Mary, honey, this is our anniversary. We're celebrating.
I know, but...
Now, look, you just sit down. You forget about the 50 cents an hour and listen to that piano, huh?
Okay.
You hear what he's playing?
Uh-huh.
And let's just hold hands and listen, huh?
Okay.
Hey,
What?
that man over there.
Who?
That one, sitting with the guy who runs the place. He looks just... Hey, Mary, it's him.
Ralph, what are you talking about?
Did I ever tell you about that bank holdup?
You mean when you worked in the bank at Spring City?
Yeah, he's one of the holdup men.
Sure?
I'm positive he's the man who handed me the note demanding money.
Well, what can you do?
I don't know.
You mustn't go near him, Ralph. If he is the man, he'll have a gun.
I know, honey. I'm not that brave.
Look, let's go home. You can call the police from there.
Yeah, but he might leave before the police got here.
What else can you do?
I could call from here.
Oh, no. He's friendly with the man who runs the place. Somebody might hear you.
Wait. I think I got it. You get in the car, drive down the road to the gas station, and use their phone, huh? I'll wait here and see that he doesn't get away.
Hey, Bud, a lady named Jackson called for the police from here.
That was me. Please, let's go to the Adams Roadhouse.
What for?
The man I called about is there.
Who is he?
A bank robber.
Hop in.
Thank you.
This is Lieutenant York.
Hello, Mrs. Jackson. I didn't take your call. What's this all about?
My husband saw a bank robber at Adams Roadhouse.
Uh-huh.
You see, before we were married, he used to work in a bank, and it was robbed 2.5 years ago. He was the teller at the counter that was held up.
Who used to work at a bank?
My husband.
Where?
In Spring City, California.
Go ahead.
Well, we went to the Roadhouse tonight to celebrate our anniversary. My husband saw a man sitting at a corner table with Mr. Adams. That's the proprietor. My husband said it was one of the men who robbed the bank that day.
Was he sure?
Yes.
Well, if I arrest this man, your husband will have to sign a complaint.
He'll sign it, only please, let's hurry.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Where's your husband sitting?
Over this way, come on. That's the table, right? Oh,
What's the matter?
he's not there.
You sure it was that table?
Yes.
Well, there's a waitress. Let's check with her. Miss,
Yes, sir.
there was a man sitting at that table. Do you know where he went?
No, sir.
Is this your station?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Jackson, was she your waitress?
Well, I don't remember.
Would you like a table?
No, thanks. That other man, the one your husband saw, where's he sitting?
He's over at that. He's gone, too.
Well, look around the room. You spot either of them?
Let's see. No.
How about the bar?
The bar?
Over there.
Oh. No. Officer, something's happened to Ralph. I know it.
Now, take it easy.
But he said he'd wait here for me.
Hello there, Lieutenant. Oh, hello there, Adams.
Mr. Adams, what have you done with my husband?
Your husband?
About 20 minutes ago, we were both sitting at that table over there, and we saw you talking with a man who was a bank robber.
Lieutenant, what's this all about?
You were sitting and eating with him.
I'm afraid you're mistaken.
I went out to call the police while my husband stayed here. Now he's gone. They're both gone. What have you done with
Wait a minute. Let's get this straightened out right now. I haven't sat with anyone all night long.
But you were sitting
And I don't know where your husband's gone.
But you saw us here tonight.
Lady,
We were
you
dancing.
couldn't have been here tonight. I never saw you before in my life.
You're glad you weren't shooting at me.
What? Oh, hello, Earl.
Hi, Jim. You finished?
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, sure. Let's get off the line, though, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, what's on your mind, Earl?
I ran into something that might be a case for both of us.
Oh?
A woman called in a complaint last night from a gas station out on Route 11. I answered it, picked her up, and drove her to Adams Roadhouse.
Yeah? Well, what was the complaint?
She said she and her husband were at the Roadhouse celebrating their anniversary when her husband spotted a man who he recognized as a bank robber.
Ah.
He sent her out to call us, but when we got to the Roadhouse, she couldn't find a trace of this robber or her husband.
Hmm? Too much partying?
Well, that's what I thought at the time. But this morning, I decided to do a little checking.
And?
I learned that it really was their anniversary and that they had planned to go to the Roadhouse. Her husband's a legitimate citizen, came to town 2 years ago when his father died and took over the family business.
Did she say how he happened to recognize this bank robber?
Yeah. Her story is that her husband was a teller at the bank that was held up.
Oh, where was this?
Spring City, California.
She know when the robbery took place?
About 2.5 years ago.
Well, I can check on that part of the story for you.
I wish you would, Jim. I don't know why. I just have a feeling that she might have been telling the truth.
I'll put a special on it, Earl, and the minute I hear anything, I'll drop by headquarters.
Hello?
Corby?
Yeah.
This is Adams. I thought you were going to call.
Oh, I've been sleeping.
Since last night?
Yeah.
What about that Jackson guy?
He's here.
Alive?
I think so. I got him tied up in the other room. I ain't looked in there for a while, though.
What do you figure on doing with him?
And I've been sitting here trying to decide whether to knock him off or not. I'll call you back when I make up my mind.
Earl, I got some news for you.
On the Jackson case?
Yeah. We just got a teletype back from our Los Angeles office.
Now, what's the dope?
The Spring City National Bank was robbed 2.5 years ago, and the sole ident came from a teller named Jackson.
Then his wife was telling the truth.
Yeah.
Anything else in the teletype?
One of the Bennetts was called Corby. Jackson overheard him addressed by that name during the robbery.
That sounds like a nickname.
Uh-huh.
I can't think of any local hoodlum who uses it. I'll check anyway.
Okay. Oh, Earl, have you been in touch with Mrs. Jackson this morning?
Yeah. Still no word from her husband.
You know, it seems pretty apparent now that he was taken out of that roadhouse.
Yeah.
Seems to me it'll be a little hard to do without Mr. Adams' consent.
That's true. But how can we prove that he's involved in it? In fact, how can we prove any of it?
Well, I don't know. But tell me, how much do you know about Adams?
Well, nothing personally, Jim. But he runs a clean place, doesn't serve after hours, nobody gets rolled.
I think we should check into his background, though.
Good idea.
Look, I'll go over to the State Liquor Board. Adams had to fill out a questionnaire before he could get a license to run that roadhouse, so I'm going to take a look at it. If I get anything, I'll pay Mr. Adams a visit. Mr. Adams?
Yes, that's right.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Well, sit down, Mr. Taylor. Have a drink?
No, thanks. All I want is some information.
All right. What can I do for you?
I came to find out what happened to a customer of yours who disappeared last night.
Oh, not that again.
Yeah. What can you tell me about it?
Well, the dame had too much whiskey.
We believe there's something to her story.
Oh, now, look, Mr.
We
Taylor.
checked up on her husband. He was a bank teller 2.5 years ago when a bank was robbed.
Well, so what?
Adams, do you know anyone with the nickname of Corby?
No.
You're not telling the truth.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I checked your application for a liquor license, Adams. You put down Homer Falls as your birthplace.
That's right.
Well, I wired the Homer Falls police. They tell me you've got a record.
Look, mister, that was one local pinch when I was 19 years old.
You don't have to defend yourself. The only reason I'm interested in your record up there is that you were arrested with someone named George Miller, whose nickname was Corby.
That was years ago.
Nevertheless, you are linked with him.
What are you driving at?
Well, Mr. Jackson, the man who saw this bank robber here last night, testified at the time of the stick-up that one of the bandits was called Corby.
So?
So I think he's the man who was here with you last night. And when you found out that Jackson had recognized him, you and this Corby got rid of him.
That's quite a story. Where did we take him?
I don't know.
Where is he now?
Well, I don't know that either.
You don't seem to have much proof.
Oh, not yet.
Look, you're wasting my time. Come back when you really get a case.
Thanks, Mr. Adams. I will.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, hello, Earl.
You check on Adams?
Yeah.
Find anything?
He had a record. And he'd been arrested years ago with someone nicknamed Corby.
Did you go to the roadhouse?
Yes, I confronted Adams with that. He just maintained that he'd never seen Jackson.
Where'd you get his arrest record?
From his hometown, Homer Falls.
Any way of tracing this Corby through the Homer Falls police?
No, he left there 20 years ago.
Well, that's an odd enough name. He has to be the one who pulled the bank job.
And he had to be the one who was at that roadhouse last night, but we can't prove it, Earl. Meantime, every hour that passes may put Jackson in greater jeopardy.
They haven't already gotten rid of him, Jim.
I'd rather think there's a chance he's still alive.
Jim, where do we start with this thing? We haven't got a single lead to work on.
Earl, we're going to have to make our own.
How?
Through Adams. He's our wedge. Let's have him put under surveillance immediately.
Okay.
Then let's check his movements from the day that he left Homer Falls. It'll take time, I know, but we've got to start someplace.
Come in.
Looking for Lieutenant York.
I'm Lieutenant York.
My name is Ralph Jackson.
What?
Ralph Jackson?
I understand you're looking for me.
Why, man, you've been the subject of a statewide alarm.
Jackson, what happened to you? Where did you go after you sent your wife out for the police?
What do you mean?
Well, didn't you tell her you saw a bank robber out at that roadhouse?
I might have. Say anything when I'm drinking.
Then that wasn't true?
Of course not.
But where did you disappear to?
I got drunk and wandered out. Look, let me call my wife, will you? I wanted to come here and take me home.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, a special message from the Equitable Life Assurance Society to fathers and mothers of young children, to parents of the generation of boys and girls who will graduate from college in the 1960s. Imagine how pleased you'll be in 10 or 15 years from today when that youngster of yours writes,
Dear Mother and Dad, these years here at college have been wonderful. The things I've learned and the friends I've made will mean...
After those 4 vital years, your boy or girl will face the future with far greater confidence for 3 very good reasons. First, college men and women earn more money.
This morning, our employment counselor told me that college men actually earn $72,000 more during their working years than the fellows who miss out on this opportunity.
Second, college men land the bigger jobs.
He also said that out of every 16 men earning $10,000 a year or more, 15 are college grads.
Third, college men get more out of life. They gain an all-round culture, an appreciation of the arts and literature, that means even more to them than their increased earning power. So, Mother and Dad, it's up to you. Up to you to give your children the chance they so richly deserve. Up to you to make their education sure with an equitable education fund.
An equitable education fund? What's that?
It's the painless way to pay for your children's college education. In this Equitable Society plan, you start when your children are young. Then, each year, you pay a sum of money that doesn't hurt, an amount that scarcely makes a dent in your budget. When your youngster's ready for college, the money's all ready for him.
Well, that's spreading the cost of education over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a beating in 4.
Right. Now, suppose the father dies or becomes totally disabled. Then no more payments are necessary. The fund becomes fully established. When the youngster is ready for college, he gets the same education as if his dad had lived. So don't delay a day longer. Let your Equitable Society representative show you how little it costs to start an Equitable Education Fund. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Phantom Bandit.
In connection with tonight's program, we bring you a message from Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Mr. Hoover's message is, and I quote, 1950 has been a memorable year in the field of crime. For with almost 1/4 of the year remaining, a continuation of the current rate of major crimes would mean a breaking of the nation's all-time record. Would mean that a year had passed in this country in which the number of major crimes would closely approach the 2 million mark. Crime is now becoming a vital factor in the lives of more and more innocent people. And it will continue to, unless the avalanche of lawlessness is stopped. It can be stopped. Of that make no mistake, for pessimism is the ally of defeat. But the crime wave can be stopped in only one place, in the homes of America, by the parents of America. Tonight's file continues at local police headquarters.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mrs. Jackson.
Hello.
Did you talk to your husband?
Yes.
What happened?
He told me the same story he told you.
Well, we don't think it's true, Mrs. Jackson. Do you?
Well, look, he's waiting out in the car for me. I want to take him home.
You haven't answered my question.
He's my husband, Mr. Taylor. I've got to believe him. Will you excuse me?
Yes, certainly.
Oh, I do want to thank you for all the help you gave me.
That's okay, Mrs. Jackson.
Goodbye.
So long. Well, Jim, how long since you've been on a case like this one?
I can't remember.
I wonder why he's lying.
Well, that's something we've got to find out, Earl. This case is still open as far as I'm concerned.
You mean finding Corby?
That's right.
Did you get that teletype off to Washington?
Yeah, and if I get a quick enough answer, we might still find out why Jackson told that story.
More salad, Ralph?
No, thanks.
Anything else?
No.
Ralph,
Yes, dear?
do you want to talk about it?
About what?
Why you told the police that story?
It was true, Mary.
I don't believe you.
Now, look.
I know you were taken away by those men and you're shielding them for some reason. Now, what is it? Ralph, you've got to tell me.
Okay. A few minutes after you left the roadhouse last night, I called the police. This bank bandit started out the back door. I followed him. He crossed the parking lot and got into a car. I was afraid he was getting away, so I ran up to him, told him I knew who he was. I said he had to come back into the place and wait until you returned with the police. Should have been suspicious when he agreed so willingly.
You mean you went back into the roadhouse?
Yeah. This man Adams came up. He asked what the trouble was, and I told him. And suddenly they both jumped me. I was hit on the head and knocked out.
Oh, poor baby.
When I came to, I was in a strange apartment. Arms and legs were tied. This bank robber was there with me. He said he's trying to make up his mind whether to kill me or not.
Well, then how did you get away?
He let me go.
Well, Ralph, why didn't you tell this story to the police?
Because he let me go on one condition. He said if I talked to the police, he said you and the baby would pay for it. So, you see, Mary, we just got to forget we ever saw him.
Adams speaking.
This is Corby.
Oh, hello, Corb. Look, can I call you back? There's a couple of liquor salesmen waiting for me.
Let him wait. This will only take a minute. Got a little business I want to talk over with you.
All right, what is it?
How would you like to buy me out? My half of the roadhouse.
How much?
What I put in it? 7 G's?
Well, I don't know, Corb. Business hasn't been too good.
Don't give me that. I know how business is. Now, look, kid, you've established yourself as a legitimate guy around this place. If anybody finds out I'm your partner, it might not be too good for you.
Is this a shake?
No, I just need folding money. I'll take 7 G's and I'll take it in cash. What do you say?
Well, the bank's closed pretty soon.
You've got time. Get me the money and bring it over here.
Earl, it finally came up our turn.
You got something on Adams?
A hatful. The records at City Hall show Adams bought the Roadhouse less than a week after that bank robbery out at Spring City.
Uh-huh.
He and a partner paid $14,000 for the place, and all in cash.
40? That's the amount that was stolen.
Exactly, and you haven't heard it all yet. According to the bill of sale, Adams' partner was a man named Joe West.
Joe West? I don't think I
Here,
ever...
take a look at this.
Huh?
That's Corby's complete record from our files in Washington.
George Miller, nicknamed Corby, also known as George Morton, Joe West.
Uh-huh. How does that sound?
Real nice. But, Jim, if Corby has had a half interest in the Roadhouse for these last 2.5 years, where's he been?
Look at the last notation on the record. At the bottom there.
Carson State Prison.
Seems he went out and did a job solo. Oh, is that the information from the bank?
Yes, Mr. Taylor.
Thanks very much. Let's see. Hey, Earl, our friend Adams withdrew $7,000 in cash just a half an hour ago.
That's half what they paid for the Roadhouse.
Yeah.
Well, could be he's buying out Corby's piece.
That's where he must have been heading when he left the bank.
You know where he is?
Well, I did until half an hour ago when he shook the man who had him under surveillance, but come on, Earl, we might still find out where they are.
Who is it?
Me, Adams.
Oh. Come on in.
Okay.
You get the dough?
Uh-huh. There you are. I got some papers for you to sign, too. Transfer of ownership.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's have him.
Hey, where's the guy?
Huh?
The bum we clobbed the other night. What'd you do with him?
Oh, I let him go.
You what?
I didn't want to fool with a murder rap, so I let him go.
So he can run right to the cops?
No, he won't. I made a deal with him. I reminded him what could happen to his wife and kid.
That and a dime will get you on a bus. Look, Corby, are you trying to put the heat on me?
What do you mean?
I pay you 7 G's. I own the joint. Then that bank clerk can come along and blow a whistle.
Not a chance.
That's what you think. Well, I'm taking back my dough. It's no deal, Corby. You're not playing me for a sucker.
Hello, fellas.
Huh? The bank guy.
What did you come back here for?
To show us the way. Don't move, either one of you.
I'll cover him, Jim.
What is this?
You told me to get a case, Adams. Well, I've got one. Now put out your wrist.
George Miller and Harry Adams were tried and convicted in federal court on a charge of bank robbery, and each was sentenced to serve a term of 20 years in a federal penitentiary. Special Agent Taylor and Lieutenant York arrived at the furnished room of George Miller, nicknamed Corby, because they were able to convince Ralph Jackson to break his silence and to reveal where he had been held captive. The capture of George Miller and Harry Adams 2.5 long years after the commission of their crime is proof once again that nobody gets away with anything. True, a criminal might break the law and enjoy freedom for a while, but the machinery of law enforcement is merciless and relentless in its quest. Sooner or later, the net will close, and with it will close the career of the criminal, of our common enemy.
Now, one last word to fathers and mothers. Of all the things you can do for your children, there's no greater proof of your love for them than an equitable education fund. They'll be grateful for it as long as they live. Your boy or girl may only say a few words like,
"Thanks, Mom. And thank you, Dad."
but you know from the look in his eye and the ring in his voice that he'll never forget your foresight in starting an equitable education fund. Right now, make that wise resolution to see your equitable representative soon.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. File number 289. Its subject, Jailbreak. Its title, The Dark Journey.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons, living or dead, is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Betty Blythe, Lamont Johnson, Wally Mayer, Edmund McDonald, Ken Peters, John Sheehan, and Gene Tatum. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Dark Journey on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next.